That one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
I think it's going 7. I have the Nuggets at 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchmen, Lakers at 5.
Well, it's money time now.
All right, yo, what's good, YouTube, man? I'm gonna guesstimate right now. It's probably like the 30-something episode of 10 Toes Down. Maybe we in the 20s. I'm gonna count. But welcome guys to the 10 Toes Down podcast, man. We hope to have a good show tonight. We're gonna talk. We're gonna react to a lot of this free agency news. Turned out to be a more lit free agency than we thought. I mean, I know the names aren't big and sexy. There's moving around, but there has been some big news. Miles Turner, that was the big trade today. Well, the big signing today. He walked to Milwaukee, and unfortunately, Dame got you. The stretch provision still exists. So Dame is going to be dead cap for about 5 years, $20 million a year. Like over $20 million a year for Milwaukee. So that's an interesting move. But so we're gonna get into all of that. The main topic tonight is the marvelous world of hypothetical. Since we all been talking about hypothetical, like it seems we cannot talk we can't speak anything but a hypotheticals. If Jordan didn't have Scotty, if Shaq and Kobe didn't team up, goddamn, if the Lakers never drafted Magic. I mean, we're gonna get into all that, but we'll start on the free agency news, man. I'm gonna start off by asking about my guest here, Rob, for the Golden State Laker fan. What's up with your team, bro? What's going on?
Financials handcuffs, man. They got big contracts. Hold on.
Wait. The Lakers are not. No, the Lakers got the tax level midi, and they're far away from the apron. Actually, they're far away from the second apron. So why? I mean, y'all did sign Jake LaRavia, and y'all used the tax level midi on him.
Lakers just got new owner. A new owner. I like getting a shooter, but I don't really know him as a player that well. So I've been looking at some of his film. He play a little defense, but I mean, come on, he ain't a top-notch defender. He's just a shooter.
Bro, I went on one post and they said the Lakers are building a boy band, man. Call them no direction.
All the people saying that shit is still trying to count to 4, and the Lakers got 17. So all them haters talk that shit all they want to.
You and Boston fans.
Look up in the Raptors, they got to start counting. So I ain't worried about that.
Hold on. You and Lawson fans. You hate Boston Celtics fans, but y'all say the same thing, bro.
Because we in a league of our own. We
could not erase your history. Hold on, we cannot erase your history. But this is 2025. Boston just signed. Who they signed today? They signed Luka Garza last night. Then they signed some guy I never heard from Minnesota. Bro, they signed the 15th man off of Minnesota. They had to break this whole team up.
Boston got a new owner that's being cheap. I'm gonna be honest. They got a new owner that's being cheap. He cutting payroll immediately. Whatever he did to get that name,
so he's trying to get his money back. You telling me he put $10 billion in the Buss family pocket to be cheap?
I didn't say the Lakers owner. I said Boston's owner is being cheap.
Oh, Boston owner. Boston had a $500 million, $500 million they would have to spend on that team. So I get what they're doing. The problem is you could get better names because, bro, Luka Garza might be starting at center. They lost Cornette. They lost Cornette.
Look, they gave away all. They don't want to pay no money. That owner is trying to bring.
Homie, we all know what you need, right? What do you need? Tell me what you need, Mr. Mr. Jones.
Talking about for the Lakers? Oh.
Yes. What do the Lakers need? And we can get into
right now, you want to know what the Lakers need? The Lakers need to get the fuck rid of LeBron. They need that $50 million off the books and use it on players to fit around Luka, which is what's gonna happen next year. Probably ain't gonna happen this year. It's gonna happen next year.
You realize okay, LeBron opted out, then he opted back in? Is that what happened?
He opted into his deal. He took
First he opted out. He said he was gonna opt out looking for a new contract.
To spread the money around.
Yeah, so he ain't take no pay cut. He ain't say like give me 3 years. He could have took a 3-year, $40 million, a year deal just to even like y'all still didn't get under the cap with that. But y'all could at least have more wiggle room and stuff like that.
But that's what I'm saying. We would have way more ways to maneuver money, even if he would have took a little less or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let me ask you: is it about winning or about stats now for LeBron? What's going on? Because I wish JB was here, man. JB probably listening looking like my man, looking like my man. What's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio in that meme where he's drinking and smoking a cigarette at the same time that he points at the TV. Yo.
Man, I had to step away for a second. But what did you just say?
I said I wish my man JB was here. He probably looking like Leonardo DiCaprio sitting in a seat with the he's pointing at the TV screen with the drink.
No, man.
Listen to you say get rid of LeBron.
The Lakers thing is going to be next year.
Okay, the answer is hold on now. See, here's the thing: you counting a lot of chickens before they hatch. Just shout out to Woodage with a great comment right there. He wants to be the highest paid player in the league. He's not even the highest paid player. These guys are gonna make more money than him. And again, he knows that he don't need the money. But of course, I mean, look, I'm not gonna tell that man he shouldn't get his $50 million. You know what I mean? He could have got $100 million from the Miami when he kept winning them championships, but he couldn't because that was the cap was. The max salary was. But at the end of the day, bro, at this point. I mean, damn, you could have reworked that deal to help the Lakers. And it's like, you gonna tell me the Lakers need help. Okay, long story short, obviously the Lakers need a big man and the Lakers need perimeter defense. You lost your best perimeter defense last night. He went to Houston for some big bucks. What's going on? Why did y'all struck out on everybody, bro? Even Jericho Sims went back to Milwaukee. I mean, y'all struck out on all the big men. Valanciunas going to Denver. What's the name? Got Jacob Poeltl staying wasn't. Then another center went to Toronto. Toronto got 2 centers. Luke Cornett went to the Spurs. Bro, I'm Mason Plumlee. He's off the board.
They're waiting for Ayton. They playing for Ayton. You can already see.
Y'all waiting for Ayton.
That's what they doing. That's the guy I see being the Laker this year is Ayton right now.
It looks like it's gonna be. You think he the answer? You think he the answer to what y'all need?
I don't know. I don't think he'd answer like that. But I don't think none of these players out here this year are the answer.
Nah, look, there's a couple of these guys that would have really helped y'all.
The Lakers in a full rebuild.
I'll tell you right now, Luke Cornett would have helped y'all big time.
The Lakers in a full rebuild. The Lakers are not setting up to win nothing.
Wait. See, JB. Oh my God, JB working tonight, man. Man, oh man. So they in a full rebuild with Luka and LeBron.
They in a full rebuild with a new LeBron. Look, LeBron is done. LeBron taking that contract is it. This is last. And only reason he's still there right now is because that no trade clause, and really nobody really not wanted.
You going in and out.
That's the biggest thing. You can't trade him for nothing. Nobody wants him. Oh, okay. Somebody tried to call me, but nobody wants him right now. He don't have no trade value. And it's like he gonna take this money and it's it. That's it. That's the wrap on it. The wrap on LeBron was the Luka trade. And now it's just really becoming evident now because you gotta understand when that Luka trade happened, they already knew they were selling the Lakers. That didn't just come up out of
So
nowhere. She been doing that.
What happened when next year is a disaster and Luka takes all the blame? And he puts
Taking
up his
what blame?
He already taking blame for this year. Magic I didn't watch the segment, but Magic put up on first take.
That's y'all fan. That's that fan shit about somebody taking the blame. These niggas in the room. Luka know what's going on with the Lakers. You think he don't know? You think the new owner ain't came in there and sat him down already and let him know what's going on?
When they dragging your name through the media and they not Luka played well in the playoffs.
This is not small business shit. This is big business shit.
Oh, it's big business shit.
Yeah, look at MLB.
You understand he can get his money anywhere, right?
Dodgers. Look at MLB and look at the Dodgers and look at what's going on with the Dodgers and how much money this man is spending. There is no owner in sports that pays like he does. He don't give a fuck about paying. So he gonna pay.
Hold on, Rob. You came on saying that financials is the issue.
No, I'm saying this year it is because of the cap and all that shit.
Okay, here's the thing, JB. I mean, Rob. Nobody's under the cap. Even Utah was Utah was like $14 million over the cap. So everybody was over the cap. Pretty much, unless you did something like Milwaukee did by cutting Dame and then stretching his money out, nobody had money to spend under the cap. But
okay, now you said Dame and let's take this. Dame and what's the center they got? The boy from Indiana, right?
Dame Miles Turner. Miles Turner.
Dame and Miles Turner's money this year on the books for for Milwaukee, don't even add up to what LeBron made.
I get it.
Lakers got a $52 million LeBron problem. LeBron took the money and he said, okay, this is my last year in LA. And he knows it. Everybody knows it.
But see, this is the thing, Rob. This is the thing. You got major roster spots to fill. You got so you're telling me you're just gonna punt next season?
Basically, next season is a throwaway.
Wow.
It is because nobody gives a fuck. The only thing that they care about is getting LeBron the fuck up out of LA.
Then why are we playing these games?
Because the media is playing these games. That's the media doing that shit. You ain't heard the Lakers' new owner say shit.
Yeah,
you ain't heard him say one word. I haven't even seen him do an interview.
My thing is, this is the problem. See, this is what hurt legacies. There's one thing when they come back with Kobe, right? Kobe took his max deal, right? Deserved it. The Lakers were in a real rebuild, Rob. We try to tell you this all the time. The Lakers drafted all those guys. The Lakers drafted right after Kobe got hurt. They drafted Julius Randle, right? Then
what did I say about that? What did I say about that? When Kobe took that, well, I ain't say Kobe took the deal. When Jeannie gave Kobe that deal.
Yeah, I don't remember.
They should have traded Kobe.
Wow,
I was the only nigga said trade Kobe.
But what were you going to get from? See, I'm trying to illustrate the difference. Hold on.
In 2012, you would have got a lot for Kobe. That's what I'm saying. That's why they should have traded him.
Okay, so you said 2012, but I'm talking 2013 because after 13, he now has no value. They gave him the extension 13-14, right? So again,
and that was he asses in the seats. That was Jeannie keeping the fans coming.
But I want to illustrate. Hold on. I want to illustrate to you the difference. Oh, FYF, man. Look, FYF. I told you Thursday. You officially invited. You know. Let me know if you want to come pull up. I'm at my boy JB. We gonna talk. But here's the thing. The difference in 14 is the Lakers were in a full rebuild where they had all their draft picks. Now, if you remember. They had traded for Dwight Howard, right? So the pick that they were going to give Philly that was going to wind up going to the Nuggets, and because Philly traded that pick again, it was like top 5 protected. So the Lakers really were tanking those years because they didn't want to lose that pick. You do remember that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, Wooders, man, you fix it here, man. Anytime you want to pull up, man, I got the link, drip drop. You want to speak. But we gonna get the Lakers want a full rebuild. So that means it behooved them to be a bad team. We all know Kobe was rehabbing, playing 6 games a year. So you giving Kobe the money as a lifetime, thank you for all the years you kept the Lakers a great team, right?
That was bad business.
Why was it bad business, bro? You not
Let me put it this
understand.
way: it's bad business if you want to be a winning. If you want to be a winning friend, if you want to
This
win.
was the part. See, me and JB, we schooled FYF on this last week. FYF came up here capping. Look at OK. Hold on. Look at OKC. Look at OKC. What did OKC do after the Russell Westbrook, after the big three? They got knocked out in the first round 3 straight years. What did they do?
They made the best trade in NBA history.
Yeah, they traded. Yeah, and the other trade they made was they got 1 year of Chris Paul for Russell Westbrook. Remember that, right? Yeah. So they broke that up. They let Melo walk. They traded Paul George. They got all of that. They got Jalen Williams. The pick that got Jalen Williams came from the Clippers. All of that shit came. And what do they do? In a 5-year rebuilding plan, they drafted their young core to build around with SGA, and they kind of knew what they were getting in SGA. And then
they whipped the Clippers' ass, man. That's what they did. They whipped the Clippers' ass.
But this is what I'm saying. Now, the Lakers were building. See, this is what y'all don't give no credit for. They hit on all those. Julius Randle was a hit. Julius Randle made 2 All-NBAs and 3 All-Stars. That's a hit at the 7th pick. The 7 picks that ain't in the fucking league after 3 years. Okay? Julius Randle, just got $100 million, getting $100 million to go back to Minnesota. He's 2-time All-NBA. Okay? Then you drafted D'Lo Russell in 15. Then 16, I believe y'all drafted. It was the one Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball didn't come to 17. So 16 was the Ingram. You got the 2nd pick again.
16 was Ingram. Yeah, that was Brandon Ingram.
16 was Ingram. 17 was Ball. Right? And then you getting Josh Hart, Kyle Kuzma. You're hitting on all those picks the same way OKC was hitting. Matter of fact, OKC ain't even hitting on all their picks. They just got so many. They could take so many swings at these young players. Now these young players, they're not because they're not killing right away. Laker fans are impatient. Don't realize that these guys are going to be good players down the line.
I'm gonna tell you the difference though. The difference is SGA is a superstar. The Lakers never got a superstar. They got all the everybody else on OKC that you named. Lakers had somebody that was their equivalent.
Okay. But you want to know the same? You want to know what's similar though? They had Kobe there, even though Kobe was not.
Kobe was done, man. Come on.
No, but I get this part. Well, hold on. Listen to this part. Kobe was there as a mentor to show them how to be professionals, to show them how to work out. Julius Randle came in there chubby as fuck. And no homo. Julius Randle is cock diesel. One thing you cannot say about Julius Randle is that nigga's out of shape. Julius Randle, you know what I'm saying? So that workout regimen, all of that, they got a lot of pro tips from Kobe. Those guys are good players around the league. Oh, okay, with Brandon Ingram and Lonzo Ball, the injuries have held them back. Lonzo Ball is one of the best defenders in the league, and he's going to help Cleveland immensely. Now, he's not a superstar, and I get it. They
just blew that pick, man. They blew that pick completely.
Okay. You could say that.
They did. They could have had fucking Tatum. They blew that pick.
Okay, but he had a good. Hold on. But he had then if they would have had Tatum, then he would have been part of the AD trade. Because you remember, Boston was talking about trading for AD, and Tatum or Brown was going to be putting that deal. So either way, even if you drafted Tatum, you probably trade him for AD anyway. All right.
I'm just saying they blew that pick is my thing. You got
to go back. So you got to go back now because Ball, by the time they traded him, still had a good enough reputation where he was, they thought he was going to be a special player down the road. Where
Magic thought he saw himself in Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, I get it, but you know what? At the end of the day, Lonzo Ball is very salvageable as a player. And actually is one of those players you really want on your bench, coming off your bench or in your rotation because of what he is as a guard, as a defensive guard. As long as he can get some reasonable help for the rest of his career, he's going to have a second act.
Number 2 pick in the draft ain't supposed to turn out to be Lonzo Ball.
I get it.
That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for a star, a superstar, all-star, something. Somebody that's going to lead the franchise. Russell was another failed pick. He was a complete
lower leg injuries held Lonzo Ball back. Again, what he was. He was never going to be a great shooting guard. He was never going to be Jason Kidd. He was never going to be all of the things they hyped him up as. But he turned out to be a useful player. You know what I'm saying? Again, Josh Hart. All of
he's only useful if he's healthy.
Look, as I just said with OKC, they didn't hit on all their picks. So they had so many that they could just keep. And the thing is now, see, what you don't understand is the super team route is dead. I hope you know that, right? Because
right now, I mean, you can't even have a dynasty no more. You can't even win. You damn near can't win back-to-back championships no more.
You can't. So now the Lakers are sitting here with they'll have their first round pick next year, I believe, right? You know, you can't build. You see, the problem is once you got a max player like Luka, right? He's gonna make $60-70 million, right? You have to, because remember the cap this year is 57, I believe, officially.
You can only have one. You can only have one player like that. You can only have
one player like that, and you have to balance it out at the other end of the roster with a player on his rookie salary. You got to remember the OKC Thunder just won a championship with their second best scorer and player in Jalen Williams making $4. That is on his rookie deal, so he's because he was a second pick. He makes considerably more. I think he makes like 9, 10, 11 million. But again,
I want to see what happened
football. It's like football. It's very similar to football, right? As you know, you draft a quarterback and he hits and he's on his rookie deal. Like the Chiefs with Mahomes. Remember, he wasn't even the top of the draft. So he was making like 13th pick money, right? Wherever the hell they picked him at. And then they were able to build the defense, the line around him. Now you got to pay Mahomes. Okay, now you got to let some of that go. But by then, you've already started winning. You get what I'm saying?
Mahomes still is underpaid right now. You understand?
No, I get it, and that's on him. If he wants to take less money to make sure he can get a defense and a line, then that's on him. That makes sense. But at the end of the day, this is why. See, I told you this in football. That's been the model for free agency since 2000, where you have to. Go James Kingdom is here, man. So Johnny, my boy Philip ain't here yet. If you want to pull up, let me know. I'll drop the link is here. I'm gonna drop the link so we can talk, because But at the end of the day, the Lakers are not. They agree. The Lakers are done. The link is in the chat.
They done. They just in their air. This way, the Lakers are building. They getting their shit ready to build around Luka. That's what Lakers doing.
And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna waste. Hold on, but we're gonna waste 2 years of a prime of a guy that was in the finals in 2024. That's wild stuff, bro.
They didn't waste last year. Last year was a trade that nobody even saw coming. I don't see that as a waste. They finished third in the West. They lost in the first round.
Hold on. I'm not talking about last year. You saw the meme I gave you. They're talking about 2027 is when they're gonna try to land another. And what you doing?
They want to land another free agent in 2027.
Another big free agent. What do we just say? You can only have one. You can only have one big time. And okay, let's just say they get another $40 million guy, $50 million guy. Who's your? I've been telling you this, Rob. Who is your?
My thing is, the people saying that might not even be around in 2027. Meaning Rob Pelinka.
Oh, so now you're gonna have a whole new squad building the goddamn team back up, bro. You can't. I'm not do this.
I think the new owner about to come in there and clean house. I think he's about to clean house, whatever. Every new owner wants their own people.
Bro, Jeannie Buss has been playing sorority, kissing up to LeBron, because the jersey sales. Now look, the jersey sale thing, right? The league, hold on, the league is about to go into full revenue sharing mode. That means the Lakers selling all them Bronny jerseys. Oh yeah, for this year and I think next year. Then after the new CBA is that even jersey sales are going to be distributed equally. Meaning the Lakers going to sell all them jerseys, but OKC is going to get a piece of that revenue, and the motherfucking New Orleans Pelicans going to get a piece of that revenue, and shit like that.
I'm saying. New owner. Lakers are not in mom and pop small no more. That shit is done.
It's no coincidence that Jeannie decided to cash out now. She's gonna still be the governor, whatever the hell that means. But what it means,
I think Jeannie ain't gonna be around no more. To be honest, that shit is. She gonna be just like that motherfucker in Dallas. where you don't have no control. You don't get to say shit. You just fall off into oblivion. Jeannie's gonna disappear, slowly disappear. I'm just telling you.
Bro, she been on the sorority shit. She ain't been running the Lakers like a goddamn real
Been mom and
organization.
pops. She been mom and pops organization. She only got one money stream, and it was the Lakers. She don't make money in no other business. She don't make no money no other way. It's the Lakers and nothing for her. Jeannie wasn't even a billionaire until she sold the team. She was not a billionaire until she sold the team.
Until she sold the team. I got it. And that's what I'm saying. Ain't no coincidence she cashing out now. So she been running the shit to sell jerseys and not win. Bro, that's not... See, the Dr. Bus way, that's why shout out to my man L Explicit with the bubble in the cup. That song need to be all over the goddamn map now because he said Dr. Bus will be rolling in his grave at this shit. The Dr. Bus way is to win. I'm going to sell fucking jerseys because I'm winning. I mean, you want to sell jerseys because LeBron didn't want to
Dr. Bus died, I'm this way. Ever since Dr. Bus got sick, not even died. Ever since he got ill and Jeannie took over running the team been fucked up.
So you know what I'm talking about. And then all y'all got to show for it is that bubble in the cup. The bubble in the cup. All you gave LA was a bubble in the cup, you bum.
That championship is something everybody dream about, though. That's the whole thing. And it ain't that ain't the only thing they got. She got that
I'm a Knicks fan, bro. I'm a Knicks fan. I've been dreaming about a parade. I ain't dreaming about no goddamn Zoom call championship, nigga. Y'all had
that ring and been happy as fuck about it.
And look, shout out to LeBron. I just came from Orlando last week, man. It's beautiful. Them resorts down there is beautiful, bro. Them resorts down there is fucking nice. If you know, only thing you got is some bugs. You know, you might have some bugs on you playing golf. Man, come on, man. That shit wasn't tough. Only thing was, I told you what was tough, you know, for those brothers that were single, you know what I mean, not getting able to get out here and fly your honey out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what the official policy was on that, man. You know, you couldn't fly your little Instagram thought out. You know how these brothers do get finessed by all these goddamn. Anyway, look, we ain't gonna dwell on the Lakers because we ain't even talking about you yet. I guess your Warriors is in a better position than the Lakers are.
The Warriors in a fuck position too, to be honest. The Warriors, they hanging on the old shit, and they should have moved on from some
homie. But then why have you been fighting us for years when we tell you that the team need to get younger, that y'all need to bring in young prospects?
The Warriors fucked up when they went and got Jimmy Butler. That was a mistake. They made that.
It was a 1 year fix
for this last. They did the last run.
1 year fix,
bullshit, and now it's done. It ain't even that. Steph is about to be done. The old guard is all about to be done. Like KD, I'm telling you right now, KD in Houston, everybody all hyped about that shit. I'm not. KD ain't did shit in 5 years.
Shout out to my brothers on All Ball TV. They play on FYF channel now. You know, but them brothers talk about Steve Kerr. Here's why I don't like Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is shitty at young player development.
I've been saying that shit for years, but see, we agree about that. I've been saying that forever. Steve Kerr did not coach the Warriors, but Steph, Draymond, Clay came from Mark Jackson. He just inherited something that was good.
Steve Kerr
ain't no better than Phil Jackson. When you inherit something that's already there, and then you win with it, I don't give you the credit
over the top.
You didn't build it. You didn't build it.
I ain't want no part of Steve Kerr because the Knicks need going into this next year. We need young player development because again, that's where So you want to talk about where Indiana beat us? That's where Indiana beat us. So now let's talk about my Knicks. The fact that I'm beast about Jordan Clarkson and Gershon Yabusele. Number one. All right, Gershon Yabusele was I wanted a couple of them. Like we actually got the other French guy, that other four we got. Now again, I was just saying this morning, the Knicks need to get a 6'9", 6'8" guy, right? Precious Achiuwa is nice, but you know he's not like at some point he can't shoot the three. Gershon Yabusele, while he can't block shots and rebound like Precious Achiuwa, he can attack the basket, put the ball on the floor, shoot the three. Better than Precious. So we got what we need. Like, as soon as I said that, the next thing you know, I'm looking in Facebook. Somebody said we just signed Yabusele. Then I go to Shams. Oh shit, this shit broke 30 minutes ago. So as soon as I was talking about how we need to spend our tax level mid, see, you spend yours on Jake LaRavia when you need a goddamn athletic wing. I get, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but I ain't. Well, other than Caruso, which y'all lost after the bubble, I can't remember a white boy wing that could defend. I'm trying to think. Mm-hmm. Caruso is like remind me of Jason Sehorn back for the like. That's the last white boy quarterback that I can remember. And then he tore his ACL. He was never the same. We had to move him to safety. He was never the same after tearing his ACL. So, yeah, Yabusele was great in the Olympics, and we got him. And then we got Jordan Clarkson, right? All right, so Jordan Clarkson, we all know who he is, right? He's a fucking gunner. He is just dude never met a shot he didn't like, and he plays no defense. Cool. Those are his negatives. Here's what I noticed. When his team was better, when he was on better teams, he shot better from three. Like, so in his role,
with LeBron.
Huh?
That was with LeBron.
Yeah, we with LeBron, and it was a couple of them Utah years. So when he was better playing,
he was on.
Yeah, no, but don't you remember those Utah teams were the first seed? Remember the bubble one? I think the Utah team was like two seed.
When Mitchell was going off for a minute, but they got their ass beat real quick.
That's my point. You put him on a better team, his numbers go up. He's a straight gunner. He's 6'5". Again, we know he don't play no defense, but guess what? Look, he's a damn sure upgrade over Campaign. And like I said, Yabusele is an upgrade over Preston Chua. But what we need offensively. So now I'm like, okay, we can run it. Now the whole thing with the Giannis is not that happy. We could conceivably do a 2-for-1. Give him OG and Cat or Giannis. And probably a Bobby Porter. Bobby Porter's didn't ink his deal yet. So this free agency shit ain't over, man. There's gonna be some things developing. I'm not saying
to me, that should have been the number one thing y'all was trying to do was get Giannis, but at the same time, y'all got to get a fucking coach. Y'all got to hire a coach at some point.
Yeah, the coach will be in place by the 10th. Right before summer.
Y'all need a coach.
Okay, I'm telling you, bro. See,
you don't know how they're gonna be coached.
As I've been telling Cass, I told FYF when he came up here that y'all stop watching ESPN, stop watching national media. That what I listen to is Nick Fan TV, and even what's the name came on ESPN Radio, the Michael K show, CP the franchise, and he said, you got more inside information than most of the national guys. Yeah, because he does. They talk to CP the franchise, right? Mm-hmm. He got little sources in there. They're going to name the coach before Summer League. So now the fact that we actually got two of the better free agents with no money to spend tells me, okay, yeah, they told the agents who's like on the short list, and then JC and Yabusele is fine. Right, Brodny James. Like I said, Brodny James is the best perimeter defender on the Lakers right now. That's crazy. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I said this: the Knicks wanted every candidate they were interested in, and they haven't made a decision because they want to give everybody a fair chance, and they just wanted everybody in. They really still trying to get Kid in here, but Dallas don't want to play ball. It is. See, the funny thing is, Kid only got the 1 year left after this, and then they don't give him an extension. So it's like you holding him hostage. He probably wants to come to New York. He probably wants to try to get Giannis in here in the whole nine, but
that kid didn't want to get the fuck out of there since they traded Luka. He wasn't down for that shit.
Yeah, that's the next thing. So that's the next thing. So at the end of the day, like we not tripping off the coach. I've been saying it a long time ago. But again, all of this talk, I don't care what they say on ESPN because the Knicks don't talk to nobody. Leon Rose don't give interviews. They don't talk to nobody. They do not leak. So the only person that I trust right now is Knicks Fan TV because they got Fred Katz and Mark Stein, the only two motherfuckers that got any side of sources up in MSG. If it ain't even like Shams will get the news because somebody will hook him up. But other than that, they don't got no sources about that coaching search. So at the end of the day,
it's fake to me, but he just somebody ESPN generated.
Yeah, I got it. And again, for him to be breaking like 5 or 6 things on his Twitter, have a paragraph and everything, he got a team of motherfuckers just typing shit in the computer.
That motherfucker just came out of nowhere. As soon as the other boy retired or get whatever happened and got sick and whatever, ESPN made somebody. He elevated somebody.
But they just got a network. He's the face of the operation, but they got a whole network of fucking little reporters that get their information. Just get on the phone. I noticed that. Like, how can somebody break 5 stories in 2 minutes and have paragraphs and everything written for it? Like, you can't type that fast on Twitter. But we're not doing Dawn Staley. I think they did this. I think Dawn Staley got the name got out there just. It's almost like the Rooney Rule, like, right? Oh, okay. The Knicks look they probably acted. Dolan probably said Becky Hammond, nah, fuck out of here. I'll bring in Dawn Staley to interview, but fuck Becky.
I mean, all that shit be bullshit to me. It's like, it's the off season and there's nothing going on. It's the most boring time in sports. Everybody making up stories to keep viewers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Stephen A is on vacation. I think that nigga's still on vacation right now. It's like everybody shit is shut down. They just throwing shit out there.
Yeah, see, that's the again. Like I said, we taxpayers, we above the apron. So there ain't no Sam Cassell. But we taxpayers and all that. So all we had was the taxpayers mid, which is $6 million a year, right? And then we're gonna spend the block, and we're gonna get the rest of the rest when it comes down to the vet minimum guys, just to fill out the roster and call it a day. So at the end of the day, I'm actually happy because look, we bringing back our whole team. A lot of guys like y'all lost DFS, bro. That's a big loss, and the replacement with Jake LaRavia, bro.
I mean, I think the real replacement is a youngster in the second ring. I think that's who his real replacement is for next season.
Bro, your start center looking like your start center right now. Unless you get in, you better hope Ayton don't go to Indiana or some shit. He probably thinking, oh, wait, man, maybe I'll have a better role for me in Indiana or Boston. I'm getting both bought out anyway. Let me see if I can go fuck around with Jaylen Brown and really resurrect my career. If I go to LA,
that's a behind closed door situation because Luka and him got the same agent, so it's some backdoor discussions going on. So we'll see how that works out.
Again, you don't know that Luka wants. See, y'all gotta realize, man.
I said some backdoor discussions going on. So I don't know what Ayton gonna do because that the way he got bought out was crazy. He just came out of nowhere, and then you could tell something was going on when they started drafting centers and shit. It was like, why the fuck is Portland drafting the center? It's like even Portland is weird anyway. Why in the hell did they just trade for Ja Rule Holiday? You know what I'm saying? They said Holiday to fucking purgatory.
I actually think this time they think that. Let me tell you something. Boston, to me, I mean Portland is my dark horse to make the playoffs next year.
But Holiday don't want to be there. That's the problem. I think he's gonna get traded.
Might not be. I think they might talk him into being there, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
I think he's gonna be a trade deadline trade. I mean, he'll start the season there and get traded in the middle of the season.
We'll see. We'll see. Look, Denver. Let's go. I'm gonna go over the winners. Denver won big time. Big time. They got rid of Michael Porter Jr.
They got rid of Porter. Up, down. Sorry. Yeah, they got rid of that.
And they got a better guy who puts identical numbers but plays defense than Cam Johnson. Make considerably less money. Made considerably less money. He got the same deal as Mikal Bridges, basically.
And they got B back. They got what's dude's name?
And they got Bryce Brown back. Then they got Bruce Brown back. Yep.
Yeah.
Then they got Valanciunas in a trade for fucking Dario Saric. Yo, Denver's fucking rolling. Denver's rolling sevens right now, bro.
Yeah, but I don't know. We're gonna see how with Valanciunas. They back to center really don't play that big of a role. But we gonna see.
Houston is big renters. No, I mean, look, Valanciunas as Joker's backup, bro. Come on, man.
I just said we're gonna see what they backup center really do for them
See,
because
this is
usually
the
they
thing.
don't
This
do
is
much.
the thing, though, Rob. These are the people that the Lakers need. Now you telling me y'all punting the season?
I just told you I told you what the Lakers doing. The
But
room is
y'all
dead.
okay.
LeBron is
Let
on
me go to the
bullshit.
next winner.
They
Let me go to
trying to
the
get rid
next
of him.
winner. Let me
Yeah,
go to
they
the
trying to
next.
get rid of Bron. They want to give him a parade. Get the fuck out. That's what they want
Houston,
to do.
bro. Parade. Why y'all get this nigga parade to get out of
What I'm
second
saying,
round
no, I'm
twice?
saying they want to give LeBron. They want LeBron to announce his retirement, so they give him his farewell tour.
Oh,
Make
farewell
their little
tour.
money off that shit. They want to do that. They trying to get him to just do it, so they can let him go out gracefully.
Wow.
Instead
Hold
of
on.
saying,
This is
okay, you just
screenshot
gonna be a
worthy.
free agent at the end of the
This
season
is
because they
screenshot
know
worthy. This
they're
is
not saying
screenshot
they're not
worthy.
signing him back next season, bro. They ain't signing
OJ
LeBron back.
Kingdom. Are you telling me LeBron is just hanging on? They're not even trying to win. Year
LeBron
23.
is kicking and screaming right now because
It's not
he
true.
ain't
Hold
getting
on,
the go
Rob.
out like Kobe. He ain't getting the Kobe treatment on the way out the door. He ain't gonna get it
He don't
unless
deserve it.
he can't go back. He can't go back to Cleveland. Wherever we'll put it this way, if LeBron get the tour, somewhere else is gonna be because he took hella less money. He basically bought his tour.
But y'all expect an all-time great like Luka, who y'all just rock. I mean, he took a team to the finals. Y'all just took him off his team. Now look, he got calf issues. What do y'all like? Y'all expect him to play like? We all know people with calf issues now are very prone to Achilles
The whole
injuries.
NBA got calf issues now. It ain't just him.
Man, oh man. So go
Look at all
James
the torn
Kingdom.
Achilles you seeing. You ain't never seen this many torn Achilles in your life. I was just
Breaking news.
watching
Go
something they was
James.
talking about it.
Hold on, Rob. Breaking news. Lakers. So go. James Kingdom is telling me that the Lakers are not trying to win. Wow. And this don't affect LeBron's legacy. Why would LeBron be there taking $52 million to not win?
But you gotta
Oh,
understand, the
because
Lakers
Kobe
don't give
did
a
it,
fuck
and we're
about
gonna do
LeBron's
it because
legacy.
Kobe did it.
The Lakers don't give a fuck about LeBron's legacy because he's not a homegrown Laker.
No, see, that's the thing. Lakers don't give a fuck about LeBron's legacy, and LeBron never gave a fuck about that. They were just using each other
Exactly, and
as
that's why the
means for
split
it. But
is
we've
so
been
ugly right
telling you
now.
this.
That's why
Yeah,
it's an
bro.
ugly ass split.
See, you can tell me about the 17 rings all you want, man. The Lakers way is winning. They expect to win.
Yeah,
You don't bring a LeBron to your team to get out the first round 2 times in 7 years. You gotta take
exactly.
an L on that. And
Hey,
I
didn't I
know
say trade LeBron in '83 years ago? I said it 3 years ago. I
did
didn't
you
just say
now?
this. I said it 3 years ago. Trade them both. After
Look,
they
hold
lost
on,
to the
OJ.
Suns,
I
I'm
know
like, give me the
exactly why
both
they
of
getting
them.
sold. I done came on it. Jeannie done cashed out. Jeannie done cashed out.
Exactly.
Look, she done sold all her jerseys. She done sold all her jerseys, all her tickets. She done got all the pub and all the little extra shit out of LeBron breaking records, Kareem and all that.
All that. She got her money.
Oh,
And you know what it is? Every backdoor deal, every quiet conversation she had with LeBron and Clutch Sports, everything that they said is completely off the table. And it happened last year when they traded Luca and didn't tell them niggas shit. When
wait
they
a
traded
minute.
for Luca and did it without them, yeah. I think now I'm really believing they did it without them. They found out eventually, but the initial, they didn't have nothing to do with it. They had to talk to him eventually to get the business
Ooh,
shit right.
boy.
But you know what else was happening during that time that the people ain't never gonna talk about? She knew she was selling that team.
Of course.
You ain't never seen a team sold that quick ever.
Not for real.
This is just wake up in the morning, Lakers being sold for $10 billion. What the fuck? Where did shit come from?
When the valuation was 5.5, and again, of course, look. End of the day, I
But
wanted to
dude
talk
been a minority owner of the Lakers for a minute.
for a minute. So he just upped his cat. He just upped and said, all right, fuck it. But here's the thing, like in about 10, 20 years, he probably sell for $25 billion. You know what I'm
Probably
saying?
will, but
This is the
I'll
game.
give him
Hold
that.
on, because I wanted to just really get into this part real quickly, because from what I understand, like the new CBA is going to get players And this is the thing. Now, it's funny. I was thinking about how they would do this because you can't. I don't think you could give players a stake in ownership of the team that they're playing on. You can't do it, right? Because what happens if you want to trade the player, right?
You
gonna
can't
have a
own
stake
the
in
team.
own.
You can't. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
bad.
No, what they got. The only way I think about, and again, I don't know. When it comes to all this financial shit, I'm not the biggest expert, but I know you could do things like set a fund aside where, okay, they could do shit like set a fund aside, like equity, and put it into a certain account that the player, when they retire, upon retirement, can buy a stake in whatever whatever organization they can make a deal with. Because player ownership, right? They talking about these competing leagues coming over there overseas and shit, right? So that like Silver does not want to lose any stars to any competing teams, right? Like any competing leagues, like they trying to get shit in the Middle East and all that. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you know what? With you see the valuation of these teams, bro. If I'm LeBron, if I'm any big time, if I'm Giannis, if I'm any big time star for the rest of my career, I want to get something negotiated. Because it's almost similar to what Mike did. Mike did something a little bit different, but they pretty much put aside some money for him to buy in and eventually take over the Charlotte team, right? They made the shot, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, bro, that's the next level shit. That's the next level because the money you making is cool. But if I'm one of these, if I'm one of these top 10 guys, and my presence is raising the level, like Carmelo Anthony, I used to say this, him just coming to New York alone, whether they want or not, made New York more of a value franchise. And it's like, yeah, y'all shaming him about taking the money, bro. The amount of money he was making the Dolans, bro, he deserved every fucking penny he got, whether the Knicks were winning or losing. And that's the thing. That's the next level stuff. Because when you just saw, she just sold it. That team that was valued at 5.5, valuated at 5.5 billion, he sold for 4.5 billion more than it was supposed to be valued. You understand what I'm saying? So a player's gonna look at it like, bro, I'm the one that's kind of helping this. Even LeBron in his situation, he still believes, okay, look how much shit I even got my son's jersey to sell off the goddamn rack. Yep. Why ain't I getting a piece of this ownership pie? That's 4.5 billion above what it was valuated as. So it's like, yo, can I get me a 5% of one franchise? You understand what I'm saying? So that's the next level stuff. I mean, again, I'm not a big expert on that, and I'm just spitting off how you could actually do that, give players ownership stake while they still playing, while they earn the ownership stake while they're still playing. And it's like, oh, today is July 1st, right? As a Met fan, it's Bobby Bonilla Day. Yeah. my baby brother was born on the same day as Bobby. Actually, the same day we gave him that motherfucking contract way back in 1993. I think we gave it in 91 or whatever year we get. My brother was born in 93. And in July 1st, we get this motherfucker $1.something million all the way to the year 2039. My dude,
he getting the best contract ever. The smartest contract ever.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The deferment is something they could add in addition to, then you got to kind of make it's gonna be murky, but by the same token, Silver's gonna realize, look, my elite stars are gonna start wanting ownership, and I might lose them. I might lose of 1 or 2 stars or whatever. He don't even want to lose like 20th best player in the league. If they decide, let me go over there and I really give a fuck about money, so I'm gonna really go over there and own half of these goddamn franchises. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, the Magic situation, what he's talking about, the Magic situation was very similar at the time. Y'all realize at the time, 25 million for a sport athlete was fucking.
Yeah, that was crazy at that time. But I mean, now it's like that's nothing. But yeah, it was like huge because you didn't see. To me, it was kind of a dumb contract for Magic to sign, to be honest. But because he didn't have the foresight of the growth of the league either. But nobody knew it was going to explode the way it was.
Nobody
And
knew, but Magic got it on the back end. Yeah, Magic got on the back end. He invested well. There was a lot of capital
ownership on the
invested.
back end. Yeah, but he got ownership. They gave him ownership of partial ownership of the Lakers. So that was big for Magic. But
So that's
and
that's because his playing days early.
Kind of accelerated all of that too. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to retire early because HIV bullshit and all of that. So that accelerated everything for Magic financially.
Look, what we have, who conducted? We always have good discussions over here. This is actually segueing pretty good into the main topic about the hypothetical, right? And if you clicked on the thumbnail, you seen we got Kobe in the Hornets jersey, right? You know, because the hypotheticals is the what ifs, right? Obviously, the Tracy McGrady controversy, the fucking, then Gilbert Arenas talking about his little career and all this. All of that has led to like the topic of the last 2 weeks. And I'm one of these guys over here 10 toes down. I like to think that we talk educationally. We talk a little bit deeper than the surface and shit like that. I'm not trying to act like I'm Mr. Philosopher or nothing. But what I see is a lot of people doing it wrong, man. They doing it wrong. They having these discussions wrong. You know, they still running shows over there at FYF and Go Jays Kingdom about the whole Kobe and T-Mac stuff. Look, this idea that T-Mac would have just went over there and replaced Kobe 1-for-1. I used to say this as a Kobe troll. I used to say this. I hated Kobe. Y'all understand? One thing I don't do is I was in my early 20s. Me and Kobe the same age, right? So, I'm trolling Kobe fans. I'm trolling Laker fans. But at the end of the day, I knew what Kobe was. The one thing I was always was an objective fan. I could never sit there and say Kobe wasn't one of the best 2-3 players in the world, whether I didn't like him or not. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with LeBron, same thing with Jordan. Like, I give dudes their props to deserve their props. Y'all can call me a hater, this, that, or not. But at the end of the day, the fact that T-Mac thinks it's just as simple as, I was as good as Kobe, I'm going to come over there and win 3 rings. Well, he did say, I'm going to win at least 1 ring, right? And a lot of people say, he would have won the 3-peat would have been easy. Here's the thing, Rob, the 3-peat wasn't easy.
That shit wouldn't have been easy. No, that shit
wouldn't have been easy. Y'all barely survived the playoffs.
T-Mac ain't guarding Allen Iverson and shit like that like Kobe did.
You.
People miss out on Kobe guarding Reggie Miller and niggas like that. They gloss over that shit. Like Kobe wasn't putting in work.
T-Mac was a baby. T-Mac was only 20 years old in 2000, right? The year 2000, he's only 20 years old. He don't turn, because I think he got August birthday, later in the year birthday. Because he's born the same year as me. I was 21 during 2000, but he would have been 20 on his way to 21. He had just got the start. He just got the starting, like, in a starting lineup that year. So he didn't have the playoff experience, Kobe. The fact that Kobe got the man ball versus Utah, that was more in the playoffs than what's the name did, right? Then they got to the conference. They got to the conference finals in '98, got swept. Then they got to the second round in '99. They got swept too by was it San Antonio? No, San Antonio didn't sweep them. I think San Antonio beat them in 6. I would have to correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think San Antonio beat them in 6. Either way, Kobe already had 3 playoff runs under his belt. T-Mac didn't. So by 2000, if you think that T-Mac would have had the same cool in those Game 6 and Game 7 against Portland, you're not paying attention. Like Kobe had to bring that home.
Kobe did against Indiana when Shaq got in foul trouble either. When Kobe took over the game.
So everybody look, Kobe just averaged 15 points a game. Again, we all know when he stepped on Jalen Rose's foot, his ankle was swinging, and he was not going to he didn't need to put those numbers up. Somehow, if they needed him to put up 25 to 30 in some of them games, I think he would have done it easily, even with the bad ankle, because that was Kobe. But at the end of the day, Shaq got swept. It's like, everybody was talking about, like, Shaq could have just won with it. I heard you guys. Shaq could have won with anybody, any guard. Okay, why didn't he won with Eddie Jones and Penny?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Penny, I say they was young. To me, if Shaq would have stayed, they would have won some championships. But they was young. But now if Penny don't get hurt, you know what I'm saying? If, put it this way, if Shaq stay in Orlando and Penny don't get hurt, they was gonna win some shit. I don't care who was in the league. They was gonna win eventually.
Yeah, but, I mean that's true, and that's the thing. This is my thing. This is my thing, right? The whole you see, I got Pippen in the Sonic jersey. You think that they don't get somebody over there to help Mike win? You think like a 6-0 might not happen, but you think Mike see certain talent, certain guys are inevitably like even LeBron if he doesn't go to Miami, eventually they're gonna get the right mix. Maybe by 14, 15, maybe again LeBron will be now 11 years in the league, but he'll still only be 29 years old. But guess what? That'll put him at the same age, roughly, generally, like by give a year two take that Michael Jordan was.
Yeah.
But eventually they're gonna win a championship or two because certain talents are undeniable. That's the bottom line. I mean, look, unfortunately, like with Dominique's and stuff like that, Dominique was great, but he wasn't an undeniable talent, and he just never got that. Same thing with Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing never got that second guy. He was great. He wasn't undeniable. He was damn sure one of the best. That's why I put those guys where they belong in my 20s and 30s. But again, that's the difference between being top 10, top 20, and
Joker's going to be some of the greatest ever to play the game. I mean, they didn't just lose to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Patrick Ewing was losing to Bird. You know what I'm saying? He was losing to the bad boy Pistons.
Shout out to Woodard. Shout out to Woodard. Hold on. Shout out to Woodard for pointing out that Shaq got swept 6 times in his career. 94, 95, 96, 98, and 99. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they got swept his first playoff in 94, 95 in the finals, 96 by the Bulls, 98 by the Jazz, and 99 by San Antonio. Wow. Mm-hmm. Wow.
But look at the teams he got swept by. You know what I'm saying? He didn't just get swept. Look who he lost to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, 94, their first year in the playoffs, I think they beat Indiana in the first round. The second round, who did they do? I'm looking at Shaq's career. Let me look at Shaq's career because it's very important to the subject.
Yeah.
Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm going to look at his playoff career, 94, Orlando. They got swept by the Indiana Pacers. Oh, no, they got swept, but they didn't even beat the Indiana Pacers. The Rick Smiths and Reggie Miller swept them boys. The Knicks, I should have known because the Knicks, they eventually played the Knicks in a 50-win team. They got swept. We all know the team sweeping them in 96. The Bulls, we knew that one.
And then Utah.
98. Utah's 98. That's another 4-game series. And in 99, they got swept by
That was Utah again, wasn't it?
No, it might have been. Let me see. I think it was the Spurs. Spurs got them that year.
Okay.
Let me look. Right. Let me 99. Yeah, they swept the Lakers in the second round. So wow.
Yeah, that was Spurs.
And so I mean, Shaq again. Come 2000, Shaq is dominant. We get it. From 2000 to 2005, Shaq was the most dominant player in the league. He was always one from 92 to 2000. He was one of the best players in the league. But again, he got swept. He got swept 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way.
When it goes to shit, I want that
before he got Phil, I blame everything that happened with that team on the coaching. Because when you got Nick Van Exel, you got Eddie, you got Shaq. I mean, they had squad.
So you're putting Del Harris under the bus. You put Brian Hill under the bus.
I'm definitely putting on them coaches.
Here's the thing. This is a key stat to remember. For those, and shout out to FYF and what's the name? Y'all still watching? That's the problem with Shaq. You can never count on him in a fourth quarter.
Well, he can't shoot free throws.
So remember this. You had the Penny. You had Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones. The Shaq dominance goes away at the most important part of the game.
Yeah.
And then you had a guy like Kobe, who again, when as Shaq's own words, when Jerry West gave the contract, said, "Look, I know you. I got you your money, but look, I know you don't not thinking about this right now, but I got you a kid. Just you gonna win 3-4 championships with." Shaq ain't think about championships at this point. He just think about his money in his rap career and making movies and shit. All right.
He was in LA. He was big LA Shaq.
So this young Kobe cat. So when y'all want to call Kobe a sidekick, and y'all want to act like y'all could have just threw, I don't get. Look, I say 2001 because the Lakers were that much better. If you just swapped them out, I think they could have won in 01. And I don't think they sweep the West. I don't think they sweep the West like they did mine. So Shaq started getting some get back with Kobe. He started getting some get back. Remember, he swept 5 times in his career, 3 times in the West. No, well, 2 twice in the West. The other 3 times in the East. Obviously, of course, took all-time greats except for 94. I mean, come on. Matter of fact, you got Penny. I know he's a rookie, but y'all got swept by Rick Smith and Reggie Miller. Come on, nigga. All right? But the idea...
you don't put Shaq in the same sentence with Kareem.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Shaq is dominant during that little brief moment in time. It was a brief time that he was dominant like that. It wasn't that long.
But see, nobody...
you don't put him with Kareem. Kareem wasn't listening to nobody. He didn't give a fuck.
Nobody has considered this, that they needed Kobe to be that nigga. Kobe was the guy bringing it home. So when y'all call him a sidekick, and I know what they're doing over there. They're trying to equate that to Scottie Pippen. We're gonna get on the Scottie Pippen shit too, because I'm a level set Scottie Pippen. Y'all want Scottie to be on the same level as Kobe. Nigga, stop it. Y'all want Kobe. Kobe ain't on the same level as Dominique. That's what I got. Dominique higher than I have Scottie. And I'm not shitting on Scottie.
I can't do that. I gotta give Scottie his credit because the Bulls
go back and watch. Hold on, go back and watch. Neek used to destroy Scottie.
There's more to the game than scoring. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. More to the game than scoring.
But Scottie did a whole hell of a lot. Okay, he did a whole hell of a lot. Neek was the guy guarding Jordan, not Scottie. Scottie was guarding him, and he busted him in his head. Neek was very underrated, bro. Neek is so underrated.
Yeah, I love Neek. Neek was a one-man wrecking crew, but he didn't have anything.
I tell you exactly. He didn't have a team down in Atlanta. Unfortunately. Yeah. See, for those the guys that want to sit there and act like, oh, poor LeBron, he never got that second guy in. There's so many guys that should have been that second guy. I started with Carlos Boozer, DeJuan Wagner. People forget how good DeJuan Wagner was, but injuries fucked him up. And then they had Darius Miles. Him and LeBron played the same position. They got rid of Darius Miles. Remember, they traded Darius Miles. They traded Andre Miller to get Darius Miles. Now, they didn't do that. They obviously they didn't know they was going to get LeBron. They didn't know they were going to win the lottery. But if they kept Andre Miller, then LeBron has a good point guard.
Exactly.
Good point guard to stay with. You know what I'm saying? Look, everybody's not going to be, and that's the thing I want people to understand. Y'all got a level set. When y'all really look at these players, when y'all do the all-time list, again, my thing, I try to think I know I did the whole games with the Chat GPT on FYF channel and Go James Kingdom and all that. I did it on this channel, but throw that bullshit out. How good was the motherfucker? How good was he? Like, to me, Shaq was one of the most, but Shaq, the problem with Shaq, and he almost had a lot of Wilt Chamberlain-isms, right? And even with Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell was, look, Shaq, how you this fucking big and you can't get 15 rebounds? Shaq used to get mad at that because, in a way, it's true. Bro, you never got a rebounding title. You that big. You should be throwing motherfuckers out of the way to get these boards.
Because he was 350 fucking pounds. Well, even bigger. Whatever he was.
Hold on, Rob. Early in his career, he was missing 3% body fat.
Oh yeah, but that didn't last very long. I'm just being honest.
I see that. He got to LA, started liking too many burgers. You know, I'm a burger.
LA was Showtime Shaq. He was LA Showtime Shaq. That's where he really learned not to be in shape no more. He got hella big and realized my weight alone, I can get through these motherfuckers just because I'm heavy. I'm knocking everybody off the fucking court. You know what I'm saying? I'm just hella big now. So he got lazy with everything.
Shout out to
never got
CW. CW just told us that Dominique and Gerald, so that's little cousin love. His mom starred Dominique and Gerald, cousins of our co-host CW.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, shout out to Rakim the Great. Shaq is greatly overrated. Scotty's not like that. Scotty was great. Scotty's one of them guys that you want to teach your son to play like that.
Exactly. That's one guy, like ultimate team player. He is the ultimate team player. Will do anything.
But the idea that these channels try to act like he's on Jordan's level or did more than Jordan. Please stop. Please stop. I mean, some of the stupid shit I be reading. He did everything else. Why? Because he got a half or more rebound a game than Jordan at forward. Bro, stop it. He handling the ball, and I said this. He handled the ball offensively more in the triangle offense than Jordan did. Yeah, Scottie Pippen was very inefficient. Scottie Pippen could not get to. Scottie Pippen has 6 30-point playoff games in his entire career.
When you play with MJ, you're not gonna get 30. I'm just being honest.
Hold on. He played at least 70 playoff games without MJ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know. On the back end with the bad back, right? I know. On the back end with the bad back. But wait a minute. You telling me Scott and the MJ couldn't use him getting 30 at the same time? Look, bro, it ain't that hard for 2 players to get 30 on the same roster. Bro, even David Robinson and Tim Duncan could get their numbers together. When David Robinson,
that ain't how the Bulls played, and that ain't how they won. So you gotta leave it up to what it was.
The problem again, you know what it is. You know what it is. Scotty was never asked to be. See, and then again, there was many nights anybody could get 30. I'm sorry, especially in that plumbers era that y'all like to say FYF. Anybody can get 30. The idea. And again, he played over 70 playoff games without. Okay, how many times did he get 30 in 94? Oh, okay.
Mike was retired. I don't know. Shit, to be honest, I don't know all this.
Yeah, I know. He didn't do it a lot. That's my point. Now,
but that was never Scotty's game. That wasn't the best. Scotty.
This is the point. Hold on, Rob. This is the point because he didn't have that deep of a bag. Scotty was really great at facilitating and finishing in the open floor. But as far as drawing up plays to get him an open jump shot, he was not going to make it like that. His bag wasn't deep enough.
That wasn't his game. Yeah, that wasn't his game.
But that's my point. So to sit there and say, well, that was Mike's game. Mike's bag was deeper than that. Yeah, this man had all of 94, 95. Okay,
Scottie Pippen was another form of Magic Johnson, just like LeBron is another form of Magic Johnson.
Yeah, but even Magic. Hold on. As a rookie, a 20-year-old rookie, Magic got 40.
Yeah,
Scottie never had 40 in his fucking career.
Hold on now. Fucked his knee up, and he didn't score like that no more.
Okay, no, I didn't say you said. See, FYF, you do that a lot. I'm just saying a lot of people say it, and you don't necessarily correct them. So don't be like, oh, you never said that the plumbers ever. I love when y'all play that. I love when you advocates play like that.
I never said that was a lot of people. I never said that shit. No,
I know you too, Rob. But again, the same thing I tell Aziz. Y'all know that a lot of bronze sexuals say that, and you never correct them. The same way I tell, look, if you use a 6-0. That's the stupidest argument to say 6-0 is better than 4-6. I never use that argument. And I correct niggas, Jordan fans, Zesty Jeffries, whatever y'all want to call it, JDRs, whatever y'all want to call it. Bro, use a deep argument. Matter of fact, I heard Skip Bayless saying 6-0. And I'm like, this is why I don't fuck with Skip. Nigga, you a dumbass. You are on that level of a sports commentator, and you're using 6-0 is better than 4-6. Because at the end of the day, you can flip it. Yes, getting the 10 finals is more impressive than getting the 6. Now, getting the 10 finals in the context that LeBron got the 10 finals, and the era where he got the 10 finals, and the conference with a lack of competition is not as impressive. And then what happened in the finals was not as a person. That's why I go deeper than 6-0, 4-6. So at the end of the day, okay, Scotty did not have the same bag. He didn't. He was, again, we knew how he could score. But the idea that he resents Jordan or he resents Phil for not drawing up that last play, because Scotty wasn't a draw up a last play type of player. His jump shot wasn't that good. He didn't have the secondary moves. He was good at producing. This is why he don't have a 50. I don't think he has a 15 points per game season. Now he has one under college, so he never got over 17 points a game outside of the triangle offense. That's a fact. That's a fact. Okay. Yeah. So when y'all sit there, who are your channel? Your whole comment section, Lamont. Come on now, stop it. The whole Go James Kingdom comment section. Y'all love the whole. Y'all rock with these. We done with the 90s motherfuckers. Come on now. Let's stop it. JJ Redick, well, he called the 60s plumbers, whatever. But come on now. Y'all know what we getting at. Y'all know what we getting at.
I'm like this about Scotty. You got to give Scotty this, though. Scotty came within 1 quarter of knocking Shaq and Kobe out the playoffs. Yeah. And going to the finals.
Yeah. And you know what?
Playing the Scotty Pippen game. Playing the Scotty Pippen game.
Here's the difference, right? You're right. Playing the Scotty.
The part of his game that failed him, though, was defense. He couldn't guard Kobe, and they kept trying to put him on Kobe, and they should have did that. Not down the road. Then Kobe, and that's the thing that people forget. Kobe came alive. That's why when we say T-Mac wasn't ready for the T-Mac. Again, Mac was a bad Listen, Mac was so bad. I remember one time he was tearing Sprewell up. Sprewell, one of the great defensive guards of the league. But Sprewell is 6'5", and Mac is 6'9". Mac can look like they list him as 6'8", but Mac was all of 6'9". He played taller than that. We had to put Marcus Camby. I remember this is the game in 02. This is the game in 02. We had to switch Marcus Camby because Spree, none of the Knicks wings were even close enough to bother T-Mac. We had to put Marcus Camby. No shooting guard can guard T-Mac, and that's including Kobe, none of them can guard T-Mac.
Yeah. So when he was on, when he was on, he was on. When he was on, he was most definitely on. But again, there's levels to it, man. There's levels to it. I don't think Mac, with Shaq fouled out or with Shaq not being affected down the stretch, as we know, with the combination of Arvydas Sabonis, Brian Grant, Rasheed Wallace, they were able to keep Shaq. See, that's the thing. There's times where there was defense set on Kobe. There's times that was defense set on Shaq. But Kobe is 21 years old, and again, if they were down 15 points, I never forget it. I was so I didn't. You gotta understand. I didn't want the Lakers to win. I damn sure wanted to see. I wouldn't have been mad if Scotty won another ring. I would have been mad. I would have made him better than Mike. See,
I was rooting for Scotty then too. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
I wanted to see him get to the final just because he had got the shit they had said about him when he was in Houston. Mm-hmm. Maybe you want to see Scotty win. And then I want to see James, Smith,
Bonzi, Sabonis. I wanted to see the boys win that, but guess what? Kobe came alive in that fourth quarter. Again,
and they win games. They can make a shot. I mean, it was a combination.
And that's the thing. Hold on, I want to get to it. The same thing with Scotty. Scotty was not a good fourth quarter player. He was not that great of a big game player, bro.
But it was more than Scotty. It was Steve Wallace, Steve Smith, Bonzi Wells. Nobody can make a fucking shot. That was like
Scotty was the unofficial leader. He was the captain of that team. He wasn't the best player, but he was the captain of that team. So they needed his championship experience, and he came up small. Let's keep it.
He was Magic Johnson. He was not. Michael Jordan. He was Magic Johnson.
Now you're insulting Magic Johnson because Magic.
Saying that's how Magic led. But Magic. But remember, Tragic Johnson happened too. Now Magic had his failures as well. Don't get it wrong. But
you're right. Remember, Tragic Johnson over dribbling. Hold on, but over dribbling. That only let the game go to overtime. It didn't lose the game. Again, And he actually showed up well in the overtime. It just so happened that Boston made a one-on-one more play, and that was game one. That wasn't. That was early in the series.
The Lakers didn't go to Magic and say, win us in fourth quarter. Magic kept passing the ball, getting the ball to Worthy, getting the ball to Kareem, getting the ball to Byron Scott, running, doing everything they did. It wasn't never like, here, Magic, go get us 20 in the fourth quarter to win the game. He wasn't doing that.
See, here's a bit. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Again, Scotty was just not that guy to go to in fourth quarters in big games. Scotty was a guy. No, Scotty was a guy that could spread out the work over a long ball. But
that's what he is. Exactly.
Magic. I mean, Mike was the guy to bring it home. Same way Scotty. Exactly. Same way Pippen. I mean, Kobe was the guy to bring it home. Mind you, what did I tell? What did I just show? Thank you, Woodage, for the info. Shaq got swept 5 times. Why? Because I mean, come on. You telling me a guy like Shaq, why do you get swept 5 times in your first fucking 7 years in the league, bro? How? You know why? Because he's not a guy that changes the game at the end of the game. He's the guy that can spread out the work and make it dominant and hard to beat over the course of a season. But when it comes to the playoffs and you're playing a team that's going to adjust to you, this is the reason why Shaq didn't have that secondary bag, and he needed a Kobe.
Well, when you say Shaq is all this, you got to remember, he called himself the most dominant player in the league, but he got shut down by Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, that's a little overdone, but you're right. In a big spot, yeah.
I'm just saying.
See, my thing is Shaq. My thing is, if Shaq is that dominant, you talk about 5 sweeps. All we need you to do is win 1 game and you don't get swept. So you need to tell me your dominance could not just win 1 game.
Now Houston, let's go Orlando, Houston. Shaq got him 1 game and they fucked it off at the free throw line. That ain't on Shaq.
Yes, Nick Anderson. I get it, but you know what? Guess what? Then we need Shaq. See, that's the thing. A Kobe wouldn't have let them get swept. But put it this way. A Kobe wouldn't let and I'm not trying to diss Penny. I know, Hollywood Herman, if you ever heard this from FYF channel. I'm not trying to diss Penny, but a Kobe would not let them to get swept. That's the deal. Okay, yeah, Kobe, young Kobe got swept twice, but that's young Kobe. That's young Kobe.
But Kobe different, man. Kobe different. That's what I'm saying. Kobe is different. That's a different.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that I want to get. That's the thing that I really want to drive home with this what if shit. Because again, I sit there and say on Game of Thrones, right? I'm still thinking of Ned Stark. How later in the series, Sansa and what's her name were talking. And they said anything that comes after, they said, Father always used to say, Ned Stark, you always say, anything that comes after the word but is horseshit. The way I feel in sports, anything that comes after the word if, would've, could've, or should've is horseshit. Because guess what? Who gives a fuck what if, would've, or could've, or should've happened? It's only what happened. We don't get, what did Avon Barksdale say in season 1 of The Wire? We don't do this shit over. You want to put time back on the nigga this referee was so shook that Avon was going to kill him over a basketball game that the nigga was going to put time back on the clock and do this shit over. Yo, shout out to The Wire, man. Shout out to Avon Barksdale as a character. That was some, because he lost. Look. The nigga lost a bunch of money, but it's like, you really think that I'm this shook over losing some money to Prop Joe that I'm going to do some shit and disrespect the game by because you scared of me, putting shit back on the clock so you can call the foul and no, there ain't no if, would've, could've, should've. So many people get drawn into this would've, could've, should've. I'm a Knicks fan. How many ifs and would've, could've, should've I can fucking live off? I'm not living off of it. Bottom line is we never fucking won in 53 years. We had like 3 opportunities to win. We didn't win. Is that shit? I'm not gonna take CW, my co-host, is a Spurs fan. I'm not gonna say if Canby was healthy, if you went in tear his Achilles, we would have spanked y'all. Now I feel that way, but what does it matter? It's nobody gives a fuck. I'm gonna come up. Oh yeah, if we would have had you in, Yeah, we the damn sure because y'all, Avery
Shit,
Johnson couldn't guard no.
what if Magic don't get HIV? No, but
Thank
you
you.
know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
It's all
Thank
kind of
you.
shit you can say.
It's
Like,
what happened. And I said this too. I said this a lot too when I did my debate the other day. I said, look, Magic, bro, I don't think that the Bulls go 6-0 if Magic never get, because I think the Lakers would have
what if
got
Bird
enough.
don't hurt his back? What if Bird don't fuck his back up? You know what I'm saying? It's
What if
all
he
kind of
paid somebody to pave the driveway?
What
You
if
know what I'm saying?
Isaiah don't tear his Achilles? You know what I'm saying? It's
Thank
too
you.
much. It's
It's
too many.
all of it's what happened. Unfortunately, these injuries happen. These
Yeah,
circumstances happen. What if Driver Petrovic don't get in that car? You know what I'm saying? What if
exactly.
Reggie
Yeah.
Lewis don't have the heart problem? What if Len
What if
Bias
Lynn Bynes
don't
don't
take
die?
coke? Yeah.
Exactly. Lynn Bynes and
Again, and that's the thing. Unfortunately, we have these situations happening, alternate course of history. But at the end of the day, look, maybe there's an alternate universe like Marvel, where some of this shit goes down the way y'all want it to go. You know what I mean? But no,
Lakers
we in
ain't
this.
injured the first in what was that 90 or whatever they played the Bulls. The Lakers ain't fucking injured then. Chicago
But
might not win that series.
But that's my thing, because I sit here and I'm going on all these streams and I'm pulling my hair out. Why do more basketball fans than anybody too? What if the fucking Falcons run the ball? Then Brady got one less ring, right?
Exactly.
Matter of fact, what if the tuck rule? Brady has 5 rings.
What if the immaculate reception ain't called a catch? Raiders got another Super Bowl. Oh, it's like it's all kind of shit.
There's no do-overs.
Yeah.
They want to put an asterisk on OKC. Unfortunately, it happened. What happened to highly happened. You cannot take that away. But see, for the zesty fans, for the zesty Ramones and all that, again, even with LeBron's 2 rings, what if Duncan doesn't get taken out of Duncan gets 6-0 and LeBron has 1 less ring? Unfortunately, it happened. What if Ray Allen fucking stepped on the end line? LeBron Bosh gets the rebound, and Ray Allen steps on the end line, setting up for the 3. There ain't no what ifs. It's what happened. What happened happened. That's it. You don't get no fucking
Melo would
do-over.
have went to Miami instead of Chris Bosh. No,
Thank you. Thank you. What if Dari? I mean, we can do all the what ifs. I'm the marvelous world of hypotheticals. Like, nigga, I'm not Doctor Strange. I don't got the fucking time stone. Well, I could just.
What if Kobe and Shaq don't never separate? What if
you know what I'm saying? Again, what if you don't? What if you got it?
They're the ones 7 to 8. You don't know what they would have did.
Yeah. What if Hornets say, nah, I ain't taking motherfucking Vlade Divac for this kid? The hell no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna own his draft rights. Blah blah. Oh no, I think the rule was if he don't sign for you,
you don't want to get into what it
draft.
Jerry West did. There's so much he did to help the Lakers.
Funny. Larry Bird actually has 2 rules that he altered. So the Larry Bird exception, obviously, a team can go over the cap, and then the Larry Bird rule where you can't. Yeah, if a player comes out or if a player's in the draft. I think you officially had to enter the draft. But remember, Red Auerbach drafted him in '78, even though he knew he was going back to school. Red Auerbach did some crazy shit, bro. Red Auerbach was a motherfucker. But Red Auerbach and the Lakers ownership, because the Lakers ownership was again, y'all fucking got Byron Scott the 4th pick. Y'all got James Worthy the 1st pick. Y'all were a fucking good team. Y'all got Magic Johnson for Gail Goodrich. Like, y'all just were jukes in these teams, bro. That's why I always tell you the Lakers had never done this shit where we're giving up all our first future draft equity for one player. No, y'all would get a fucking pick to get the players y'all wanted. You know what I'm saying? Look, Dyson Daniels is a young soldier. Dyson Daniels was taken with the Lakers pick that traded for AD. He's now the best defensive player on the perimeter in the league. And what do y'all need? The perimeter defender. But, like I said, man, the marvelous world of what if we could do this all freaking day. Look, bro, we just read up 30 fucking alternate universe scenarios. It don't matter. What we have is what's in the history book. So it's
But
like,
to me, all this shit come from motherfuckers talking about sports endlessly every day, all day long,
thank
which
you.
is
And it's,
because of
you know,
social media.
and look, we the
Because
suckers.
back in the day, we didn't talk about sports like this. When
Not
I
like
was a
this.
kid, we were playing. We wasn't talking about it. We were
Thank
playing.
you.
We were on the
Thank you.
court. We was in the gym. We was where we was
Thank
at.
you.
I was playing baseball,
Thank you.
football, and basketball. So I was
Thank
playing.
you.
I got to watch when I had
Thank
time to
you.
watch because I was playing myself.
Feedback.
You know what I'm saying?
Tracy McGrady. Look, and I'm sure you
I
live
had
with
VHS
Tracy
tapes
McGrady.
full of fucking Chicago Bulls games, Laker games, and all this shit because I was playing. So that's the only way I could watch the game was either late night when they did a replay or if I
Mm-hmm.
taped it on the VHS. That's when you had to set the timer and all that shit. And if you fucked up, you missed the game, you'd be hella mad because you have a full tape full of some shit. You like, what the fuck is this? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I got
You
you.
turn the tape on, be a movie or some shit. You like, what the fuck happened to the game?
I got you, man. I got you. And
But
now,
now
I
it's
mean,
like
look,
nigga, that's all day, every day. You got all these sporting shows, that's nonstop. You got 24
everything is
hours
about
of sport.
content. Yeah.
Yeah, of sports shows. All I mean, the shit started at fucking. Well, I'm in the West Coast, so it started at say maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to fucking at least 4 o'clock in the afternoon. All you got is talk shows about sports on
I
three different
remember
stations. You know what
I
I'm
remember
saying?
when I was in Vegas. I remember when I was in Vegas the first time, turning on the TV, and yeah, that whole looking at a Knicks game at 4:30 in the afternoon was
Yeah,
wild, bro. I mean,
yeah,
back then the Knicks was in the playoff against the Nets. I think, yeah, the Knicks and the Nets, and I had to catch that shit at like 4:30 when I was in
yeah.
Vegas the first time. Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I can't even understand how y'all watch West Coast games. I'll be like, how the fuck y'all niggas up at 10:30, 11 to 1 in the morning watching a fucking basketball game? I ain't doing that shit. But wait, I
See,
went to the Caribbean. And everything was on East Coast time. And it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, like midnight or something. I turned on the Lakers was playing. And
you
I'm
know
like, damn, this is what
when I
these
go to
motherfuckers be
Brazil,
doing.
when I go to Brazil, it's either 1 or 2 hours ahead. So
Yeah.
depending on daylight saving time. So yeah, it'd be the West Coast games be even later. It'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning. And
Yeah,
then 2
that's
o'clock
what
in
I'm
the morning
saying. I
out in
was like,
Brazil.
because I was trying to find something that came on. It was a box, it was a fight that came on. But it was coming on West Coast time. You know, it's like 8 o'clock West Coast time. And I'm like, when the fuck the fight
Uh-huh.
coming on? I keep trying to find it. It's like midnight and the fight was on. I'm like, God damn, I forgot I'm over here on the East Coast. This some fuck shit. I'm like, I can't even be over here watching sports.
Bro,
I
you gotta
couldn't
be
do it.
dedicated, man. You gotta be dedicated, you gotta have a night job, night gig. Yeah, man. That's how it
Absolutely.
go. But you know what?
Yeah, I'm like, shit.
That's what happened when you a basketball junkie, man. That's what happened when you a junkie. But
Yeah,
you know, yeah,
yeah.
so
Even
every now and then
NFL, man. In the West Coast, we wake up. NFL started at 10 a.m.
I
Our
know that
first
shit is
game was
wild
on
too.
at 10 a.m. And I'm like,
That shit was
okay.
bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to T Perfect and what's his name? Them guys in Hawaii. They get up to do they get up to do the noon shows start noon East Coast. They get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. They 6 hours behind in Hawaii.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy. In
Yeah, I
Hawaii,
got a partner in New Zealand that's watching Raider games, and it's like Monday. We Sunday, and it's like Monday over there or
yeah,
some shit.
I know they a whole day ahead. Yup.
He watching the game
The
at like 2
Philippines,
o'clock in the morning on a Monday. I'm
the
like, hell
Philippines
no.
is exactly 12 hours ahead of us, right? So the Philippines and like New Zealand is a 1 hour, like 1 hour ahead of Australia, but Australia and the Philippines is like maybe like 12, 13, or 14 hours ahead of us. So
Yeah,
they,
that should be
yeah,
crazy. Fuck, I'm like, how are you watching the fucking game, bro? I'll be asleep.
bro.
Like, I can't even fuck with it. This is all bad.
All right, so we hold on. We got FYF up here, man. What's going on, man? What do you think about the comment we have? Because I'm really trying to level set a bunch of shit up here. Are you there?
I'm about to say, is somebody else talking? Because I can't hear him. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, this should be good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Oh man.
Listen, man.
You trying to kill Shaq and Scottie Pippen?
Hello?
No, I'm level setting. I'm level setting because at the end of the day, the truth need to be told. Them guys were not the guys that get in games, and at the end of the day, Like I said, my man Woodage. Shout out to my man Woodage. I forgot Shaq was swept that many times. He was swept 5 times in the 90s alone.
Yeah, but so this is the backwards way to look at players. Like that'd be like Hakeem Olajuwon is in almost everybody's top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But he missed the playoffs or lost in the first round 8 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is when we say Hakeem Olajuwon, is the first thing you say the 2 championships and the footwork, or is the first thing you say he missed the playoffs? He lost in the first round or missed the playoffs 8 times in his career.
Okay. Well,
when you talk about Shaq, nobody starts with the bottom of their career. We all the thing what you're talking about with Shaq is the same thing that Jordan has on his resume. Every player that's ever played NBA basketball has losses or games where they were disappointing. This is not what makes them great, and is not the separator between 2 great players.
Completely agree.
It's just how your career goes.
Completely agree. But here's the thing: is the level setting. Because when you say Shaq was dominant, Shaq was that dominant.
Was he not?
Again, he wasn't dominant enough to stop his team from getting so. See, so I don't try to stop. I don't try to. I really you got to level set the argument, because again, as great as he was, no. I want you to understand it more, because this is the thing. I really hate. And again, I know we probably agree that we have to strip, like we go back with these alternate scenarios. Well, what if Jordan didn't have Pippen? It's not like I don't care. Like some guy was asking me how many series did Jordan win on Pippen? It's the stupidest argument. I don't care when he got an all-star level Pippen, they lost 1 series, right? Now the Jordan without Pippen argument, is a dumb argument. But again, you guys don't. You know that Pippen was not an all-star right away. It took him 3 years to become an all-star, right?
But you act as if that conversation just appears out of thin air. Because typically when you hear Jordan had Pippen, it typically stems from people running around saying LeBron James had super teams. And they want to act as if Jordan.
So it's a level set. So then it needs to be level set, because again,
right here, because you just said as dominant as Shaq was, how was he getting swept? Well, as dominant as Jordan was, how was he getting swept? I mean, I can
great. Exactly. Playing superior teams. Okay. See, I could look. We already named it, right? They were great teams. Right now, mind you, Utah was equal. These same people that say Utah was the worst team that Jordan played.
Hold on, but what does that got to do with anything?
See, no, it has a lot to do with it, because I think first of all, I'm not trying to leave that off. I forgot. That's something I forgot. But it's like, then you got to realize.
Who said that?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like who?
Somebody reminded me that Shaq got swept the amount of times. And again, it's not this. I'm not going to leak. Mind you, this is something I forgot. I know he got swept a few times. I didn't know it was 6, and I didn't know it was 5 of his first 7 years. Again, this is what I need you to understand, because Kobe was on 2 of those teams. Hold on, Kobe was on 2 of those teams. But what I said is, once Kobe grew up and became that equal level star that could close out games at a superstar type level, then it was on. And see, I don't want to do what if.
That never happened. Nobody denies that.
No, but you know what? Nobody is telling you that story. When we do the whole
Everybody tells the story.
Oh no, but we've done this whole T-Mac. Again, when I come on your panel, I say, look, T-Mac was a bad mother. I just put T-Mac over. I told you when Jeff Van Gundy and his defense could not do nothing with T-Mac with Latrell Sprewell and everybody else. We had to put our center on him. We had to put our center, who's a unique defensive weapon himself, winning defensive player of the year. No, it has everything to do with. Again, I want you to understand. Just the talent alone is not the reason why the Lakers won. We know you know that as well as I do, but a lot of people will act like, "Oh, we can just interchange those parts." That's not how it works.
That's not what T-Mac was saying. That's not even what people are saying.
A lot of people are coming up with that.
What y'all said is y'all are making it seem as if T-Mac is saying, remove Kobe, put me in the exact same situation, and we have the same results. T-Mac was just saying, if I'm part of a 1-2 duo of me and Shaq, and I have an organization similar to that of the Lakers that's always players, and if I have one of the greatest coaches of all time, where we know the Lakers are always going to go out there and try to get the best coaches. He says if he has a machine behind him like that, along with an elite top 10, top 5, top 2 player next to him, it's going to lead to a championship or two.
I agree, and I completely agree with that.
He never said remove Kobe off any of those 3-peat teams and put me in place of him, and we have the same results. What he's trying to let people know, because they were talking about ring culture only. Ring culture has a lot to do with luck. What team you fall on at the right place at the right time. And if you are, I'd use the example of James Worthy and Dominique Wilkins. If the Lakers decide to take Dominique Wilkins instead of
another one,
then James Worthy gets left off the first top 50. And Dominique,
he's in Atlanta, and
we all know where Dominique was. That's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is, when the first top 50 came out, Dominique, even with the averaging 30 points per game and looking like one of the
absolute robbery. It's an absolute robbery.
Hold on. He was left off of the first top 50 list, and James Worthy was put on there. James Worthy was put on the first top 50 list because he got luck. He was able to play with Magic and win championships. But Dominique, as great as he was drafted to the Hawks and they were not winning no championships. But you cannot tell me that if you swap James Worthy,
completely agree,
Dominique Wilkins, the Lakers don't have very similar results. That's not disrespect. That's just telling you sometimes look at a draw.
I mean, could you imagine Magic Johnson throwing the ball to fucking James Worthy, bro? Alley-oop, all that shit.
You mean Dominique? You mean like you talking about Showtime becomes vertical. Hold on, Showtime becomes vertical. I see it for Lamont. Remember, I'll tell you a lot. I'll tell you a lot, Lamont.
Right there. That explains ring culture. The perception left Dominique Wilkins off the first top 50 list, but it put James Worthy in because of ring.
Put him in, and I believe, first of all, and again, this was said on your platform as well. Scottie Pippen only had 10 years in the league, less than 10 years in the league, and they put him on there. They put him on that list. I believe Dominique should have been there. And again, I'm not want to take this guy off, but Dominique absolutely belongs on that list. And again, it's just the perception, it's the ring culture, it's everything else. See, a lot of times I tell you, Lamont, I agree with a lot of your takes. It's just watch where we disagree. We don't necessarily always disagree on a lot. We agree on a lot. And that's why I'm trying to have this conversation, because it's like people do so many of these alternate hypotheticals that they start to live in an alternate universe where they're imagining.
But King Roll, the problem is this right here, just like the guy below you. If I were to say, if I remove James Worthy and I put him on the Hawks and I put Dominique Wilkins on that Laker team, is that a disrespect to say James Worthy if I say that the Lakers still win them same championships? Hell no.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because I think even Worthy knows it.
It's the same situation. How is it disrespecting Kobe if we taking a guy who talent-wise is almost not 100% equal, but in the same tier? And if we put Tracy McGrady in a similar situation with Shaquille O'Neal, they don't win some championships. That is not disrespecting Kobe. That's just basically.
And that's the thing. And here's the thing, though, Lamar. And again, I told you, I agree with Mac. I agree that Mac was so great, so talented. But then there are levels, because when people say, and I want you to understand, because again, I invite people to go back and really watch, because that's. You can watch two guys that had that history, and they're both in my top 10. They might not, one not by being in top 10, but to see two top 10 guys who had their beef, who were dominant together, talk to each other at the end of each of their career, and then really went back, and they really were talking about from the beginning to the end of their relationship, right? And then even after, when they were shooting shots at each other, and Shaq said, how my ass tastes. But they came back and they had a meeting of their minds, and they said this. bro, these championships were not easy. We didn't step in the league just thinking, oh, we're going to show up and just win. No. They had to go through a lot of battles. As we said, the 2 Game 7s. And that's my thing. Why I believe 0-1, without a doubt, you could have put Mac there. I don't know if they sweep the West. I don't know if they go 4-4-4 in the West.
That's
but
the point. That's not what T-Mac was saying.
No, I know. Again, I get that.
Nobody cares about what he could have did in any individual year. I'm just saying, if you take a prime Shaq and if you take a prime T-Mac,
they gonna win a championship. Yes, eventually they're gonna win. See, again, remember what I said, Lamont. I said certain talents are Hold on, but Lamont, I'm saying certain talents are undeniable. Like a Shaq and T-Mac's talent will go. Even if they lose one year, they're gonna fix whatever's wrong next year. They're gonna make that work. And again, I agree.
The whole premise is that everybody was pretending as if T-Mac was disrespecting Kobe. This has nothing to do with Kobe.
Well,
and it has
you're right. And again, I think for those that see, Lamont, I agree. Again, I agree that he wasn't necessarily disrespected, but then a lot of people it's the takes that come off the takes, and it's to take people watching that, and a lot of people thinking too simple-minded about it. The reason why I said go back and watch the thing, because they didn't believe it, and no, those championships were not that easy. Again, they needed that Game 7 against what's the name. Then they needed everything to happen against Sacramento.
Nobody said that, but nobody said it was easy.
No, a lot of people see. That's the thing. A lot of people think it was. And again, all right, you're right. Not the people that matter, but a lot of people didn't think, oh yeah, Shaq and Kobe showed up and they just stomped everybody. No, they didn't. They ran into a lot of.
I've never seen anybody say winning an NBA championship is easy.
You know what? A lot of people think that. A lot of people think the Bulls the problem is a lot of people think the Bulls.
The only time that I've ever heard this in NBA history was when Kevin Durant was talking about what they did with the Golden State Warriors, even Draymond, and they were saying that a lot of people thought what we were doing was easy because of how good our team was.
As we know, they were down 3-2. They were down 3-2 to James Harden, right? This is my thing.
Yeah, again, but says this like nobody's making these.
See, when you say nobody, it's a lot of fans. A lot of fans think, oh, the Golden State Warriors is an unbeatable team, even with Kevin Durant. No, they were beatable. They almost got beat by a team.
What Shaq and Kobe did was easy.
A lot of people think the Bulls had it easy.
That's what I'm saying. They don't see. That's why I want. That's why you think a lot. Well, not you, but a lot of fans think he did the whole last dance shit on Kobe. I mean, shit on everybody else.
This is why I don't like talking sports with people that didn't really see the shit happen in real time.
People get to talking about if a championship was easy or not is when people, because King Rowe did it earlier with LeBron. He said that LeBron did it in a weak East. What he's doing is he is acting as if LeBron only got 10 NBA finals because it was easy.
Well,
you just did it, bro.
I did. No, I'll stand on it. I will stand on it because again, let's go back. A lot of there were no built up teams.
When other people do it, but you do it yourself.
No. But guess what? I'm going to go back and look and say, okay, number one, there's 2 teams. There was like 3 teams that really stood in their way. Obviously, Boston, right? Chicago. Then we all know what happened to Rose. So eventually, look, you're right. And hold on.
That the playoffs is designed. If you're the number 1 seed, if you earn the number 1 seed, because that makes your road to the finals easier. So if you are good enough in the regular season, it naturally paves your way to the finals much easier because that's what the 1 seed. That's why you go get the 1 seed to make your road
completely understand. And see again, I said we
for being the 1 seed.
I said no, I don't. As a matter of fact, they didn't even win as the 1 seed every time. They were only they were only the 1 seed once, I believe, twice.
The higher you're seeded, the easier your path.
That's the purpose of setting up a tournament. I get it.
So we could literally make this case for all great teams in NBA history who were 1 seeds, like especially you easier.
You get on me for saying that relatively, yes, the league, the conference was weaker than the West, right? Relatively, it was. That's undeniable facts. But I was actually trying to put LeBron over by saying 4-6 was dumb, is less than 6-0 was dumb, because again, now we all know that LeBron put himself in position which I don't criticize him for. But to get to the 10 finals, again, I never use 4-6 and over 4-6, because there's a lot of things that go in it. Again, there were teams that even in that took them to 7 games, like the Pacers in 13. Then they came back in 14 and took them to 6. So there were challenges along that road. I completely agree. But by the same token, you put yourself in it. It's just, I'm really trying to, because again, you cannot take it away. You cannot take it away what happened. That's my point. And it's like when everybody gets in it's almost like when you start talking to basketball fans, and I know you do it as well, and I know you see it on your own channel. People will talk about what if scenarios as if that's what happened, or what would expect if someone so there is no what if. I'm gonna say this again. If you start telling me a what if, everything you say after the word if, I'm not even looking. I'm not even considering it. If Jordan didn't have Pippen, it doesn't matter. He had him. Matter of fact, he had him. As I said before, Scottie Pippen was an NAIA player, unknown.
Okay, so the what if comes into play because of ring culture. Because
I get it.
Because Ace 30 made an argument about Akeem Olajuwon, and you might have heard this. Ace 30 was talking about how we should not use rings. Like he was basically trying to say that we should pretend as if rings don't matter and we shouldn't use rings in our top 10. But he had Akeem in his top 10. And I said, us 30. If we remove Hakeem Olajuwon's 2 championships, that back-to-back, and let's just say he continues his trend of losing in the first round as he had been doing all through the 90s. But let's say he had 2 really good statistical years.
I remember coming on that conversation.
94, 95. Is he in your top 10? So the thing is we got to stop pretending like the what ifs come into play, because there are a lot of players in NBA history who are not lucky enough to be on organizations or in situations that allow them to win. And so with those players, we have to do
different.
We have to do, like, for example, with Dominique Wilkins, sometimes there are a lot of what ifs, because what if he was drafted to the Lakers instead of to the Hawks? There are a lot of, like Mitch Richmond, or even with Scottie Pippen. What if he ended up going to create a super team in Seattle with Peyton, Kemp, and Pippen?
About this too. If he don't tear his Achilles the year of the Dream Team, he gets to play. No, I'm just saying. No. I want just another one.
Jordan's career looks a lot different, because especially when you say that players building super teams and they're trying to shape their own narratives, I think a lot of times people will say, well, I mean, there's a lot of things. Well, because we all know, as great as Jordan was,
Dominique was almost that good. Dominique was in that class. I completely agree.
And he's stuck with Odin Polynice. They don't get 6-0.
You see, on my thumbnail, I got Pippen in a Sonic jersey. Again.
Hold on. Are you telling me that if you remove Pippen, he's on the Seattle Supersonics, and Jordan has Odin Polynice, does Jordan go 6-0?
Again, no, he doesn't. I've already said that, right? Same thing about Magic retiring early. Well, here's the thing. Jordan, I also know, hold on, because I want to get back. I want to get Jordan was one of those talents that was so undeniable. The Bulls figure it out. Even if they don't figure it out, then he goes somewhere where they do figure it out. Again, certain guys, and this is why I want you, when I do my chat GPT and I really got to reword that, when I do my growth criteria, because the first time I've written it down, I've always thought about it in my head. And so when I go on your platform and I start putting it on, I go on to Go Chase Kingdom, I'm only like, listen, I try to make rings way down the line. And you know what I'm only using rings to do? Because you got to say, for me, the top 1 to the top 20, these guys are like right there. And then so it's like, well, when I think these guys are like right there, when I'm gonna say 1 is 100 and 20 might be a 94, right? That's how close I think. No. Listen.
We all know we got to stop pretending and trying to act like
it's not. No. As I'm trying to tell you, I've only didn't bring rings in like the the eighth thing is that okay now because my thing is right on my GOAT criteria. Your job as an all-time great player is to lead an all-time great team. And that's why I got Wilt second.
Organization. You can't have an all-time great.
No, I get it. But you know what? Guess what? As I said, Lamont, certain talents are so undeniable that somebody's going to figure out how to put a championship team around them. And now with Wilt, right? I obviously know Wilt. Wilt's situation is so different, and a lot of people don't even understand it. You're in a situation where think about the WNBA. The Detroit Shock and the Houston Comets are gone. They no longer exist. You know why? Because those teams could not financially make sense to exist. They had to contract. This is the NBA that Wilt played in. His team in Philadelphia had to move because they were not making enough money. So they moved to San Francisco early in his career. When that happened, mind you, there's no free agency. There's no go get somebody. There's no get somebody off the Globetrotters to just fill in the spot. He lost 2 of the 3 best players on his team and his coach. Why? Because it was not financially feasible for his Scottie Pippen and his Horace Grant to move to the Philadelphia Warriors. So now what happened? When they go to San Francisco, the team suffers and they're bad. Eventually, he has to get traded back to Philly where they finally put a winning formula around him. My point that I'll make there is Wilt was an undeniable talent that eventually somebody was going to put the winning formula and then he was going to get the right coach to finally beat the Celtics. Unfortunately, it took, 7-8 years? But it happened. And he had to change up his game the whole nine. So when I put Wilt number 2, when I put him in my top 10, I keep that in mind. I don't just say he has 2 rings, so he's not. But it's just he had an undeniable talent. So when I'm looking at the top 10, yeah, I'm looking at how good you are first. Because Isaiah Thomas, unfortunately, being a 6'1" guard, he was a bad motherfucker, one of the baddest 6'1" guards that ever lived. But you know, he was fortunate enough to have a deep team built on defense with a great coach around him. He won. Allen Iverson, unfortunately, didn't have that. Allen Iverson was just as good as Isaiah Thomas, but now in the pantheon, I'm gonna put Isaiah because of the 2 rings, and I'm gonna put Allen Iverson because I know he was one of those undeniable talents too. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance. Nobody put that around him. At the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. You got to look from a historical perspective. You got to look at a lot of things. And again, it's these player rankings. I tell you, I don't think about the player rankings that much. I think about what are the greatest all-time teams. Bro, I want to do a series on the greatest teams of all time. But nobody cares about that. They care about which player had the best career, blah, blah, blah. Give me my top 5 teams. I'm gonna tell you real quick. My top 5. I don't even have the 96 Bulls in my top 5 teams because I do the whole expansion argument.
You don't have the 95, 96 Bulls in your top 5.
No, I got them number 7. My number one.
Christ, man, what is wrong with this dude?
Let me tell you. Can I name you? Can I name you my top 5?
No. If it don't include the 95, 96 Bulls, I'm not trying to hear it.
Bro, I think a lot of teams would have smacked the shit out of them. Bro, including the matter of fact, I'm going to do a debate on this. I think the 86 Celtics would smack. I think the 86 Celtics would have smoked the 96 Bulls.
Oh my God.
Smoked them.
No, smoked them. You're talking about one team. You just said you got them at number 7. Hey, I give you the only team that might be able to contend with them is either that Celtic team, one of the Warrior teams, or even the Shaq and Kobe team. But outside of those three,
what about the 2 Will teams? What about the 2 Will teams? Let me ask you this: What about the 2 Will teams? What about the 2 Will teams? The 2 Will teams that won championship.
Hold on, King Bro. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what drugs you on. There are not that many teams better than the 95, 96 Bulls. That is.
I want to know what Luke Longley. I want to know what Luke Longley does with.
But I don't know what type of dope y'all smoking in New York.
Why am I smoking dope? I've said this since the 90s. I watched that team play every year. I watched my Knicks beat the shit out of them 3 times.
You did not watch the 95, 96 Bulls play.
Okay, not that we beat them. No, you're right. We beat them 3 times in the next year.
Who are the 7 teams better than that 95, 96 Bulls team?
It's first of all, it's only 6. Number one, I've got 72 Lakers. Number 2, I got 86 Celtics. Oh no, this is no particular order. 86 Celtics. I'm taking one of the Magic teams. I think I'm taking 85. I think I'm taking 85 Lakers. Then I'm actually, well, see, it's kind of hard with the Knicks went 51-31 with one of those Knicks teams because we were so deep, we moved the ball matter of fact, the concept of the triangle offense come from Red Holzman in the ball movement, that's what Phil loved. Phil played on the 73. Mind you, we beat the 68 win Celtics. Okay, so I'm taking the other one. I'm taking 67, the one with Chet Walker. Again, what is Luke Longley doing with Will Chamberlain? What is he doing with him? That's just me. Again.
Hold on. So are you now saying that if you put the top 10 teams in NBA history together in a NCAA tournament style matchup, that the 96 Bulls, is that what now we're doing? Like what are we're judging them on if they can beat each other?
Well, I'm just going off greatness. See, right there, I'm just going off greatness and off of what I'm going off greatness, historical perspective. Who they actually beat? Because I actually think the league was weak. See, I'm one of them people. All right, you tell me that the expansion made the league weaker. No, I mean, look, the Bulls, there were like 15 weak teams in the league where the Bulls just could just show up. The games, if you remember that season, the games were over after the third quarter. They were the Bulls, like Scotty and Mike sat out at least 15 third quarters where they didn't play a minute because the games were over. So there were a lot of weak teams. So that 72 wins. Yeah, I mean, another season, I think they might have won 65 or so. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, look, it's arguable whether one of the KD Warrior teams were technically greater than them. But that's another. I'll put it this way: you probably would have to win 60 games or something like that to qualify. But I like. First of all, I like them old school teams. I like the 60s teams. Especially the way they played, I'm just assuming that the talent level, like we're not going to do the time machine thing. But here's the next thing. The 33 wins in a row, when you got to play Kareem Abdul-Jabbar like 4 or 5 times, you got to play the Celtics 4. That's crazy. The Celtics were still great. Mind you, this is the post-Russell Celtics, right? But they got Dave Cowens, Hondo, and JoJo White. All right, so they were a great team themselves. Then you got Washington that was pretty damn good. You got a lot of really good teams that they won 33 straight games against. So I'm really, again, I got them at 7. That's not really that much of a knock because they are there. How many teams have we had? Again, as we look at these OKC team, 68 wins has only been done 7 times. Now OKC probably I'm going to think about whether I have them in my top 10 or top 15. They might be number 10, this particular OKC team. But then I'm going to just look. I see, that's what I'm saying. I look at things from a historical perspective. I've always been a fan of the Gail Goodrich West, the one team that West finally won with. And mind you, they smoked my Knicks, which was another great team in the finals. So
you saying 2025 OKC Thunder?
Well, yeah, this, possibly. They might be top 15, depending on how great teams. Because I always like to look at the year perspective, the whole 9. Say again?
I mean, as much as we don't want to, what they did this year, as far as what they were able to do defensively and offensively, their numbers pair with the top 5 teams in NBA history. Everything that they did this year mirrors the top any of what the top 5 teams in NBA history did. The only reason why we don't put them in there is because we don't respect.
We don't respect the competition, right? We don't respect competition.
We don't respect teams of this era. Not,
do something. I'd have to go back and look, but I thought Boston last year their numbers were pretty good.
No, pretty good, but I wouldn't put them in the top 20.
This OKC's numbers mirrored that of the 95-96 Chicago Bulls in dominance offensively and defensively.
See, who conducted asked this question? What am I remembering about now? I'm talking about my love for teams. I've always looked at all-time individual teams, and I think nobody wants to talk about
the seventh best team in NBA history.
Seventh. That's what I'm not.
That'd be like me putting Jordan seventh in NBA history.
No. Because again, okay, yes. I don't even think. I think this '92 team was better than that team. To be honest.
You said what?
I think '92 when they won 67 and 15.
See, Goat Cash, you got you up here with King Road, man. This is getting to you, Goat Cash.
Look,
I can't agree with that.
This is both your opinions locked together, man.
See, I don't know. From my perspective, when I go back, when they bring back the same team next year, and my Knicks smack the shit out of them, because I remember '96 we were messed up because we hired Nelly. But look, my Knicks always played them strong, so we always played them strong. You realize the Bulls lost 13 games in '97.
That Knicks Bulls in the '90s was not a rivalry. That was the Bulls beating up on the Knicks a whole bunch.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. Even Jordan himself admitted.
Outside of '94, when did y'all beat the Bulls?
We never beat them in the playoffs.
That ain't a rivalry.
Okay, but guess what? Jordan did not take the regular season matchups lightly, and he knows for a fact that the Knicks and Bulls were always a war. Now again, he always managed to prevent. I believe '97 the Knicks were destined to take the Bulls down. Destined, and obviously what happened when Miami happened, bro. We beat them They only lost 13 games the whole season, and we beat them by 23 times. Jordan, that doesn't happen. That Jordan doesn't take that lightly. It's not like these guys said, "Oh well, the regular season don't matter. We'll get them in the playoffs." No, he was worried about the Knicks. Again, that's the year we got Johnson, Houston, and Chris Childs. And
so by that logic, does that mean if LeBron and Kobe would have matched up in the NBA Finals, LeBron would have dominated Kobe because of the regular season record?
No, you're talking a different. You're talking a different scenario. Look, okay, give me the team that was good. You swear that the Cavs was shit. So if they pass Dwight Howard, you think they beat the Lakers? Logic, no, I'm not using that. No, it's not my logic because the Knicks had played the Bulls strong. Hold on, Lamont. You know the Knicks had pulled the Bulls strong since '92. The Knicks were always trying to build it. See, Pat was always one guy away. We all know this. If Pat never lost Mark Jackson, that whole rivalry might have played out a little differently. But at the end of the day, the Knicks always were one guy away. By the time we got because Houston was a problem for the Bulls. Again, the whole thing about beating the Bulls, and again, I've watched them I watched them enough. The Bulls, if you got quick guard play, we all know this. Same thing with the Lakers. If you got a quick guard that makes Jordan have to guard extra, you weaken Jordan offensively, and then you're going to beat them at the center and power forward position, where you're going to outscore them there, right? So at the end of the day, the Knicks had that team around you in '97.
96. You said '97.
Yeah, 96, 97. We had Houston, Sprewell. We had Starks coming off the bench as a sixer. See, we had the firepower to play with them. We had the defense to limit them. We had the experience to know, you know what I'm saying? Look, okay, maybe they do win in 7. Look, you don't understand. This is my senior year of high school. I'm at the lunch table swearing to God. I got my Starks jersey. No. I had my Houston jersey. I was the first nigga with the Houston jersey, bro. I was the first dude. The day it dropped, the day we got him on free agency, I bought the Houston jersey for Modell's. All right? I got my between my Starks and my Houston jersey. And I'm telling everybody we beating the Bulls. And what happened? Motherfucking PJ Brown throws Charlie Ward into the goddamn stairs in the second round, and they suspend the whole goddamn team. So again, look, the world will never know. I can't take that away from them.
A hypothetical.
But it is a hypothetical. Yep. It is a hypothetical, but I am going to then realize, the Bulls were very strong. You're right. The Bulls were very strong. But again, if I'm going to look at the '86 Celtics, the Bulls had weaknesses. The '86 Celtics had no weaknesses. None. Yeah. And you can tell me about they weren't athletic enough. They ran people out of the goddamn gym. They ran. I know they ran. They ran Jordan out of the gym, but he didn't have the great team around, right? No flipping yet, right? Blah. They ran the 86 Celtics were the epitome of a great team. Epitome. You got 5 Hall of Famers on it. You got 86, yeah, with Bill Walton coming off the bench. DJ.
The best bench. You know, they have a bench really. They
got Bill Walton coming off the bench, bro.
Yeah, the Bulls bench back then wasn't that, you know, they relied a lot on their starters and Kukoc. Well, when Kukoc was starting or when Rodman was coming in.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Knicks would, if it was any team that was gonna, honestly, it was any team, okay, probably Phoenix, and maybe if Utah had one more guy, but the Knicks were the team to knock the Bulls. Again, and it's like, right, it's just, I gotta sit here as a Knicks fan and just live with that. If it was any team but the Knicks, this is why I'm so passionate the way I am now, because it's like, bro, we are one, again, Lamont, without a coach, we are number 2 in Vegas. I know y'all don't look at Vegas rankings. You're right. Sometimes you shouldn't. But at the end of the day, the Knicks have, again, I started the stream off saying I love the Jordan Clarkson move. Not because I think Jordan Clarkson's the perfect player. I think he's that one piece of a guy that I can say, I just thought about it, right? The closeout offensive, because he's 6'5". You can play a 3-guard alignment with him there. Who's guarding Brunson? Mind you, when I told you we need that second guard that can kind of speed things up, he's the guy that can break. He's an offensive creator. Remember when Johnny said elite creator and Jason Terry, and I agree with him. He went over there. I agree with him because he's a guy that makes things happen. People don't seem to understand that. Yeah, if you're going to look at him in a vacuum, okay, he's inefficient, blah, blah, blah. But he's the guy that makes things happen, and that's what you need sometimes coming off your bench. You got to live with his imperfections and lack of defense to know that, hey, when you get a guy that Yabusele's another offense creator. We've seen the guy that dunked on LeBron in the Olympics, right? You put an offensive creating.
He's not an offensive creator, man.
Well, I mean, okay, Yabusele's the guy you can throw a lob to, right? You see, he got some spring, and he can hit a 3. See, you have to look at people. I think a lot of times people look, oh, I don't like this player because he does it. But you got to think of how this mix. See, that's the next thing. I wanted to get into this. I think I said this on my last stream. I think I said it on Go Jays Kingdom. And sometimes it's like cooking a chicken. All right, did this chicken hit? Mama's chicken hit when she put the Lowrys. But what happens when we ain't got no Lowrys and we want to cook a chicken and you want you instead of Lowrys you want to use adobo? It might not be the chicken might still be okay. It might be good, but it's not that chicken. It's not the best. And sometimes that one piece of ingredient is that it's like chemistry matters. So you got to put the right chemistry. Again, the Knicks needed another creative guard back in it. We needed a guy to get Patrick the ball to get easy 3 or 4 more easy buckets. That was Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson will tell you himself on his podcast. I got Pat the ball. That's why he averaged 28, 29 a year. I could have got him some 30-point scoring years or whatever, the way Mark passed the ball. And again, we had to lose him, traded for Doc Rivers, who wasn't the same creator. So sometimes you just need that right recipe. That's why when I look at teams, I think of that. I look at teams, I think of everything they need, every element. So again, the Bulls in their era obviously were dominant, but I think there were other more dominant, complete teams. And that's why that's again, what they accomplished, you can't take away, no doubt. You can't take away what they accomplished. And then, obviously the finals went the way it went. Again, that's another team that swept Shaq, right? Again, the Celtics, Orlando won 60 games themselves. Again, it's one of those things where I'm going to take in perspective. Shaq, while a great dominant player himself, was second in MVP, was second to the scoring title. It was one part of his game where he's going to dominate the first 3 quarters. That last quarter, you're going to need something else because you can't run offense through him in that 4th quarter of a tight game. And that might be one of the explanations of why Shaq took so many sweeps. That's just that. Again, it's not a knock on him. It's to understand, okay, look, I'm going to live with the fact that he's definitely going to get me to the show. But now I need that other guy who I can go to for 4th quarter scoring. And that's how you got to really look at these teams. Again, do they have Larry Joe Bird, Kevin? Tell me who deals with Kevin McHale from the 86 Celtics on the 96 Bulls? Rodman? Because Rodman was in the league with Kevin McHale.
King Rowe, I don't think that's what makes all-time. I don't think an all-time great team is judged based
by what
on
they would do head to head in a hypothetical.
What I'm saying is, if I take a Celtic team from a completely different era, where the pace of play and the style is completely different,
I get it.
And then to try to say how this team would match up versus another team in a completely different
era.
Like, the hypotheticals, like I say, when you talk about stuff like this, they work when you're dealing with similar players in a similar time frame.
I get
teams. But if you're trying to tell me that you're taking a team from the 80s versus the best team of the 90s, and if they matched up in a 7-game series, that this what you're doing is now you're
I don't know if you saw. I debated T Perfect, right?
You judge all-time great teams based on their run, their dominance versus their own competition, and you compare what they both did great versus what this team did great. But
completely get it.
When you run to, I think if they matched up against each other, this team would win.
No, you're right. You're right. And it's two different ways to look at it, because me and T Perfect, we just did it was not easy to do it. Even Dart and CW said it up. This is hard to judge because I put the 91 Lakers versus the 01 Spurs.
Hey, can I ask GoCast something real quick? GoCast, you said something crazy in one of your videos. You know that, right?
Yeah. He wants to address you on that. Go ahead, CW. The floor is yours. Nah, he might have he go up back and forth. He got stuff to deal with. I'm running it.
What'd you say?
Yeah, he said you said something crazy in one of your videos.
Oh, so you talking about the Pippen Jordan one?
I can't remember which one it was.
What I say?
You said in the video though. Yeah, it was talking about Pippen. I believe it was talking about Pippen and like kind of this ring culture stuff. But you said in your video that people, when they look back on Bill Russell's Celtics, they tend to give Bill Russell all the credit for those championships.
Yeah.
But isn't one of the most common sentiments about Bill Russell is that he had the most Hall of Famer help in NBA history?
In some ways,
I thought out of any great player, they use this team against him the most.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like when we're talking about ring culture, we talk about Bill Russell, and Bill Russell has 11 rings. And when you talk about Jordan, we have to talk about Scottie being there, but we don't talk about Sam Jones, Kusi, none of those guys when we're talking about Bill Russell. That's how I feel.
No, but that's the point that when Gil was talking, Gilbert Arenas was actually alluding to this same thing with Kobe. When we talk about rings, we typically credit the rings to the number one option when we're talking about legacy. So Jordan gets the 6-0. Bill Russell gets the 11 championships, right? The number one guy, the driving force of that team typically gets the legacy credit for that. This is why we don't really attach 6-0 to Pippen, because he was the
second guy
option.
Yeah,
it is unfair, but I think Jordan gets full credit for his 6-0. Like I was telling King Rowe, we only talk about the help that he had when people pretend that Jordan didn't also have what could be considered as a super team based on what his teammates who were all defensive and all NBA and also having coached the best coach.
And see, here's
also
the
best 3-point shooter in the league, and also the best 6 man in the
league. You're right. Yeah, so the best 3-point shooter in the league, but Kerr shot 27% in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't matter.
I know. See, and I get it. Look, see, this is the rabbit hole.
Hold on,
let go ahead. Just defend your stance, bro.
Yeah. My point was that all great players had great players with them, and I know a lot of times I talk about Jordan. But my stance was that yes, Jordan had Scottie, and he needed Scottie to get those championships. But we kind of, I feel like for Bill Russell, we gloss over some of those guys.
A little too much.
Yeah, a little too much.
You know what it is.
Well,
you know what it is from my perspective, bro.
Bill Russell's great help was coming and going a lot more often. So you had guys.
It wasn't the same 8 guys. Yeah, they say he had 8 Hall of Famers.
Okay, so because guys had shorter careers, like sometimes the main guys would change, like all throughout his 13-year career. But a lot of the guys that he had as teammates were all-time greats.
As I tell a lot of people,
that's why it's harder to give those guys credit.
Yeah, but
because
Sam Jones
shorter careers, not as popular, not televised. Yeah. You have to do a lot of
research.
People
don't research.
But this is typically what we do. When it doesn't matter who was on the team, because when a championship is won, for the legacy impact, it typically only goes to the number one option. And Bill Russell was the 5-time MVP, so he was going to be the legacy winner in that. He was going to,
and that's the thing, though.
And
this is why I did this stream.
That's just how it's been. Like, we can't try to change it now because we don't like it. Jordan gets 6-0. Bron gets credit for the 4, right?
Yeah.
Like the thing is, this is how it is. We can't.
But again, and that's what I'm telling you, though. This is the rabbit hole. Now, look, we all know.
Y'all just don't like it because it impacts Kobe's 3 championships.
No. See, that's again. See, now we go here. Now we go here. Because at the end of the day, people get too simplistic. And again, especially when you get simplistic for something you watch. People who are certain 30-something, 30, 35 and up, they were old enough to watch those Lakers championship and understand the dynamic. They were old enough to understand Kobe just absolutely decimating the Spurs in the in the 3rd round, right? They were old enough to understand that. They were old enough to understand the dynamics of the finals where, you just want to dump the ball to Shaq because you got fucking old-ass Mutombo and Todd McCullough. You understand what I'm saying?
Come on, something real quick.
Go ahead.
So do you think Pippen was more impactful to Jordan's 6 than Kobe was to him and Shaq's 3?
I believe they were equally as impactful.
Okay.
Because I remember what we say, when you're dealing with 2 different eras, different types of greatness is required. So what was required for Pippen in the 90s, remember, lower scoring games, slower pace, teams, the best teams in the league were always trying to manipulate the illegal defense. So the ball was always going to get facilitated to that particular team's best scorer in most cases. And so Pippen, understanding that there were going to be fewer possessions, fewer opportunities for him to go try to even get that 30, he had to go be great somewhere else. This is why when you look at the other great scorers that played with Jordan, like a George Gervin, who was coming off a 20-point per game all-star year, he didn't mess with Jordan. Quentin Daly, who was an all-star.
They didn't play together.
Not Quentin Daly, but Orlando Woolridge, who was an all-star and a 20-point per game scorer with Jordan. They didn't mesh because, just like Jordan said in his book, you guys are stealing my thunder. I need somebody that's going to be the polar opposite of me, because in that particular era, you couldn't run out there with 2 great scorers thinking you're going to win. One of those guys had to be great at something else, and Pippen was willing to take on that mantle of being great on the defensive end. And
guess what?
Fit in where he could on the offensive end.
I agree with
but
you.
Guess what, Lamar?
Penalized because defense is hard to measure defense with stats. And so Pippen is penalized because people now can question how great his defense was because there isn't really a stat that showcases how great.
There isn't, and then defense. Because what if I think I'm gonna put another layer to the onion? Horace Grant had, I believe somebody told me Horace Grant had more win shares in the playoffs over those from 87 to 93 than Scottie Pippen did. But now you saying Pippen, see, and that's what I'm saying, man. This is the problem. Remember what I talk about the chicken, right? I just use the cooking analogy, right? But you take one thing you ain't got, you got to run to the store to get or whatever. You already started chicken and ain't going. One thing could mess it up. So now Horace Grant is just as important. They don't win, mind you. He comes back, and at 95, there's no Horace Grant. Horace Grant is on a team that he plays.
In the regular season or playoffs? Because I started
now a lot of people can say Horace Grant don't get the credit he deserves for the 3-peat. Because damn sure, especially that first year, Horace Grant was more impactful in the playoffs than Pippen was. I'm talking about 88.
Yeah,
So
I think Pippen overtook him as the years went on.
yeah, but I think overall the win share. See what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like
King Row.
Go ahead.
Scottie Pippen was top 10 in MVP votes. He was first team All NBA offense. He was first team All NBA.
I
and
get
first
all of that.
That's get separated with him and Horace Grant.
Who was the best? Yeah, I got you. But who was the best protector on the team?
How many was Horace Grant ever in the MVP voting consideration?
I get. But see, when I brought that up with Kobe, hold on, Lamont. No, you can't do that because when I said Kobe was 3-time All NBA, 2 times top 5 with MVP with Shaq. You didn't want to hear that.
No,
you didn't want to hear. See, no. I know. I get. No, I completely.
I understand.
Hold on, I got you.
No, but you're conflating 2 different things. What I'm saying is this right here. I understand that when Kobe played with Shaq, he was a superstar number 1 option that was forced to be a number 2 option because that's what his role needed to be.
That's what the role called for.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second, bro. I know that that Kobe Bryant was forced into a number 2 role, even though he was a number 1 talent, because you cannot win in basketball if roles are not defined. And Phil Jackson was the greatest coach in NBA history at stepping right in and getting people to buy into their roles so you can win championships. And what you got to do is something that Phil Jackson defined is called star in your role. Whatever your role is, which what Phil Jackson wanted Kobe to defend more and be more of a playmaker. He wanted Shaq to do his thing, but a lot of the offense was going to go through Shaq. It's called starring in your role. And what happens, what the basketball, and this has been proven from time and time again, is that when you have a team where people start to go outside of their role, that team does not succeed.
Completely get it. But see, wait a minute.
All I'm saying with Kobe is this: no matter how great he was, no matter how all NBA teams, and no matter how all defensive teams, it was Phil Jackson as the head coach. He's the coach dictates if you are a 1 or 2 option, not your play. If the coach says you are a number 2 option, you are a number 2 option. See, that's not. So the thing is, y'all get mad at me because I call Kobe a 2 option. I didn't make him a 2 option. Phil Jackson did.
And see, here's what, I want you to get it. Hold on. I hear exactly what you're saying, man.
Separate the 2. Was he a number 1 talent? Yes. But for that Laker team, he was the number 2 option.
But you know what? And again, there's a simple reason why, right? Of course, when you go to Shaq for a shot, you're getting a 60-something%.
It's more than just scoring.
Right? No, I know, I get it. I know. No. You're also going to shift a lot because you can't guard it with 1 guy, right? Most of the league cannot. Most of the league, most time you're not double. There's a whole who you guard. Lamont, I get it. There's a whole reason why. But see, by the same token,
what?
No, hold on. Listen. Hear me out now. By the same token, one night it's gonna be like there's gonna be.
That's put it this way.
No. Okay, no. There was series where Lamont. There was series where it's not about just leading scorer. I get it. Everything that. Look, Shaq is the most dominant force. He was the most dominant force, and you're right. I completely understand and get that. But there also were times. Hold on, there also were times, and again, let's go against the Spurs because the Spurs were they had the big men to limit Shaq. But now, the number 1, we're gonna have to rely on Kobe. So it's really. And I'm sorry.
To do it being a 1 or 2 option.
Okay, I get you. I get it. The offense was designed for Shaq to be the focal point.
Go, Cass. Have you hooped before?
Yes, we've all hooped.
He's hooped on a team before.
Yes.
If I'm the number 2 guy on a team, and let's say, for example, the number 1 option rolls his ankle, or he gets in foul trouble, or anything can happen.
We're gonna have to have that.
Your job.
He's just having a bad night.
King Row. Let me finish. One of the jobs of a number 2 option is to step up and be the number 1 option when the number 2 is either 1. They are doing something defensively that strategically takes him out the game. He gets in foul trouble. He gets injured. One of your jobs is being the number 2 option is that at times you have to step up at times and kind of play like the 1. That's just one of your jobs. It doesn't make you the one, but one of your jobs is to step up when the number one is not available. Kobe did that, and we give him credit for that.
See, okay, you're right. Now here's the thing, right? I'm looking at my Knicks, right? Obviously, we got two guys. We got our most talented player is our number 2 option, right? And we know the reason why we designed the offense the way it is because our number 1 option is more of a unguardable dog, where it's easier for him to kind of, control the pace, control the ball, and all that, right? Again, it's going to be nights where it's his night. It's Cat's night. And this is the thing we got to realize, right? Coaching, that's why this coaching search is so intricate.
Does that change who the number 1 option is for the
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I get it.
So that means Brunson is always going to be the number 1 option, correct?
Brunson is the number 1 option by design.
And
the point I'm making, hold on, the point I'm making, but Lamont, the point, see, this is why we didn't go to the final. No, Lamont, please, let me add this. I'll let you go.
4 games in a row, does it make him the number 1 option?
You know why? It depends. Again, you know why we lost? Because we needed Cat to be the number. No, hold on, Lamont, please, let me have this. We needed Cat to be the number 1 option, and we did not have. No, I'm telling you, Cat was more unguardable against the Pacers than Brunson was. They mastered Brunson. They pushed Brunson all the way left. I'm telling you, as I said, and when I watched that, when I saw Halliburton of all people pick Brunson's pocket clean, and this is one of the reasons why Thibodeau got fired. Why? Because we've known this from high school. Turner cannot guard him. And Turner and Siakam cannot guard him. And guess what? If you're going to use Turner and Siakam to guard Karl-Anthony Towns, guess what? Karl-Anthony Towns is a good enough passer to fucking just light you up with his passing. Almost joking-like. He's, in my opinion, for what I saw this year, he's the second best passer center in the league. But they don't run enough through him. This is why this coaching search is a little bit more intricate than people don't realize. And see, this is my point. The point that I'm making is sometimes, honestly, it's like I think the number 1, number 2 option thing, and again, I get it. Certain times our offense against most of the league, this Brunson but then there's certain guys you got to notice. This is his game. You might notice it was some games that Phil probably can tell you this and stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, and I know Shaq is the guy, and Shaq. We got to get Kobe off tonight because they can't fuck with it. There were nights when Pippen, it was Pippen. I'm going to do it. 95% of the time, it probably was Mike, and it was 5% of the time where, hey, Pippen got a chance to go off right here. We might want to run a little bit more through him. You're the coach. You might feel otherwise. I get. It's just certain. Sometimes you can't. It's not just as simple as every single night it's going to be this guy's night. As you know, just like you said, I don't even have to do injury. They might have your number 1 option's number, and that's where they need your number 2 to now kick in, because guess what? He can score. He can put, again, I said this with the Knicks. We had 2 guys that scored 60 points in a game last year. Karl-Anthony Towns had 62 points basically in 3 quarters. They took him out early because they lost that game. Unfortunately, the Wolves got blown out. But he had 60 points in 30 quarters. Bro. He's the guy. You get what I'm saying, though.
If your number 2 option, you just said that the Pacers were throwing all this defensive pressure at Jalen Brunson.
Uh-huh.
If your number 2 option is not able to step up when the number 1 option is getting stifled,
and
he's not a really good number 2 option.
No, the point is the design of I want you to. I heard you.
Hold on, if your number 2 option struggles to step up when your number 1 is having trouble, then that means you have a bad number 2 option, which is one of the reasons why I said the Knicks have a flawed roster. And it's one of the reasons why
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this.
Hold on one second. Go ahead. Of the reasons why Karl-Anthony Towns has had a stigma attached to him of inconsistency.
I get Karl-Anthony Towns' weaknesses, but here's the thing. Here's the problem with Tibbs. No, here's the problem with Tibbs, and I noticed this, and it bothers a lot of Knicks fans. It obviously bothered Leon Rose and James Dolan enough. James Dolan probably don't care. Well, he just didn't like Tibbs, but it probably bothered Leon Rose. I got you, Karl-Anthony Towns, a guy who can get 40 and 20 in sleep. Why didn't you run enough design plays, and that was the problem. It's like you can't. It's not the fact that he didn't step up. It's that he's not. The offense was not meant. There wasn't enough ball movement in the offense to use the special talents. Because trust me, bro. I said this about Carlton Towns back from Kentucky when I used to see this dude get 4 points in 2 years. I'm like, I don't care that you're only playing 20 minutes a game. You should not have less than 10 and he shouldn't have a single night ever at any level of his playing career. And he does that at the pro level. He went that game where he broke out and stepped up for going up 3. He was 4-4 going to the fourth quarter. In my opinion, and I said this on my channel, he should have, and I hope the next coach realizes, there should not be a quarter where he doesn't score 4 points. Because you need to run enough design plays where he's going to get the rock and get fouled or something. I mean, obviously, a foul trouble, but you should be designing him to get at least 4 points in every quarter, knowing as you've seen, he can get 20 and he can fill it up. And that's the point. Yes, there is design flaws in Carlton Towns' personality and game. But I know when that cat is on, he can light it up. Like, again, there's a thing about Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen's never going to light it up like that. No, Scottie Pippen's going to get, just like Rob said, he's more like Magic Johnson. But even I knew Magic Johnson had a certain motor, as we know, in his rookie year to get the 40-point, 15-rebound game, where Magic can put that motor in to get a 40-point game. Scottie never had a 40-point game, playoffs or regular season. I'm going to fact check that, but I believe his career high was 38. So again, certain guys, it depends on their game, and I get it. Yes, Carlton Towns can be soft as butter.
Points is with the barometer.
No, it just tells me. I mean, come on, bro. The guy played in over 1,000 something games. If Jamal Mashburn dropped, hold on now. Jamal Mashburn in his second year dropped 52 on him.
Close to Scottie Pippen.
No, and I get it, but what I'm telling you is Scottie was just not that deep bad guy to get a 50. Bernard King
wasn't an offensive player. He was a great defender first.
No, he was a great all-around player who could do things offensively. Obviously, a lot of things offensively. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of people then hold on now, because a lot of people say, well, Mike took all the shots. There's a reason why Mike took all the shots, because Mike had the deep enough offensive bag to take that many shots,
and that's what the offense called.
And I get it, and that's what. But Scottie had the year and a half with no Mike, and as we've seen, his bag was not
year and a half. No, what he had, King Roll, was a year and a half. Hold on, he had a year and a half without any real replacement for Michael Jordan, and he was asked to be the number one option with a big, humongous hole in that roster.
So why didn't he get 25 a game?
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Only thing, Scottie Pippen, without Jordan for that, especially for that first season, that was a humongous hole. Jordan was removed from that team.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't replace him with a Reggie. They didn't replace him.
No, they did not.
They didn't replace him with any great shooting guard. They just left a huge hole in the roster. And Scottie Pippen was asked, well, you're the number one option now because the other number one is gone. And Scottie Pippen did the best with a humongous, because like I say, that's like making a trade imagine making a trade, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for nothing. Right, and let's say you remove Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson is now the same exact things that he was doing with Magic.
Of course not. Of course not. I get it.
So why do you have this expectation of Scottie?
No. Okay, this is the point. Hold on, but this is the point. This is the point. Yeah, you're right. Pete Meyer. Okay, you're right.
1 year without Jordan, he was a top 3 player in the league. He was the All-Star Game MVP. He elevated every
top 3 in the stretch,
offensively and defensively.
Lamar, top 3 is a stretch. I remember that season vividly. But guess what? Okay, you're right. The MVP, if you're going to look at MVP voting, again, that's media narrative. What the Bulls had to do, they ran the same basic offense. They slowed down the pace. It was a little bit more passing.
Why do you
call BJ, hold on. BJ went from whatever he went to 14.5, 15 points right?
Because
So he had
everybody's roles went up or not.
Everybody's role went up, but why? This is my point. Scotty only went up by like 2 or 3 points, and my point is, again, I'm not knocking Scotty, Lamont. All I'm telling you is he was not the lighting up for 50 type player. That's not a knock.
So are you telling me?
I love Scotty.
What was the best year of Scottie Pippen's NBA career?
Probably 94.
And he just because his points per game didn't jump from 22 to 29 or 30, don't mean
no. Actually from 18. He was 18, 19. So what's from 18, 19 to 22?
Scottie Pippen is not a Jordan-esque scorer. He does,
and that's my Lamont. That's my point. So when a lot of people say
on scoring,
no, because again, a lot of people will come with me.
Can't get 40, but that's not his MO.
I get it, Lamont. I agree. See, okay, he officially went from 18.6. Then he did get 21 in 92. He went from 18.6 to 22. So he jumped 3 points. No, but Lamont, I agree with you. Now look, his shots per game went up. Actually, they only went up by 1.4. No, Lamont, I agree with you. Lamont, see, understand, please.
That's not what makes Scottie Pippen great.
No, I know that. But what? Okay, here's the deal. I agree with you 100%. This is one of those cases where we agree. But the chatter goes out there is that Scottie could never be that type of scorer because Jordan was always shooting. There's a reason why Jordan was always.
Nobody says that.
Lamont, stop it. See, when you say nobody says that, there are a lot of LeBron fans who say that.
Give me one person.
Bruh, go to that Go James Kingdom group. I bet you I'm on my phone, so I bet you I can find 3 or 4 people that say that Jordan took all the shots. That's why.
Give me one person that says.
You mean credible person? How about Nick Wright? How about Nick Wright says stupid shit like that all the time? Oh my God! You tell me Nick Wright has never said Jordan scored because he got all the shots. He took so many shots.
Nobody judges Pippen based on his offense. Pippen's game is looked at because of his all-around play and the things he were able to contribute other than just scoring.
Me and you both understand that. But there's this. But hold on, Lamont. There's a million memes. No, Lamont, we can't do this, bro. We cannot do this. There's a million memes that will sit there. Hold on, Lamont. There's a million memes that will sit there and compare. And this is what I want you to understand. This is why I did this stream.
I hate the name of the person.
Name of the person. There's a million. I've seen this a million times. And Nick Wright does make this stupid ass point on his dumb ass show. Okay, let's keep it real. There's a million memes that say, look, Scotty beat him in points, assists,
and the Go James Kingdom podcast Facebook page. Say this. Who?
Oh, let me. Oh my God! Now I got to come with the goddamn proof. Like I ain't seen this meme a million times.
Let me call A Johnny right now. I'm gonna put him on the phone,
bro. Oh my God, man! Yeah, you realize he has 123,000 members in that group, right? And a lot of them post stupid shit all day.
Hold on. Let me call A Johnny. Put on speakerphone. Put on speakerphone. See if
please! I wanted a Johnny to call in too today. You can that meme that shows that Scotty had more blocks still, but the only thing Jordan beat him in was points. Now again, there's 2 things I want to do here, bro. While you calling, I'ma speak. There's 2 things I want to do here. I hate the fact that we have to subtract the greatness of a player by his teammate. Why do we try to do that?
Who?
Everybody.
Hold on. What'd you say? Say it again.
Okay, we sit there and we want to the same thing with this Shaq and Kobe thing. We want to take a player's greatness. Oh, he had a great teammate, so he can't be so great. This is what y'all do over there, bro. Don't even act like you want to subtract Kobe's 5 rings. The fact that he had Shaq for the first 3.
5 rings. My criteria gives Kobe full credit for all 5.
I know yours does. But then by the same token, you sit there and make your streams based on the fact that people do that. I'm telling you, I agree with you.
Mine is based on hypocrisy.
All right, you're right. So then it's hypocrisy to act like you don't know that people say this.
No,
It's,
okay, I want to know.
and we both can agree it's a very simple-minded way of looking at things.
No, because what I say is this. I say all of these fake Kobe fans out here who
it's bad. It's not just fake. It's dumb Negro basketball fans.
Actual, because you can go look this up. Because not just me said it, but Kobe even said it himself.
No, bro. Okay, right. But you know what? It's a lot of dumb nigga talk. Honestly, I call it what it is. I call it what it is. Dumb nigga talk. Came out of
Kobe's mouth.
You're right, because it came out. Because fans themselves were telling them he would have interaction with fans. Telling you right. I heard him say it. I get it.
So Kobe was saying, I played the team role. I did everything I was supposed to. We won,
and people didn't. And people subtracted me. I get it. We agree.
And he said that people still said he was less than.
You're right. And who are the people? Who are the people, Who are the people, Lamont?
And when you go look on all the people who were saying these things in the media at that time, the Stephen A's and all the media, he said media and fans, and there were some people he had directly named. But what I said is funny is that this was the common narrative about Kobe. It was so prevalent that it made Kobe want to force Shaq out and do it by himself.
Yes, because he was always going to have to live with it, and he wanted to know if he could do it without him. I get it.
So when fan and media, when their talking points are so loud that it actually gets to Kobe Bryant and motivates him to want to force Shaq out so he can prove to everybody.
You know what else it got to?
Now all of a sudden.
Hold on. You know what else it got to?
Now all of a sudden at Kobe's past, the same people that were tearing him down, but the same people that were saying he couldn't do it, that he couldn't do it without Shaq, and that those 3 rings were only because of Shaq. Now people have flipped course, and now they're saying, yeah,
of course.
He was the one option when they were the same, and he was the number 2 option, and he was right. He was getting carried by Shaq.
Lamont. I remember the same people that said LeBron would never win ring, and now matter of fact, Nick Wright was one of them people.
I don't care about what they said about.
No. Don't tell me you don't care because you brought it up with Stephen A. Smith. Nick Wright was one. I remember the same motherfuckers who used to kill LeBron are now the biggest LeBron suckers. Why? Because they had to see him do it.
About LeBron, this was
okay. You know, okay. Here's another. No. This is about everybody. Lamont, we went through a million what if scenarios that people, this is all barbershop chatter. This is all, no, hold on, Lamont. This is all news cycle chatter. Now the barbershop shit went to the news. Back in the 90s, Sports Center just reported the news. They didn't have all these talking head shows and debate shows and all that. We all know that this came.
They just weren't watched a lot.
They weren't. You had Sports Talk Radio.
It was more.
Yes.
Talk radio, and then you had the sports.
And now you got Twitter. Again, one thing I will say is that, the players themselves, now you see Kevin Durant had to go make a fucking burner account so he can argue for himself on Twitter. That's what he sat up doing after games. Bro, again, you know who else it got to? Again, Scottie Pippen. He admitted it. He wanted to see when Jordan was out there that I could take the last shot. He admitted it. And that's why he does this now, because he wants to get. Look, bro, it's human nature.
Last shot, King Rowe. In 94, he wanted to take the last shot because in 94, he now was the number 1 option.
I get it.
I get it. Respectful that now all of a sudden, when I have my opportunity,
it's a problem.
To be the number 1 option. When I have the opportunity,
as I told you,
to make a shot that redefines my legacy.
You
want to snatch that from me?
Yes. You know why? Because Phil drew up 2 plays for him the previous play. They were up 6. Hold on, Lamont. No, Lamont. I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan. This was clearly shown
that year. Scottie Pippen hit 8 game winners throughout the regular
season. And right there against Anthony Mason, they ran 2 plays for him against Anthony Mason, and he could not get a bucket.
Kobe
so the 3rd play they went to the Kukoc.
Kobe missed a ton of game winners after Shaq.
I get. See, now you did a whataboutism. I get it, but Kobe also, again, hold on, and again, I'm glad you said that because hold on, because Shaq himself said hold on, Lamont. Because remember the two air balls versus Utah. Hold on, Lamont. Hold on, Lamont. The two air balls versus Utah. What did Shaq say? Shaq said, and this was corroborated by both of them.
I'm only talking about when Kobe was the number one option after Shaq was gone.
Okay.
Phil was not drawing up game winners for Paul Gasol. Phil Jackson was not drawing up game winners for Derek Fisher. He was not drawing up game winners.
But that's a whataboutism. Because guess what? Phil Jackson also said, hold on. Phil Jackson also said Scotty got a cricket jump shot. So obviously Phil trusted Kobe much more than he trusted Kobe. Scotty. The fact of the matter is Phil did draw up two plays, and it wasn't disrespectful because Kukoc was a much better shot, and he fucking shot. He hit nothing but net. Mind you, they were trying not to go down 3-0.
I'm not saying it was right or wrong. What I'm saying
is, that's my point. But I get it. So now, okay, Lamont, we done went around I'm just making you understand that yes, it's human nature for play. I done named Kevin Durant going on Twitter with a fucking burner account he famously caught because he's defending. These players are human. These players they find out they go get their hair cut and they see what they're talking about in barbershops themselves, right? It does matter because you're sitting there. I'm out there busting my ass. I'm becoming the best in the world. Yeah, I want to be respected at the end of the day. But at some point, yeah, some people have to they got to put it out your mind. There's only the strong can do it. Yeah, look, LeBron. One thing about LeBron, he after the 11 finals. He came on TV. He said, I heard the joke. What's the difference between LeBron and a dollar? The dollar gives you 4 quarters. So he knew the perception as well. And again, it's part of it. These guys are human. I don't fault them for that. But the point is that, this is what happens when it comes to dumb Negro talk because a lot of people are not nuanced to understand these dynamics. At the end of the day, right? Scotty was never that fourth quarter guy. He was never that, and that's fine because there's a million other things that Scotty could do to help teams win. We know that. There's a reason why he's on the list he's in the pantheons he is in. You understand what I'm saying? I know it hurt his feelings that incident was, but that was a famous. Like, who's going to do a documentary and just skip over a situation like that? It wasn't about just Jordan being on the team. This was the Bulls itself from 84 to 98. That's what they chose to do in that documentary. Jordan, okay, it's so funny. Now he's the worst teammate. Well, you didn't say that when you asked the man to induct you in the Hall of Fame. You did not say that. So that's the disingenuousness. And we think people got such short memories where, bro, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm doing this stream because the fact that we have to try to go back in time, like I'm Dr. Strange with a time stone and just do these alternate scenarios. All we have is what happened in history. There's no what ifs. There's no, this Mike without Scott. No, Mike had Scotty. So therefore, what did Mike do with Scott? I'm arguing with somebody in Gold Chase Kingdom, asking me a million times, what did Mike do without Scott? I'm like, I don't care. I know what he did. We all know what he did. First of all, I ask you, when did he lose? He lost at the beginning of his career and at the end of his career. And then when you say Mike without Scotty, please keep in mind, Scotty was not an all-NBA player right off the bat. It took him 3 years to be even an all-star player. And yes, in the 90s, he made the all-defensive team every single year. He didn't make it in the 80s. So to say Mike he won playoff series without the Scotty you come to know. Again, even with Shaq, with Kobe, it took Kobe a couple of years because he was a 17-year-old kid when he was drafted. That's the bottom line. And it's like a lot of dumb nigger talk. Dumb nigger talk makes us have these stupid what if scenarios, and we need to stop it. Like, it's again the marvelous world of hypotheticals. There's no hypotheticals. You go back in the history book. What happened? I've been studying since I'm 11 years old. My grandfather had an almanac, and I've been studying the history of this game since 1946. And when it was an almanac and no Google, I did everything I could to research what happened in particular years, who was the star, whatever. That's why I can come with a perspective that I understand this game. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna take a breather, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you what the deal is. I know, blah, blah, blah. But y'all niggas are the one that, what if he didn't listen? Bro, ain't no fucking what if. We don't put time back on the clock.
The best videos, King Row, are the videos where you can specifically target who you're talking about, as opposed to talking in general, because what you're saying is not a very general opinion.
It is a general opinion, bro. A lot of
very targeted. I don't know who you're talking to, but
come on, Lamar. You can't do this. You can't do this because you do this a lot too. Lamar, you do this. I'm calling out all the dumb niggas. Hold on. I'm calling out all the dumb, uneducated niggas out there. The ones that think, hold on, Lamar, as you and I both know, there are people, there are grown-ass men who had grandfathers they could have asked to think that Will Russell played against a league full of 6'4" white centers. When you and I both know that shit is false. You know he played against Bill Russell for most of the 60s was one of the shortest centers in the league.
King Row, the funniest part about this is that you are sitting here trying to fight for the players of the 60s, but you're the one that say you don't count the 60s in your ranking.
See right there, you're lying. This Will Russell and Will are 2 and 3 in my list. So no, the only person I don't count who would have an argument, and Arizon is Mikey, because Mikey played in mostly 52. There were no brothers in the league, so I have to kind of separate Mikey. Everybody else after that, when the league was not separated, I didn't count their league. Arizon actually did play. He played in both segregated, and he played enough in the 50s to play against brothers. But other than that, that's the only thing why I say I don't count. No, I count Russell. Russell is Chamberlain is my 2, and Russell is my 3.
Who's your GOAT?
My GOAT is MJ. My fourth is Kareem. My 5th is my favorite all-time player, Magic.
Hold on. Number 2 for you is Wilt, right?
My number 2 for me is Wilt.
Now, my question would be, why would you have Wilt over Kareem?
Why would I have Wilt over Kareem? Because I think Wilt was a better player than Kareem.
Okay, talk about it.
Wilt was the most dominant player of all time. The fact that he owns 60% of the record books, and see, when I say the all-time record book, meaning things like points in a quarter, points in a half, points in a game, obviously. Most how many of the highest scoring games are Wilt's? Wilt has records
statistically?
Huh?
So he's dominant statistically.
Dominant statistically, and then now when I get down to the winning part of his career, he led 2 of the top 5 teams were Will's teams.
Hold on, but King Rowe,
go ahead.
You don't do that? How come you don't do that thing that you do with a lot of these other players, where you start targeting their shortcomings? Because
again, you're right.
A lot of shortcomings in the playoffs.
You're right. He had a few. He had more overjoyed. Again. Remember what I told you. One of the things about Wilt that kind of was unfair why he had losing seasons is because his team moved. They could find, mind you, you have one of the best. The problem again. This is the next thing. Hold on. It's the next thing about Wilt. No, it is hypothetical, but this happened. The league. He was so good that the league. In the 60s, they thought him one guy being that much better than everybody else would be a mockery to the league. Like him getting 50 and 60-point games. So they act like if they didn't make the rule changes before he got into the league, they thought he would have got 80 points a game. They thought that would have been a mockery. They didn't see the league now would promote it. They thought, oh no, one guy being that much better than everybody else, we got to slow this guy down. It's going to make our league look like a mockery. You got to understand historical perspective. The league was fighting to survive. As I said, you had teams contracting year by year. The Bullets, the Baltimore Bullets actually have 2 NBA championships. You realize that that's not the same franchise as the Washington Wizards. That's a whole different franchise. That team contracted, and then they had to come up with a whole new version of the Baltimore Bullets. See, a lot of people don't understand these things. They've changed the rules against them. So now, the first thing I'm looking at is individual talent, and he's going to check. And yeah, you're right. He did have shortcomings. You know what his shortcomings are?
How do you measure the talent? What are you using to measure the talent?
Bruh, come on, bro. He was that much. I'm looking at the film. He was that much of a better athlete than everybody else. Will Russell was a hell
Being
of
an
an
athlete's
athlete
not a
too.
talent. That's an intangible.
Sir. Wilt Chamberlain was stronger. Like he just was an absolute beast, and his dominance of the record books show that he could have done whatever
what
he
I'm
wanted.
saying is,
Now, mind you, hold
talent.
on. I'm gonna tell you this.
How do you measure talent?
How do you measure talent?
Yes.
The measurables. His strength, his speed. I'm watching him full sprint, running past guard. Like 7-footers don't run like that. I'm looking at the fact, the requisite skill set. He was a world-class high jumper, and he jumped. He didn't do the flop method. He just jumped straight over the bar. He was an Olympic class athlete. Again, now you put it on the basketball court. Look at the numbers he's putting up. 55 rebounds in a game.
So you're using the stats.
Yes, stats matter, bro. Stats still matter. And again, they help LeBron's case.
King Rowe, what I'm trying to ask you is,
what
are you using to measure the talent?
Everything.
Your eye test.
Okay.
What?
I test performance, the whole nine. Again,
what do you mean by performance?
Because the brother scored 100 in the game.
Arguably the biggest playoff dropper in NBA history.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that, though, Lamont. There's context. Hold on, Lamont. There's context to that. There's context to that. Why? Because his longest playoff runs. Hold on, Lamont.
That's hypothetical.
His longest playoff. No, it's not hypothetical. There's what happened.
He did or he didn't.
No, Lamont. Okay, I'll put it this way. I'm glad you said that, because you got Dennis Rodman.
Your context is hypothetical.
No, that's not hypothetical. It's what happened. His longest playoff runs.
Either he did or he didn't.
Right? Lamont, you're gonna let me get this out. This is my show. When he was a 50-point scorer, he had his shortest playoff runs. Now, he did have a couple of individual drops, but like it wasn't like he was at the season he averaged 50. He was averaging 20 in the playoffs. No, his longest playoff runs came at the later part of his career when he focused more on facilitating. So now he got more regular season games where he averaged 50 at the front end of his career, but now most of his playoff career where he actually was winning was when he did focus more on facilitating and less on scoring.
He only won 2 championships, King.
He only won 2 championships, and the 2 championships he won was on dominant teams. He made Lamont. He lost 2 finals to the Knicks. So there was more rounds of the playoffs.
He has a losing record in the finals, don't he?
Yes, he does. I don't fault LeBron for going 4-6.
Why are you talking about LeBron for?
No, because I know that's where you're going. I don't care that the guys are losing records in the playoffs. See, honestly, with LeBron, what saves LeBron, in my opinion, is he has a dominant team. That would be the 13 Heat.
I'm not talking
okay. No, because I know you're gonna get, because the fact that I got LeBron 8th, you think it's hypocritical, right?
No, I'm
okay.
I'm just asking you, because of the 2 players that I gave you. I said, what makes Wilt rank higher in your ranking?
Just being honestly, I'll tell you this, bro. When he was old with bad knees, he blocked. I seen him block the skyhook twice easily. I think if they were matched up pound for pound, Kareem would have had his handful. Now, I think they would have had some great battles as he did with Russell. But I think
so you rank Wilt higher because you think he would beat Kareem in a one-on-one matchup?
And I think if they would have battled, remind you now, you're talking about a league where they play each other 10 times, right? It's only 8 teams, right? And there's still 80 games. So they're gonna play 10 times. I think he would have really gave Kareem a handful. If they were prime for prime. Now, mind you, young Kareem saw old Wilt, and it still were great battles. Again, I saw the film of him snatching the skyhook out of the air twice. I heard the story Larry Brown tells it at UCLA where Magic and him were running open run. He's 40 something now, and Magic talk shit to him, and he said, "Y'all not scoring on this basket again." Magic will tell you this. Larry Brown will tell you this, and Will, unfortunately, is no longer here to tell you the story. But they didn't score another basket, and he's old, retired, out of his prime, and Magic is one of the greatest of all time, playing with other college and pro level guys. Guys will tell you this shit. And then see, this is the problem. I ask my people. I see Wilt went to enough Rucker games, games at Rucker Park and shit like that.
So
they'll tell you.
What games of Wilt versus Kareem did you see that were this big determining factor for you?
Not about Number one. First of all, I can go back and look at the records. I obviously didn't see those games. But even if I saw those games, I'm realizing I'm looking at old bad knees Wilt versus young horse Kareem.
I can give you the numbers.
Go ahead, give me the numbers. It is a hypothetical, but as I'm saying,
it was it's Kareem is 16 and 11, and then the stats were Kareem averaged 31 and 15, and Wilt averaged 16 and 17.
Again, you also know that Wilt is now the facilitating his whole role with the Lakers.
Like Wilt is not going to get 30 a game on Kareem.
Okay, again, even with that, what's the win-loss record?
Facilitating. He was only averaging 3.8 assists per game.
Come on, bro. You know facilitating has a lot more to do than assists. You know the facilitating has a lot more to do than assists.
Did Wilt lead the league in assists?
Yes, he did with Philadelphia. Yes, he did with Philadelphia. You're going to get more of the playmaking from Jerry West at that point of his career. Again, it's a whole different role. Now, the fact that Wilt averaged 17 rebounds tells you what. And even then, as I said,
15.
Hold on. But even then, as I said, you got old, different role, bad knees Wilt versus young horse Kareem. Let's put, if I could, and again, it is a hypothetical, but I would have to then imagine them prime for prime. You can't do it prime for prime.
Wilt wasn't old.
He was 33, 34? At that time, it was old, and his knees were bad. I mean, what?
What do you mean his knees was bad? He had a torn ACL?
No, he didn't tear his ACL, but he had to struggle through. This is all documented. This is all people knew this. So what? I mean, I'm trying to gather what you're saying because the younger version of Kareem put up better numbers, and Wilt was largely enough. Even though Wilt, because Kareem won in 71, Wilt won in 72, Knicks won in 73, and Knicks won in 7.
I just want to know what you're using, whether it's stats, whether it's accolades. What are you using to put Wilt over Kareem?
Just the dominance of his era.
Because it's not accolades and it's not stats.
It's the dominant. Okay, then now again, Kareem has more accolades to win. He has more, like it's the DPOI. There's things like that. Will have more. What doesn't Will have more rebounding titles? He has more scoring titles. He scored like his point per game average is higher. It's considerably higher. Again, the playoff anomaly has to do with him shaving his role.
When you consider records and accolades, that all go to Kareem.
Kareem has a longer career. See what I'm saying? This is what we do. At the end of the day, I'm looking at dominance over an era. I'm looking at dominance over his era. I just think that, again, it's just the fact that I think that he's a better player. Period. Like I said, his biggest weapon, if I can see this man snatch at his, again, 34 ancient, they're playing in goddamn pro kids. They're not playing in these comfortable shoes that they play now. Yeah, 34 people were ancient. People were done. Will Russell retired at what, age 33, 34? Like, Will, at the point you got these famous runners with Kareem, most players are retired at that age.
Yeah, but the thing is, whose fault is it that they retired early? Kareem played 20 years at a time where it was rare that somebody plays 20 years.
Completely understand.
So does Kareem?
But then you're also talking about 17 years later
because he was able to stay in shape. He wasn't out partying. He ate healthy. He was a vegan, but he did the things necessary to play longer, to have more winning, to have more longevity.
Here's the fact. Here's the fact. Will could have played longer. There's no reason for him to retire other than the fact that he wanted to start a volleyball league and do other things.
So
I mean, what can I tell you?
Want to quit basketball and start a volleyball league?
Hold on.
That's going to impact your legacy.
Another famous reason why Kareem played so long.
Oh
no. Yeah, see what I'm saying? You just used it. Oh, he stayed in shape better. Blah blah blah. No, Will could. As we've seen, if Will
doesn't matter what he could have did.
Telling you, hold on. If Matt, because you said I'm doing hypothetical. If Magic is telling you that man was still so good at basketball that he stopped me and a bunch of other D1 and pro players from scoring 6-7 years past his playing career, then I couldn't believe he could have done the same.
But what am I supposed to do with that?
Okay, I want you to just understand this, Lamont. I want y'all to hold on, Lamont. I want you to understand when I do my GOAT list, I really have respect. It's not like one thing I don't do is I don't try to tear down one player to elevate the next player. I start with the things that made them great. And again, Wilt's dominance is just
Wilt better than
okay. The fact that they use things to slow him down before he got in the league.
Have more MVPs because when you talk about dominance over.
Oh my God! See again, Lamont. Different.
You said dominance over your decade, right?
Okay, he has more MVPs per season.
So dominance over your decade.
Hold on, he has more MVPs per season.
It takes you have less than a 1% chance to win a league MVP.
Okay, but he has more MVPs per season. So if we want to do MVP batting average,
dominance, but you said dominance over a decade. The number one award I can look to see if you were dominant over your decade is league MVP.
Will has 4. Will has 4 and 13 with 4 and 13 seasons.
How many does Kareem have?
He has 6 and 20. That's a better average. So
hold on. No, you said dominance over a decade.
I said, yeah.
And so when we talk about dominance, what decade are you judging Kareem on? What 10-year span?
I'm dividing his whole span. I'm dividing his whole career because guess what? Things will work into Kareem's favor, like getting to the finals in his last 3 years, that actually Will left the game at the same point. You get what I'm saying? Kareem went to 10 finals, right? 3 in his last 3 years. That means before that, hold on now. Before that, he went to 7 in his first 17. Will went to 6 in his 13.
Will a better player than Kareem?
Being overall dominant. And again, that's just my tiebreaker.
Is there anything measurable other than subjectivity?
Yes, points per game, rebounds per game. They don't even keep blocks, and we know that by many accounts, Will would have had more blocks per game.
That's a hypothetical.
It's not a okay, because it was an unofficial stat, right? Let's just say because unofficial stats count them in.
I'm just messing with you, King Roll, because I'm.
No, I know you are. But I want you to understand when I do. Again, first of all, I really think we spend too much time on GOAT player debates anyway. But then what I am doing, I'm really using this razor thin margin of. Then I'm gonna look at statistical dominance. He was more statistically and again, I will say this. He told it to Michael Jordan's face. The only reason why I think Michael Jordan is the GOAT. He told Michael Jordan, they making rules to help you. They made rules to stop me. Michael didn't say another word. Everybody, this is with the 50th other greatest players in the fucking world of all time. And you know what? Everybody will tell you. Mike said, you know what? Shit, I can't. Bro, he got me there. So again, 2 years later, unfortunately, Wilt left us. Wilt was a bad motherfucker at the end of the day. And so again, these are the gods of gods, man. I know you in your theme song, you got Akeem was overrated, but Akeem to me is a god. He top 20, bro. If I meet any of these people, it would make my day.
Playoffs all those
I ran into John Lucas in Las Vegas. That made my fucking day. That's how much respect I have for these players, man. I'm just saying.
King Rowe. Maybe I need to rehear your criteria. I just don't know what criteria you can come up with that puts Will over Kareem.
I just named it. physical, personal, individual overall dominance.
This criteria that you're giving me is not the criteria that you gave me for your top 10.
Because it's hard to put in words. It's hard to describe. Because again, I'm going to look at how good you are as a player individually.
It's only hard to describe when you're trying to finesse it.
No, I'm not trying to finesse it. Honestly, I think Wilt was a better individual talent than any other player that ever lived, including Jordan. So now what's going to put Jordan in is obviously his ability to lead more teams to dominate.
True the King up here. King Row, I don't know, man. First you said the 96 Bulls are the 7th, 8th best team in NBA history. You got a whole bunch of crazy take.
Bro, but I stand on it.
No, you don't. No,
yes, I do. Yes, I do, because I think Wilt got 2 teams that would have floored them. But again, these are all hypotheticals. What can you do?
On hypothetical.
You know what you can do? You can put it on NBA 2K, and even that's not perfect.
Hold on. So you are doing a show attacking the people that use hypotheticals, but everything that you think and know about basketball is so
no. See, the hypotheticals are fun to think about, but they're not written in stone.
True to King Row.
We're gonna close up soon, but I did. Hold on, let me see.
But you can't talk for 5 seconds without using a.
That's bullshit. No, because you put me in a hypothetical discussion. Of course, I'm going to give my opinion, but I'm not going to act like this is law.
Telling you everything that you're saying is a hypothetical.
No, but no. Again, this is a hypothetical discussion. That's why, because that's the only thing. Lamar,
no, it's not.
Lamar, the first one. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Look, King Row, you can avoid hypotheticals if you tell me what the measurables are. If you have measurables that make Wilt better than
again, it's
not hypothetical.
Again, the only measurables you would have the stats, right? And of course, even the first couple of years of Kareem's career, you have no blocks and steals, right?
That's hypothetical.
You have awards that didn't exist.
If it don't exist,
you're right. No, it's not hypothetical. That's not hypothetical. That's history. No, that's not hypothetical. That's history. You have that's not a hypothetical to say that there are awards that don't exist. So if I'm trying
to, if it did exist, Wilt would have more.
I don't know. So that's what I'm saying.
Why you bringing it up?
Do it. Hold on. I'm saying you can't do it as an exact science, even if you're taking it into account.
No, King Row, I didn't bring it up.
No. Again, I'm explaining to you that that's the fact. So you can't even do it. Like, I can't say Wilt has this or would have. It doesn't matter because they didn't exist. Can they go back and retroactively vote on it? No, they can't. There's not even enough people that were alive to even have witnessed it, right? So it doesn't matter. Again, like when I asked you, how'd you find all these next-gen stats for Jordan? Oh, a lot of them go of film study, and it was.
I told you where. I told you every source where it was calculated.
But they did not keep these stats officially, and since they couldn't, they did not. See, now they have.
Tells you, like for example, with some of Bill Russell's analytics, Synergy has even used radio broadcasts to get as many numbers and stats that it can, and it goes back as far as it can based on.
But you're not seeing the visuals, so it's still not going to be an incomplete data set, though, Lamar.
Based on data that it can obtain. So again, we weren't talking about players from the 60s. So what I'm saying is this right here. What are your measurables? Because remember, you're the one that said you want to avoid.
Guess what? That means if it's my measurables, then I can only measure points, rebounds, assists, field goal percentage. That's all I can measure.
But are these? Hold on, but are these the traditional things that we use to measure who ranks in your top 10 points, rebounds, and assists?
No, there's a whole bunch of things.
What are the traditional measurables that we use that we typically rank players in our top 10 with?
What, MVPs, stuff like that? Well,
awards, championships,
and again,
being an all-time leader in the statistical category.
Okay, yes, which we're tired. First of all, hold on now. No one will ever even dream of getting him in rebound. Matter of fact, he holds the single individual record. Somebody could score 100. Somebody could score 100. No one will ever catch him in rebounds. Ever. It's not even imaginable. There you go. I mean, and again, so then now it's bringing up hypotheticals. The other things that made him great. Again, same thing with Russell. Because again, I got to go off accounts. I got to go off the fact that All-Stars, just hearing Russell's footsteps, knowing that he can make up and do the chase. You think LeBron is great at the chase down block? The originator of the chase down block, Bill Russell.
Bro,
and I've had Hall of Famers say, I smoked the layup because I heard Bill Russell's footsteps.
I have never heard anybody say that a player is ranked top 10 because of LeBron James' chase down block.
No. See what I'm saying? I'm not talking about that, man. What I'm telling you is when I say that LeBron,
weird things.
No, it's not weird things. It's what made Russell great. It's why they won 11. See, okay. Look, you see how you do 11
you
championships?
spent all this time talking about Shaq choking. Wilt is one of the biggest playoff droppers and chokers in NBA history.
Wilt was not. No, that's not fair to say. That's really not fair to say. Especially for a guy. Hold on. Especially for a guy that took Wilt to all of them. I mean, Russell in the Celtics to all them seven, and he did it with inferior teams. He took him to a lot of game sevens, just like West did.
That's hypothetical.
No, that's what. See, you're saying hypothetical. I'm saying what happened, and a lot of those series, 7-game, million. How many plays? Because they were running the fastest pace in NBA history. They came down to the last play, and guess what? Unfortunately, Wilt was a guy you could not get the last shot on with. You needed somebody else to get the last shot.
6 times. Are you giving them credit for getting to the finals?
Of course.
Okay.
And I'm giving them credit again. And I'm giving them credit for leading 2 of the most dominant teams. See, the fact that he if he don't have the 2 dominant teams, same way you go, I don't probably put him that high. But when I seen the best of Wilt, both as an individual and as a team player,
these games, you saw these games.
And I didn't see these games. I'm looking at historical perspective, brother.
How do you know these are the best teams of all time when you can't even watch the games?
Oh my God! What does it matter? What does it matter? I go. No, you know why? As we said, I go by individual dominance versus in a certain year. The same things you look at. And then I'm going to remember. Yeah, those Sixers, they had to play those Celtics 8 times. Hold on, sir. Because you know why? Here's one thing. The Sixers probably had to play the Celtics 10 times that season. I think the Bulls in 97, in 96, I think the Bulls' best individual team was the Knicks or the Sonics. Okay. How many times did they play the Sonics? Twice. How many times did they play the Knicks? 4 times. Imagine having to play, hold on now. Imagine getting 68 wins when you have to play the Celtics that won all them championships 10 times. To me, that's greater than the 72 wins.
Okay, so what are you using to measure the dominance of Wilt's 2 teams that you said are the most dominant if you can't watch the games?
Okay, I'm watching enough film to understand. Again, I'm not obviously that we don't have enough of that, but I'm using historical perspective. See, did you ever watch Clayton Curry series or Making the Case for? I'm sure you did, right? Being the basketball savant you are.
King Rowe, just stick to the topic.
No, I'm asking you, did you watch the Making the Case for? I'm sure you did. He's a fellow YouTuber.
King Rowe.
Hold on. The point I want to make, and I'm gonna land my plane. This kid was born the month Jordan won his last championship. And he made a spectacular series about 8 of the greatest players. He researched everything.
Because we can go back and watch the Bulls games.
I know we can. So what? You
can't go back and watch those.
Hold on. Knowing that Wilt played the Celtics 10 times, I'm not impressed. Seeing what I did watch them do to the Denver fucking Nuggets, the Charlotte Hornets.
King Rowe.
I'm sorry.
Okay, King Rowe. You said you're giving Wilt credit for playing on 2 of the most dominant teams in NBA history.
Yes, sir.
How do you know those teams were dominant if you cannot watch them?
Bro, they won 68 fucking games at the highest level.
OKC won 68 games.
Okay, they were dominant.
Okay, how do you know who's more dominant then?
You know why? Because now, hold on. They didn't have to play the Celtics. Okay, the second best team in the league, the Cavs, they played them twice, right? And it was 1-1. I believe. I think that was the only Eastern Conference team to beat them, right? They played the Boston Celtics twice. So if they had to play Tatum and them 5 times, do you think the record might be a little bit different? I'm just saying.
I'm just talking about Wilt. You said this was the most dominant team.
I said one of the most dominant teams. They obviously were dominant.
How do you know they were dominant if you can't watch them?
That doesn't matter. Bro, first of all, I watched enough. I've seen enough film. You're gonna see film. You could probably see a game or two here, and then you would get it. See, Lamont. One thing about me, especially even currently, if I watch 2 or 3 games of a team, I pretty much got that team scouted out.
Hold on, we got somebody on the phone for you, King Ro.
What's going on?
What's good?
Okay, hold on. He can't hear you, King Ro. So I'm on King Ro's show, right? And okay. King Ro is kind of using your Facebook group as a punching bag. Just
Lord. See, I'm using the punching bag.
When he can't get out the corner, he just uses your Facebook group as a
low hanging fruit. Please, come on, Lamar. Please.
What he said, Johnny, and he can hear you if you talk. But I just want you to answer this question. He says that there are people in your Facebook group that are saying that Pippen could average 30 points per game if Jordan shot less. And they are making an argument that Pippen only didn't score 30 points per game
because he didn't get no shots.
Jordan was taking all the shots.
Yep.
Is this the argument?
Now, listen, there's over 120,000 people.
I knew he would say that. Everything. Can't account for 125,000 people.
Hold on, King Ro. I can't hear him. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that there's 120,000 people in our group. I don't see every post. So I don't know who said that. Can he find the post and say who said that and why they said it?
Exactly, but I asked him specifically, Johnny. I said, "Who?"
Hey, Lamont. Lamont. Here's how we settle this, though, Lamont. I'm going to start collecting screenshots.
I said, hold on 1 second, King Ro.
Go ahead.
The only reason why I said who said it, because I said that's not a general talking point around Scottie Pippen. I said that's like a one-off, and you got mad at that one person, but that's
not one person, sir. It's not one person. He got 120,000 people, mostly LeBron fans.
That's not just somebody who just posted that. That's not a sentiment about Scottie Pippen. No, who cares? Scottie Pippen doesn't have to score 30 points. Who cares?
Thank you. I was telling that the whole time.
No, but I understand that. But again, Nick Wright uses that point, and he's used it famously.
I thought Bro was supposed to have somebody up.
I did who conducted. Oh, see, this is the problem. It's dropped who conducted.
All right. Hey, Johnny's gonna jump in. Hold on. I'll see you in there. I'll see you in here, hey, Johnny.
Oh man,
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Bro, you got caught lying.
No, but see, Lamont, again. See, no, hold on, Lamont. I knew the first thing he would say is, "I got 120,000 people in the group," and then again, this is something that we agree.
King Ro, you
sir. See, that's one thing you the guys that get on LeBron's side of our argument. Y'all do.
See the link. Y'all see the link?
Yeah, the link is up there.
All right.
And again, I know. I'm not.
Hold on. GoatCast has his own community. GoatCast.
What's up?
In your community of people, whether it's on YouTube or your social media, do you run into a lot of people that attack Jordan and make the argument that Pippen could have dropped 30 a game if Jordan would have took less shots and he was just shot chucking and making Pippen not great?
I'm gonna say no, but yeah,
it's just not a bit to me. And I'm only saying I don't hear that argument much.
I see. That's a problem when we talk. I talk to so many guys. I've been the Facebook thing for a long time. What's the name? I told GoCast to go in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. Yeah, the Facebook group, they do say some crazy stuff. I will say.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot. Again, as I said, hold on, Lamont, because I want this out here. But it's a lot. Again, there's a lot of dumb niggas out there
talking point. That's not,
bro. If they start using it in mainstream, Again, they use Nick Wright. I've seen Nick Wright make this.
Nick Wright
I've
has
seen
never
Shannon
said that.
Sharp make. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I've
Oh
seen
my
Uncle
Goat James
Shan
Kingdom
use
got
this
y'all out here
argument.
arguing. Goat James Kingdom got y'all out here arguing in my Facebook.
No, it's not,
Y'all
bro.
out here
It's not
arguing.
just
Bro,
Go James
why are you
Kingdom,
even in
sir.
that Facebook page, King Ro?
No, it's bro. Y'all got to stop insulting me. I just found out about Go James Kingdom. Oh, I was like a kid in
Hold on,
the
wait, how's that
candy
an
store.
insult? Hold wait, why is it an
No,
insult to be a part of Goat James Kingdom? What's wrong?
no. I just found out that Facebook group. And to me, it's like a kid in the candy store full of bad take. So here's my challenge. I'm going to take a lot of screenshots. I'm going to take a lot of screenshots of posts. As again, I knew you would say. See, Lamont won't give me credit. The first thing you said is there's 120,000 people in that group. I said that earlier. There's 120,000 people in that group. So obviously y'all can't take account for everybody, what everybody says.
Hey Johnny,
he said
earlier, he said a lot of people in your group are saying that.
A lot of people say it. I've seen Shannon Sharp say it.
I've seen the most common sentiment in your group. Hey Johnny, is that true?
Okay,
Lamont.
Let me ask you this, bro. How many shots per game would Scottie Pippen need to take to average 30?
Probably about 24, 25. And his career high was 16.8. So, 17, actually, 17.2. Here's the deal. I make this point because I know Scottie Pippen's offensive bag was going to max him out at 17.2. He was never going to be the guy taking 21, 33 shots. So when people make that argument, I've seen Shannon Sharp make the fucking argument, bro.
Okay, so
yeah, but nothing limits
Shannon Sharp videos.
Say again?
Like what you do is when you're taking the very uncommon opinions.
It's not. See, the problem is, and this is
making it sound as if they're very general, common talking points.
You know what it is? Again, and I like this. This is the reason why. I decided I wanted to come to YouTube and do a platform. I hear a lot of dumb shit even on TV, and when I hear that dumb shit on TV trickle down to my own personal conversations, I will go to barbershops and people talk like this.
They call them out.
It's not. I will go to the basketball court. People will talk. I call them out. But see, again, I do this type of show because I want to dig a little bit more into it. And true to God, we're gonna let you say what you got to say in a minute. But I see people make these stupid arguments, and I want to fight against it, almost in a way where the problem is y'all don't act like it comes from both sides. There's a lot of dumb Negro talk. I'll say it on my platform, but if I wrote it down, dumb Negro talk, there's just a lot of people who are uneducated basketball fans that say things like that and don't understand it. Yeah, Scottie just wasn't that type of level scorer that Jordan was. That's why Jordan.
Nobody judges Scottie Pippen based on his scoring.
No, a lot of people do, and a lot of people will say we only don't like Scottie because he didn't score like Mike. But there's a reason why. Again, Phil Jackson said it famously. Scottie didn't have that type.
Scottie Pippen was the best player on the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, you know what? They did a lot of that. They had to feed Scottie's ego a lot. They had to make Scottie believe that he was as good as Jordan, but we know that he wasn't.
Phil Jackson was lying.
Phil Jackson was a master fucking psychological manipulator. Yes, Phil Jackson lies a lot.
Lie when it doesn't align with your talking point.
Bruh, Phil Jackson is a fucking pop psychologist extraordinaire. Let's keep it a stack. I watched that motherfucker again. I watched that motherfucker run my neck.
MVP voting. Were they playing psychological games as well?
What are we talking about?
When the voters put him first team All NBA, were they playing psychological games as well?
No, they appreciated his skill set.
Did they put him first team All NBA because of his scoring?
No, it was all around game.
Oh, so.
But hold on. By the same token, there are people that say Jordan only scores. See, this is my point. There's people that say Jordan only scores. Jordan never passed the ball.
Said.
What?
That's what y'all say. Y'all only
praise Phil right there. You know Phil Jackson is a fucking liar. Hold on, Lamont. Because Phil Jackson has a whole decade of Jordan leading all shooting guards and rebounds and assists. So how can he see again? Maybe he did that to make they had to play mind games to make Scottie believe he was that dude. I attest to that personally. I attest to that. I see that. I noticed that. Scottie is the guy whose ego needs to be driven. And that's part of what made him great, part of what made the second guy. But let True to God get in here. You're not gonna mute it?
Yo.
What's going on, man?
True the King, man.
True the King.
How you doing, brother?
King Roy, you got that New York City education, True the King. You know how
I got that. I went one of the best high schools in the country. Don't worry about that.
How do you measure that?
How do I measure that? By the amount of fucking Nobel Prize winners that went to school where I went.
I mean, we can measure it by simple reading. It says True the King.
Go ahead. Let's True the King rock, man. Come on, man. We've been talking long enough. Even I'm talked out. I know you can go all night, Lamont. Jesus Christ, pause.
I need to feed that. Somebody need to feed that baby. King talk.
Hey man, salute everybody, man. Salute, man. Yeah, I was just tuning in. Man. Shout out to Go Cast and all. I mean, the Scottie Pippen thing. I mean, listen, like I said, Scottie Pippen was never. We know what Scottie Pippen was as a player, though. Like, yes, he was a good scorer. We ain't gonna say he couldn't score at all. I mean, he's not like a liability, but the reason why Scottie Pippen was on, you know what I mean, he's as great as he is because of his well knowledge of his game, of him being a playmaker, point forward, and being one of the best perimeter defenders of all time. You know what I mean? I don't think people judged him like we understood like, okay, like that's what the team. That's why the Bulls were so great because they built around Michael Jordan. We all know Michael Jordan is already the greatest scorer of all time, so we don't need a bunch of scoring on the team. Fast forward, not fast forward, but remember who else was on those great Bulls teams in the last three peat was Ron Harper. Ron Harper, before he got to the Bulls, was a 20-point per game scorer. Right? He gets to the Bulls, he you know what I mean, he don't take the same amount of shots because because that's a whole other thing too, because Jordan, they were preparing Jordan to come back eventually. You know what I mean? When Jordan retired, we ain't got to get into the reasons why he took a break, whatever case may be, but you know what I mean? But like when you on that Bulls team at that time with Michael Jordan, like you said, you have a lead in the scoring of Jordan, whereas like the scores back in the day wasn't singly scoring 100 points at that time. You don't need a bunch of shot creators and scorers. You just need certain people to build a team. So, and we all know Scott Pippen was a supporting guy that could score good enough, solid enough of points, but they needed playmaking, which he was, the point forward, the defense. You know what I mean? He was the best defender on the team, and such and such. So, I mean, I don't know. I heard some other things too, though. You were saying too, bro. I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of. I mean, the Wilt Chamberlain.
Talk about the Bill Russell element and the Wilt Chamberlain element.
Oh yeah, I heard. I think Goat Cat was saying. I mean, that's the thing though. Like that's the other thing too about the ring thing with the Kobe thing is listen. Like when you don't get when you win a championship, we play a certain role on the team. Of course, you get credit, right? Which Kobe do get credit for all his championship rings, but there's different levels of credit. Which I mean, that's kind of been a unspoken rule, unwritten rule, but it's been a thing, and we all have agreed to that. You know what I mean? Like Scottie Pippen, we understand Scottie Pippen. We understand the Bulls wouldn't win a championship without Scottie Pippen. We understand Kobe with the Lakers wanted like they won a championship with Kobe, like his contributions to that team. But I mean, when you're the lead guy, you do get credit. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think that's nothing new. You know what I mean at all. Like that's what Bill Russell. Like I said, Bill Russell, he gets a lot of credit from championships. But here's the thing: what Lamont said, which is a fact, that people use his teammates against him all the time. So, but now fast forward, Kobe Bryant. It's like when people say simply, oh, he was a number two guy behind Shaq is a problem, the issue. You know what I mean? So, I mean,
and bro, not to cut you off. But I completely agree. See, there's a lot of things. I think everybody on this panel agree with a lot of what you just said. And what I say is, again, I try to use the cooking analogy, right? Sometimes, like, again, just the chicken or just whatever you cook. Anybody that cooks, I'm not a great cook, but I know how to make shit taste good, right? You take one ingredient out the factor and just try to replace it with something else you think is similar. It might not hit. Those that cook know you gotta get shit just right. You gotta get that sauce just right or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so many people just think, oh, just interchange things and you're still gonna have the same result. No. It's a different. You might have to work it a little different. It might just not taste the same. You understand what I'm saying? So we do too much of this where we try to separate guys from their great teammates, or we try to compare guys to their teammates. Like, bro, it takes so much for a team. I think all of us up here understand it takes so many elements and so many things to go right. The right opponent, the right whatever for a team to win. Then now we sit there and we go back and try to make revisionist history. It's too much of that. That's why I did this stream, because, like I said, we do the marvelous world of hypotheticals, and we do too many hypotheticals. I know you said I'm doing hypotheticals, but again, I don't sit there and believe anything. I don't know. I can't prove some of these hypotheticals. I can theorize, but I can never prove it. So at the end of the day, only thing I can do is go back and search what I know. Even my searching Bill Russell and I can only remember what my grandfathers and them told me about people that actually did see them play. You got great historians out there, bro. You got Hubie Brown that saw these guys play. You got Lenny Wilkins is still alive, 94 years old. Bob Cousy that won all the championships with him. They're still here. Talk to them brothers. Just you know what I'm saying? Like, there's all types of, like, again, at the end of the day, all we can do is compile what we know and form our own opinions. You know what I'm saying? But Casual, I see you pulled up, man. You got anything for us?
I just want to clarify, nigga. You used the whole hypothetical for your basis on why Will.
Your sound super low, Casual.
Yeah, you can speak up a little bit. I use a whole hypothetical for my.
Yeah.
No, I didn't use hypothetical. I use Lamont was trying to get me to list what would compare Wilt to Kareem and stuff like that. All I can say is what I know, Casual. I didn't use hypotheticals. Tell me the hypothetical I use.
You said if Kareem, based off of what you saw when Wilt blocked Kareem's hook shot 2 times, because you made it a point of emphasis to point out that he blocked the shit 2 times. You proceeded to say that if Kareem saw Wilt when he was younger,
it would have been a problem. Yeah,
he would have had his way. So
no, I said he would have been a handful. And I also said, hold on, Casual. I also said it would have been a battle.
No matter what you said, it's a hypothetical. No matter what you said, it was a hypothetical.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. But I also preface it by saying, guess what? It doesn't matter because their problems did not match up.
But you did.
See again. No. Please, don't misquote me. You're not gonna misquote me on my own show. Hold on.
They don't like the
talk. As I said, all we can say the account of him blocking his shot twice is what happened. So I know that they're physically. Okay, again, at the end of the day, then it's just talk. I don't look.
He physically could win without Kobe.
Say again?
Shaq won with Wade, so he could physically win without Kobe.
Of course. But see, here's the thing. I want you guys to understand when you just without would have, could have, should have. I just said this. It's all horseshit. All it is theory. So now, when I use the fact that old Wilt with worse knees slowed down, not in his physical prime, blocked the shot easily, then I am too down theorized.
Shit is my shit. It's just that's horse shit too.
Right?
A bigger power.
It is, but then then it's horse shit. But all I'm saying is, if I'm now, the only thing I can go by, is my opinion. Like, Wilt was so physically dominant above everybody he played, and even then, some of the people he played on his downside that I didn't can theorize that yes, he's second place. Again, I got 1, 2, and 1, 4. I think y'all get too much in the fact that I didn't rate one guy higher. Like, okay, it doesn't matter.
bro, nobody said that. Even Lamont did not have a problem with you asking Wilt over Kareem. He asked you the why. Just your
Okay.
reasoning.
And then I said that the first thing I said was dominance of the record book, despite the fact that records stats like blocks and steals don't exist when he played.
Then how are you using it?
So then, what are you basing it off?
No, because he's still okay. Do you understand that the records? Hold on. Do you understand that these stats that did exist? He still dominates.
They weren't recorded.
If they existed,
no, sir, they were recorded. I'm okay. Points, rebounds, assists.
Talk about blocks and steals for Wilt Chamberlain. It's a hypothetical.
Most field goals, most free throws made in a game. Those type of things. He like
Kareem has a career span where he averaged 2.6 blocks per game, 3,000, which I think is that top 10. That's like top
I understand.
In terms of blocks.
So what? Okay, so what? So how is it a comparison to Wilt, who didn't have the stat? So you can't say right there. I have to already understand. I can't compare the stat.
But let's do this then. But let's do this then.
Go ahead.
Because at the end of the day, we're gonna listen. When it comes to Wilt Chamberlain, I don't think nobody's gonna argue about him being the.
That's why I'm trying to explain to him. It's not. We're not saying that it's the. We're not saying it's the exact stat that you're not using. We're saying you at some point your statements have to line up with something that is tangible.
Okay, here's what's tangible, casual. Wilt has more individual records in the NBA record book than anybody. I think he actually probably has 60%, despite the fact that 3-point line didn't exist. I mean, obviously he would have never had that anyway, but he still has more individual records than anybody.
I don't think anybody gonna argue that.
Yeah, this is a good reason. Keep going.
My issue is that nobody gonna argue about Wilt Chamberlain being a stat GOAT. When it comes to
he has to keep going, because I'm telling you right now, I'm waiting for like the 5-second mark or the 10-second mark where a hypothetical comes up. I'm waiting for it.
Wait, no, I'm about to.
No, see, I think you missed the line where you missed where I draw the line between hypothetical and what happened. As I said many times on this program, I go by what happened. I don't do the hypotheticals because again, I'm not Dr. Strange with the time stone where I can say I can make Wilt be born the same year as Kareem. That's the only way we can do this. You understand what I'm saying, brother? I don't have the time stone.
I will say this though, man. Like, we understand Wilt Chamberlain was dominant. We understand that he had he's the stat GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think nobody ever gonna dispute his dominance, but at the same time though, like, stats ain't the end all be all.
So why is Wilt over Jordan? Well, why isn't Wilt over Jordan?
Exactly. If that's the case.
Okay, and as I said, what's going to now? Hold on. In my opinion, sir, hold on. If you can't ask me why.
Why is he over?
Okay, in my opinion, now the fact that Jordan led more dominant teams and won more. See again, there's a lot. So now Jordan has a lot of great stat records himself, right? I believe he still has the record for most threes made in the finals, despite the fact that he wasn't in the finals half. Despite the fact that he wasn't a great 3-point shooter,
he don't have
allegedly.
More records than Kareem or LeBron.
He doesn't. All right, you're right, but he still has a lot of records, right? See, all of it, it's like 10 things in my criteria that I'm looking at.
You almost let him slide.
And all 10 said LeBron's the GOAT.
No, LeBron has all-time records due to longevity, but he doesn't. He won 2 titles. He won 2 individual titles, 1 scoring, 1 assist. No, I'm sorry. He has a lot of field goal made titles.
Bro, does he hold more records than Wilt?
No, he doesn't. But see, no. Hold on. Y'all all gonna shut up right here. If only records was the only thing I go by 10 things. See, the records, that's the one thing that he has where he's second to none.
What's the next thing?
The next thing is, oh my God. The next thing is, okay, now you have to have a lot of success. Meaning I start going by you leading teams, dominant teams. So now, look, Mike now led more dominant teams with his great individual dominance. He led more teams. Now, Wilt led teams. He led less teams. You understand what I'm saying?
Did he lead more teams than Kareem?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, he actually did lead more dominant teams than Kareem.
So Wilt led more dominant teams than
No. I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, because Kareem in the 70s did not have much success.
That's cap.
How's the cap? Okay, let's go. Wait, hold on. Where's Kareem 68 and 13 team? Hold on. Where's Kareem 72? Where's Kareem 69 and 13
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Go ahead.
It's funny. Look, let's talk about leading a team. Let's talk about leading a team, right? Mm-hmm. This is because you talking about because you want to talk about Wilt Chamberlain.
No. We're not gonna. You know what? We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. Hold on. No. You got it, but I'm gonna come for myself.
You know what about it. You sense danger. You sense the danger.
No, it's no danger. It's no danger because you gotta understand. You're on number 2 of my 10-point criteria. So it's like what you're doing is now okay, Kareem. Well, see, there's other places now where I think Kareem fell short of a Wilt and a Russell and the only 3 that I have ahead of him. Guess what? Right?
You said some key things. Fall short. Let's talk about falling short. Out of all the championships that Wilt Chamberlain won, he had never led them team in scoring in the NBA Finals.
Doesn't matter. Matter. He's still the most important player.
It doesn't matter.
That don't matter.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. Same thing. How many did Russell lead his team? See, now we're gonna get into that. Now we're gonna get into another rabbit hole. How many did Russell lead his team in scoring?
Well, that's not a rabbit hole. No. This is
a rabbit hole. It is a rabbit hole. Russell won 11. How many times did Russell win it? See, we start to do this. You gotta understand. We're comparing about 100 motherfuckers that can be in my top 100, and now I'm using these little individual points as separators.
It's not little individual points.
And again, I want y'all to understand. I'm looking at things very consistently. See. It's like that's why I asked you. Did y'all see the Creighton Crawley making the case for? He never knocked another individual player to make another player's case. So I try to make everybody's case individually, and then I look at things that I separate, like anybody else probably should do with a GOAT list, right? We all agree that these guys are great. I'm not looking for holes in it. When I look holes. No, when I start taking points from people is when you're in your prime, you have a team with expectation, and that team falls short. That means your greatness is not doing what it's supposed to do. Because the second thing on my list, you said you're individually great. Now where's your individually greatness leading to teams winning and being dominant doing so? That's what I'm talking about. So again, there's more things we're going to get to. And again, these are all just separators of all-time great players. Most of these players are perfect or damn near perfect at what they did. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like, I wouldn't do a GOAT debate. That's why I hate doing GOAT debates, because you got to knock a guy. I got to knock another all-time great to say that this guy's greater. No, I'm not doing that.
Brother,
Go ahead.
You spiraling.
No, I'm not spiraling. I'm right on point, but you're not seeing what I'm seeing.
No. I see what you're seeing, and I'm telling you right now, the shit we seeing together, you and I, we eye to eye. We seeing this shit.
Okay.
That shit is inconsistent.
Now tell me where we deviate, because we agree on a lot of things, but then tell me where we deviate.
Oh no, we don't agree. I ain't gonna lie to you. None of the shit you done said tonight.
So nothing I said. So Wilt Chamberlain was not an individually great dominant player.
Oh no.
He wasn't physically dominant.
He was, but you're gassing up shit that don't.
Why am I gassing up shit?
You gassing up individual statistical records that he holds because of a particular.
Because he was individually dominant, right? Because he got more rebounds than everybody else. Because he physically could.
No, bro. You spiraling right now because
I'm not.
I'm trying. Okay, then follow me for a second.
Go ahead.
In individual records that he holds as a way to put him above Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, because that is something Kareem cannot lay claim to. However,
why? He could get more rebounds?
No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
However, when it came to Michael Jordan, well, actually, no, he couldn't because the pace was different. But, however, you will not do the same thing for Michael Jordan because you understand that the moment you put Wilt Chamberlain over Michael Jordan, you might as well put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar over Michael Jordan. You might as well put LeBron James over Michael Jordan.
Wrong.
Slide down faster than you can
Wrong.
fucking
No, that's the problem. Here's the problem, sir. There's a point in my career, because I was already, by saying my teens, I was already like 6-7 years of studying NBA history, right? There was a point in my career, and I reluctantly had gave Michael Jordan the GOAT. I think when he won his 5th title, that's when I made him the GOAT. Now, mind you, he's already, like 2 years prior, he had 2 more champions in the will. Again, I needed to see Jordan sustain dominance and be undeniable. Again, one thing that Jordan had that Wilt could never have or didn't have, no, Wilt could have had it. He could have found a way to develop a clutch move, but Jordan had the clutch move. Wilt didn't. Just because he was a center don't mean, because guess what? Bill Russell.
Clutch. What's a clutch move?
The clutch move?
What's a clutch move? What is a clutch move?
I guess it's the double.
A play. Hold on now. Because there's a reason why Wilt lost a lot of game 7s. There's a reason why. Because just a game-winning play. Hold on. Just a game-winning play. Because one thing about Russell is Russell made so many clutch plays. A lot of times Russell's clutch play will just be outrunning. I think one of you guys showed it. I'm not sure which stream I was on or watching, where they showed where, I think it was you or Johnny, where you saw Russell getting up the floor and then setting a certain screen, and then it let Cousy or somebody was able to. Russell made these plays. Russell went down about 7. You see, and when y'all did the show on Sunday, and you said who's the greatest game 7 performer of all time, right? Russell was 10-0 in game 7s. That means
clutch moves. So Bill Russell got clutch moves.
He got clutch plays. See, it's not just moves. And
so
yes,
guess what? Moves. You said Jordan got clutch moves. Wilt don't. Now it's plays.
Okay, Jordan. Okay, you realize one of Jordan's greatest plays, actually 2 of them, was a steal on an MVP. That was the forward. He stole one against Barkley. He stole one against Malone.
This is where his logic is going.
Don't give me the logic.
The clutch play that you're talking about goes to Horace Grant making the pass.
Okay, so Horace Grant also made it. So Horace Grant, see, this is the thing. See, I know y'all guys want to reduce Jordan. Again, Jordan made the steal on Malone, right?
No,
Jordan made the steal on Barkley, right?
This is what you guys do, Ro. This is what you guys do. This is the funny thing. This is the funniest thing ever.
No, y'all
listen. You guys bring up a logic, whatever logic it is. Then we try to decipher that logic. And then when we break it down and say that logic has no sense, then you guys get mad and say that.
Why does it make no sense?
No, see, hold on, it doesn't make sense because you're saying it doesn't make sense. I just asked you,
hold on.
What is a clutch move? And now you're telling us we're downgrading players because clutch moves don't exist.
Okay, all right. So let's put it this way.
We're not saying these players. Hold on. We're just saying the clutch move and nonsense you're using is nonsense. It doesn't.
No. Okay. Bill Russell, one of the knocks on Wilt Chamberlain is he was almost hard to go to in a must score. Because again, you can win a game by making a defensive play, which Bill Russell did a lot of. Even Wilt Chamberlain made some great defensive play to win games. You can make a play by winning a clutch shot. You can make a play by fucking setting a screen to get somebody open. Again, the Paxson thing that y'all try to keep against Jordan, or the Kerr shot. It was Jordan drawing the.
We don't keep it against Jordan. We just display
it. No,
but I get Ray Allen. You guys
say and then you go with the you guys. See, no, Ajani, when I had you up here last time, right? Ajani, you saying the you guys. Who was you guys?
You guys.
Oh, you guys.
You want me to say
you're doing to me what I did to you about your Facebook group, right? You're holding me accountable for what other guys who believe what I believe say. See, no, I'm not getting killed on my own channel.
You're the only one who say that. But you said one person in my group who say that. But you say a bunch of
what did I say? Did Jordan make clutch plays?
But here's
everybody makes clutch plays. Bro, everybody makes clutch plays. If I tell you everybody, now you're going to say I'm discrediting Jordan. That's your problem.
Come on now, but we know. You're right. Everybody makes clutch plays. But we know that the true greats. We know that the true greats are prone to making clutch plays more than others. You see what I'm saying? No, because what y'all gonna do is y'all gonna y'all holding me accountable for what everybody else says. See again, the beautiful thing about hold on, sir. The why I like basketball. See, baseball is the first sport that I love. Right? In the game of baseball, you have a batting order. You got one player. You got one area of the field that you can guard. Right? I mean that you are responsible for. In baseball, hold on. I'm going to make this point and land it. In baseball, a great player can only affect but so much. In the game of basketball, a great player can impact more of the game. No, I think he left on his own, Trenton Collins. But a great player, because he can play 48 minutes, he can play anywhere on the floor. He can make plays both offensively and defensively simultaneously. This is why basketball, when it comes to judging its greats, and whether you are a 5'9" guard can make a great block. He also can dunk on a motherfucker. The same way a 7'1" guard can make a great block and also dunk. And a 7'1" guard can make a beautiful fucking pass. A la Joker and Will Chamberlain, right?
Lamar, what is he talking about right now?
See, you're not. See, what am I talking about? You can't even follow me. You can't follow the fact that baseball, you are limited by what you can do. I'm
not talking to you about MLB. I'm talking.
Okay, no, see, because you can't. You don't know. You don't like other sports, so you don't get it. The point I'm trying to make is in basketball, you can conceivably play 48 minutes a game, right? The whole game, you never come out. Right?
Wait, what?
In basketball, you can play the whole game where you never come out. You understand that Wilt did that for an entire season, but yeah.
You could. It wouldn't be the wisest idea.
But no, see, the point I'm trying to tell you is when you talk about greatness in basketball, that a individual player can affect more of the games in other sports. Like the quarterback, Tom Brady's can lose a Super Bowl by not being on the floor. You realize that, right?
I realize that, but you're
okay.
We understand that, you do realize Kareem has a series where he played literally every single minute of a series against the Boston.
He's from that era too. He did that too.
I get it. Did you see me knocking Kareem for that?
No one said you're knocking.
Then what's the point are you trying to make?
Kareem got that then some.
Every single time we make the statement, you end up going on this tangent. So hear me and hear me good. Nobody is saying you are knocking any of these all-time greats. Nobody said you're knocking Wilt. Nobody said you're knocking Jordan. Nobody said you're knocking Kareem. What we are saying is your consistency is very flawed.
You're not getting
to compare each logic from comparison A to comparison B. When I asked you why you have Wilt over Kareem, when I asked you, Lamar asked you, and then
why I have Wilt over Kareem.
And you were listing that Wilt's individual statistical dominance in terms of holding records that have not been broken to this day without a line. You remember that?
Yes.
So then we asked you, why isn't it over Jordan? And then you listed a reason that you have over Jordan.
Because there's other things. Because there are other things in my criteria that I will have Jordan over Wilt.
Okay, Ro.
Cool.
So as soon as you say that, then we go because you mentioned the winning part for Jordan and having dominant teams.
Yes.
So we go to Kareem. Kareem has just as many dominant teams, especially when you're considering majority of them was him and Magic.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So once we then flip over to Kareem and Wilt again, and we say, well, Kareem got more dominant teams than Wilt. He got way more, actually.
Say again?
He has way more dominant teams than Wilt.
Okay, name me Kareem's individual best teams. Because I also did this where I was talking to Lamar about my 10 greatest teams of all time. So name how many teams Kareem has.
That's fine. The 71 Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay, I don't think they were good as the 72 Lakers, but okay.
They don't have to be as good, but they are.
See what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. When the fact that Will's team were more
No,
dominant
don't
is
do
a
that. You
check.
said how many great teams? You said how many great teams? You didn't say about no matter what best.
But you know a
how
top 2
many
team
great
and a top
teams?
30 team is like different, right?
If we doing all
Don't
time,
do that. You did not put
if you
that.
want to ask me which team
Oh boy.
is better than, if you want to ask me which team is better than the 72 Lakers all time, the 85 Lakers. How about that?
Okay.
Magic Johnson, Michael Cooper, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, James,
cool.
Mitch, what was it? Kurt Rambis.
Yes, that was a great team. Again, Magic is my favorite player.
Jamal Wilkes. Yeah, that team's better. That team's better. So that's one.
I don't think they're better than the 72 Lakers.
On what basis? What basis?
On the basis of the fact that you know what? They didn't have to play the other great. Look.
Never an argument.
Look. Hold on. I'm gonna make the argument, sir. Can I make it? Hold on. Let me look. Let me look real quick. There's one.
You make something we didn't order. You make something we didn't order.
Wait, hold on.
Well, hold on, mind you guys. He says that the 95-96 Bulls are the 7th best team in NBA history. So his rankings are all screwed up.
I mean, I don't understand why that's the problem. Because so many of your guys say, "Oh, that was the expansion era." Oh, yeah, another argument that LeBron James fans have never made because you guys don't make it, but you know they make it. So come on now. And again, I piss on it, but then hold on 1 second. I'm going to look at one key fact here. Okay, well, number one, the 72 Lakers beat in 6 games. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks, who were defending champions. I'm trying to look at their individual head-to-head. Again, Wilt was 10 and 19, 11 and 19, more of a facilitator. Kareem 37 and 17. Cool. His great individual team beat one of his teams.
I mean, the sidekick.
I was about to say.
See, I don't do the sidekick shit. Y'all do the sidekick. See, we all can throw labels that people use that we don't use.
Mind you,
not everybody uses.
Mind you, true. This is the same Los Angeles Lakers team that while he's over there mentioned they beat the defending champ.
The Bucks beat them the year before.
The Bucks beat them the year prior. He failed to mention that 85 Lakers team also beat the Boston Celtics, who at that time was considered the best defensive group of the.
Bro, I didn't challenge your Lakers being there. The Lakers are on my top 10 list as well. Those same 85 Lakers.
And they lost to the Boston the year prior. So and that Boston team at 85 is better than that Milwaukee Bucks team by the time you get to 72.
That's arguable. See, again, at this point, it's very arguable. Everything is arguable. But I just want to look at something real quick. Hold on. I'm trying to look at how many times they played the Bucks.
You do realize that Milwaukee Bucks team had Oscar Robertson at the end of his rope, right?
I get it. And it was a great team. It was a great team. They had Bob Dandridge.
Better than the Lakers?
What do you mean better than the Lakers?
It's not better. Not the Lakers. It's not better than the Celtics. It's not better than the 85 Celtics. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I mean, again, we're splitting hairs. 86 Celtics. 86 Celtics is in my top 3 of all time teams.
It's not splitting hairs. It's rather clear. There's 85 Celtics. And then all the way down, like down here, you got the 72 Bucks. That Bucks.
Okay. So what does that mean? But hold on. Here's one thing though. Here's one key factor I want to put in here. I'm looking at the game log because I'm looking at how many teams, whether they were great or what. Guess what? The 86 Celtics in the Lakers in the regular season played each other twice, right? They played each other a total of 2 times because that's how many times a team from the East will play the West, right?
Who are we talking about right now?
We're talking about the Lakers and Celtics. So the 2 great teams, they're in opposite conferences, so they only play each other twice. I'm looking at that. The Milwaukee and the Lakers played they played 5 times, right? So East and West, I think Milwaukee was in the East. I believe they went in the East, but I'm looking once.
No, sir. During that time, Milwaukee was in the Western Conference.
Okay, so they played. I'm looking at how many times they played each other. 1,
So if they're
twice.
in the same conference, you can assume that they play more than the Lakers and Celtics.
That's what I'm saying. So the fact that the one thing that I put in the Lakers' favor, and that was a 63 win Bucks team, right? One thing I put in the Lakers' favor is that they have a record, a team overall team sports record that has not. There's only actually the LeBron James Heat were the only team to even approach, and that's 33 consecutive wins. Now that's great. Now I get at this time we got 2 professional leagues, but that's still a great. I've always believed there's been enough talent.
Why, when y'all are debating, do y'all shoot yourselves in the foot? Why?
No, I know you didn't. I didn't shoot myself in the foot. This is a standard that I hold. I don't give a fuck. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Mention the ABA. He meant like.
But bro, I don't. But the fact that I mentioned the ABA, that's me telling the truth. I'm not really having a debate here because here's the problem. Here's the next problem I have. In basketball, we denigrate the past much more. I understand the historical perspective of these things, sir. The fact of the matter is that these leagues were struggling to survive. The ABA struggled to survive, but it wanted to alter the style of the NBA. So it wanted to bring a street more style to entertain its audience more than the NBA, right? So, but what you got there was a lot of opportunity for other, maybe more street ball players to get a chance to play professionally. And it actually, at the end of the day, when the merger came, it actually enhanced the league that took us into the modern era, which actually made the league expand and explode even more, be much better for TV, the whole nine. So it's not that I'm trying to denigrate anybody. I'm not trying to denigrate anybody. Again, what y'all are coming at me is the fact that I will rank one guy, and that's what I got to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
That's false.
Say again? Okay. No. I just want my. Hold on, sir. I just want my position clarified. That one thing I do is when I make all-time lists, it's like, again, these guys are the great of the great, as we all know, right? And I think we need to have that in perspective. These are the best of the best, the best. There are millions of people that want to play in the NBA. There are less than 5,000 people who actually played at least one game in the NBA. Of those 5,000, these are the best of all time. So when we do this whole energy about this guy's greater than that guy's greater, it bores me. To be honest, it bores me because at the end of the day, these are the elite of the elite, the Mount Rushmore of fucking basketball. A lot of us would love to be in one of these guys' shoes. Just for a day. I would have loved to be as great as Wilt Chamberlain playing the game of basketball, or Michael Jordan, or LeBron James, or anybody, and see how I would carry that out. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I said, what I want to do is I want to write my top 50 list, and then what I really want to do, because I'm never going to try to denigrate, but what I'm going to try to say, what separates him from the guy below him, and this is it. And if I do this one day, I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna make it my mission because it's all in my head right now. And again, my list might change, but I'm gonna try to officially do it. And then what I'm gonna use is why is this guy greater than? Why is 49 greater than 50? Why is 48 greater than 47? 48 greater than 49, 40, and so on. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, again, it's all the GOAT debate is all subjective. The fun in it is actually debate. There's no right or wrong answer. The fun in it is actually debating someone's criteria. Again, I think I have a consistent, unbiased criteria, but I judge by a lot. I do judge by guys that have losing teams and the perspective on that, right? I'm not going to fault a guy in a lottery era for being drafted to a team that won 19 games and expect him, especially in the high school era, the one and done era, for a 19-year-old to come and turn around a 19-win team instantly to 45 wins. You understand what I'm saying? So it's all perspective in a lot of these things. But if I got a guy in his prime, and again, this is where I take a little bit of points for LeBron, because this is the key thing. LeBron is holding on for all-time stats, right? I started this talking about free agency and the fact that the Lakers now seem to be in limbo, not knowing if they're even going to compete next year. The guy I had on at the beginning was a Laker fan. And it's like, well, you're holding on and you're getting stats. Well, guess what? If you're rated this high, it's unacceptable to have a player like Luka and then and lose. So if they do lose again, or if they have a terrible season, guess what? This is a little bit more.
Just got back to LeBron. Okay, I was
no, bro. Again, it's okay. It's not. First of all, we haven't talked about LeBron much, but LeBron is one of these. LeBron is the only person in my top 10 that's still playing. So everybody else's book is written.
His book
and LeBron of the two best players that I have that I saw their entire career, LeBron and Kobe.
Do you believe Bron is capable of being an MVP
right now?
At this stage of his career?
No, but he is capable of being All NBA, which he was, right?
I mean, yeah, he's capable of being All NBA, but there's a difference between All NBA caliber players and
All MVP. But guess what? I believe most All NBA players, especially when they're playing with another MVP caliber player, should be on a winning team. And again, because we love to do this, right? One thing that I had on this show is that we love to do what Scotty did, what Mike did without Scotty. No, I care more about what Mike did with Scotty.
Was LeBron?
I can't. No, sir. I care more. You know the thing that really clinched it for Mike for me. You know what really clinched it for Mike is that from 95 to 98, those 3 seasons.
Did the Los Angeles Lakers not have a winning record this season?
Yeah, they had a winning record this season.
Okay, so he was on a winning team.
Yeah, you're right. You're cool. But they got knocked out in the first round with a lot of expectations.
Because the team is significantly flawed.
Oh, okay, but we knew that. And it's one of the reasons. And one of the reasons is that he did not add to what the team needs, and actually having so much control of the roster led the team to a lot of. So again, that's all context. It's all context, and again, I'm not just going to do that.
The reason why they got knocked out in the first round had little to nothing to do with LeBron.
Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did.
It had more to do with the fact that they just traded their only front court hope for a backcourt GOAT in Luka Doncic.
Okay, so because you can't have it all, right?
No, I agree. You can't have it all, but that's.
And again, a lot of the roster manipulations, spearheaded by LeBron, have led to their lack of depth. See one thing, right? Okay, it's so funny. The Knicks are going to next season hoping that a guy like Ariel Hukporti, the 58th pick. I know it's boring. It's boring to you, but the 58th pick of the NBA draft is the Knicks will be contenders next year, and we're hoping that Ariel Hukporti can step up and take a rotation role. Who did the Lakers pick with the 55th pick?
They picked Bronny James.
They picked Bronny James, right? For LeBron's vanity. For LeBron's vanity. So Ariel Hukporti, whether you like, he actually came in one playoff game and actually made an impact. Ariel Hukporti could have been a center in the rotation, and LeBron could still been on the team. But LeBron wanted his son to be drafted so much that he made the Lakers make a move that was not advantageous to them. So guess what? LeBron has to own that. That's part of his legacy. Because guess what part of Wilt's legacy? Hold on. Guess what part of Wilt's legacy? The fact that when Philadelphia had to move to San Francisco, his coach and 2 of his best teammates had to retire. They retired. You know why they had to retire? Because they weren't making millions of dollars back then. They said, I'm not moving my family for this $9,000 or $12,000 salary, which is still a lot of money, but not enough to move my family across. So Alex Annam,
$12,000, decent money back then, but
right, like what?
That's
what? But it wasn't 12. If it was, I'm not even sure it was 12,000 though, sir.
You're right. Now I'll give you the travel and all that thing.
You're moving your entire family to Philadelphia to play a game that you play part time.
I just wanted to clarify.
A lot of people was making $1 million back then. 12K is a lot of money.
I just want to clarify for that so that none of y'all feel like what he just said is dismissing it. That's a lot of chuck and change, nigga. Like that's a lot of money, nigga. Like I don't know what
back then.
Hold on, I completely understand. I completely understand the what do you call it? The adjustment for inflation. It's about $90,000. I think 90-6 is about 90. I think it's like 7-8-1. Matter of fact, we can look it up. What's the conversion rate in 1960? I think it's 1963 when they moved.
You trying to tell me you can't move your family for that?
I was about to say, what, nigga? You could do that right now.
I mean, they chose not to, but again, sir, I mean, at the end of the day, they chose not to.
I get it. I mean, regardless, I
get your point, but
that's what I'm saying. It's not the fact of the matter. Obviously, for what they make now, anybody's going to make that. Anybody's going to 1963 inflation calendar. I'm putting up real quick.
He said anybody's going to make that. You saying anybody's going to make that?
Sir, do you understand what the minimum salary in the NBA is today, sir? Or the average salary in the NBA is today, sir? Matter of fact, everybody's going to move their family across, especially because you see, I think y'all don't get it. I don't think y'all get it. Like back in the day, the West, California didn't even have many people. Like a lot of these places weren't even settled. San Francisco was a big city, of course, but it's like the idea. I've been in Philly most of my life. I'm taking my kids out of school to go to California.
Are we removing taxes out of this shit? Like these niggas
I mean, at this point. Hold on. At this point, okay. So it's roughly a 9-to-1 inflation rate from 63 to now,
and include taxes.
Yeah, again. So I'm talking about, and again, I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you what Paul Arizin made. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get Paul Arizin's salary.
I mean, that is irrelevant to the entire conversation.
No, it's not. Okay, all right. You're right. It is. It kind of is. But what I'm saying, at the end of the day, Wilt Chamberlain lost two guys, and again, it's not like we're gonna give him a compensation draft. They just decided to retire because they did not want to make the move across country. So he lost two of the key players on his team. Now he has to play against all these other stacked teams and with the different coach the whole nine. So that's part of the reason why he lost. But as I'm saying too, conversely, LeBron at this part of his career caused his team to miss out on a player or a couple of players that could have been more, and he still would have had his son on the team. Because we all know that LeBron they could have signed him as a free agent. So again, that's something he has to hold. So whining that he doesn't have a center.
No. I mean, here's the thing, though, right?
Well, is it whining or is it
the Lakers are a problem? Let's be careful. So are we not going to bring the Lakers franchise itself? Because let's be honest. The only person, the reason why
we talked about this,
the reason why they even relevant to begin with is because of LeBron. Let's keep it real. Kobe retired.
They're relevant because they're Lakers. See, that's another.
I mean, let me hold the time. Let's make it clear. The Lakers always going to be. It's the Lakers, right? It's a big market, whatever. But when it comes to success, when it comes to them trying to win and compete, or anything case may be, or being relevant of winning, even making the playoffs, is because of LeBron. I mean. LeBron had things. Listen, we not gotta get to
even during the stretch of this year. True, quite literally, when AD went down before they had even traded for Luka Doncic, LeBron was the primary reason why they were still in the race to the tune of having a top 5.
Like it was a point during it was a couple years ago when LeBron got hurt. They took their team off of ESPN. They took their game off ESPN. Something like that.
I got you. You're talking about marketing and things like that.
No,
I maintain all year that the Lakers were a very mediocre team, and it didn't surprise me that they lost and why they lost. I think most of us in hindsight realized we should have, if y'all said Lakers in 5, like all the rest of them, Shannons in the world, right? You realize that the Lakers had fundamental problems on it. I said you don't have perimeter defense. And you don't have a big man. You like Jackson Hayes is not a championship center. We all understand that, right?
I agree.
Okay.
LeBron can't. The only thing you really can criticize LeBron is something you really can't necessarily criticize is him taking less money. And
see, I wish my boy JB was up here, bro, because JB is the big Laker fan. Bro, y'all fumbled a lot. Like Ivica Zubac. Why was Ivica Zubac traded for Michael Scott?
Even if we
Magic Johnson, though. Magic Johnson.
I know. You're right. It was a bad deal, but the Lakers fumbled a lot of big men bags. Like they fumbled a lot of young players that should have been on. Even Thomas Bryant was there during the LeBron era.
Jonas Valanciunas just went to Denver, man. A couple years ago, it was supposed to be the Lakers that was supposed to be getting Valanciunas to
You're
service.
right. They struck out, and again, as I started the program, I started talking about free agency. The Lakers struck out on a lot of bigs. Went to like Lou Cornett making the $41 million. He took $41 million to be a backup. There was a starting role for him in LA.
Hey, true.
The Lakers struck out on a lot of big men.
We got Miles Turner, man. We got Miles Turner, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I mean,
oh, you a Bucks fan, casual?
Come on, man.
You got wave Dame to do it. It's crazy. I ain't never seen an NBA team do that.
Oh,
Though.
man,
That was crazy.
I forgot about the stretch provision.
I think Nicholas Batum had gotten waived by Charlotte when he was going through.
No, but y'all owe him money. That's crazy. Like he said.
Remember the stretch provision.
But think about it. Which one would you much rather?
You got that baseball deal. You got that baseball buyout.
Would you want to be paying essential like rent for 50 mil a year for like the next 2 seasons?
Man, Dane could have been petty. Dane could have been petty, man.
That's what people do when they refinance their mortgage.
Dane could have been like this. Dane should have been like, "Hey, give me a million every year till 20."
You know. Yesterday was officially Bobby Bonilla Day for the. I know y'all not baseball fans.
Dame Dollar. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, Dame Dollar.
Well, I'm a Mets fan, and Bobby Bonilla will make $1 million every year until 2039. Ain't that some shit for a deal he signed in 1993?
But that's
he got bought out. He got bought out of his deal. Dame was like, man.
But when you think about it, it's a win-win for Dame because Dame, like, it's no reason to be petty because we don't.
They didn't want to be there anyway. I don't know why. People is gassing.
He benefits you more than it benefits us.
Yeah, he gonna go rehab in Miami. He gonna rehab in Miami and see if we can run with Miami next year.
You could finally go to Miami, or you could go to Los Angeles. Shit, you could go to Houston to build a super team with KD for all we fucking count. I don't know, but like nigga, like you.
I don't know. They can't afford them now. They will have no money. They have no money now though. I'd be mad.
What if he take a vet? What if he take a vet minimum? Shit, he getting paid $22
That's
million
nasty work.
5 years.
That's nasty work.
Nigga, got a lot of choices. But see, think about this, man. They pay you $113 million to go away. And you talk about an era back in the 60s where they wanted to give you $9,000 to go. I mean, teams weren't even giving you a relocation fee.
I get that point, but like, look, I understand the whole movie of family, but you gotta bring up the money. The money back then.
When you brought up the money, I was like, that's crazy because like that's not taking it, nigga. That's a lot of dough.
It was a lot. It was more than a teacher made that back then, right? But it's not. It wasn't CEO type money. You know what I'm saying? And so it was probably like good, high exec level money. And some of these guys, again, they college educated. They like, oh, I'll stay here. And a lot of them went into coaching.
Some of these businesses going bankrupt in like the first 5 years. So shit, depending on the business you mentioned, this shit, it might.
Look again. The NBA started with 11 teams. Only 3 of those teams still exist today: the Warriors, Celtics, and Knicks. 8 of the original 11, like we have 2 back-to-back champion Baltimore Bullets. They don't exist. That's not the same as the Washington Wizards. They had to come up with another version.
I agree.
Yes, and so I always want people to understand. Yeah, my fault. I always want people to understand that the NBA as a business, it was a very shaky deal. Like a lot of these teams, the Anderson Packers, the Tri-City Blackhawks, these teams were like all folded. And so the NBA basketball, they didn't think pro basketball could work as a sport. That's why I have a lot of respect for the Bill Russells and what, in addition to what Bill Russell and what these guys were going through socially. I'm sorry, they played in a lot, like Bill Russell played in Boston, where they hated the fact that an N-word made more money than them to work in the docks or whatever. And so a lot of these fans didn't embrace them and stuff like that. And I'm not saying I'm not sure. I gotta have to look because I looked at it, but they did a lot of racist stuff, threw bags of shit. They were mad. He's winning them championships, and they were mad that he's making more money than them playing basketball. It's crazy. But that's the end of the day. Guess what? They did it. They made the sport popular enough to survive. And then the guys of the 70s and the guys of the 80s took it to another level. We now enjoy this beautiful conglomerate that is the NBA, where we can watch these games. And now we can watch it. When you talking about the 70s where everything was on tape delay, and even the early 80s where everything was on tape delay, you can go. They said I can go home and watch myself play. Now we can watch it in 20 million different angles, and they got goddamn 30 cameras I mean, it's crazy. And again, at this, I've always appreciated things from a historical perspective, but I always like FYI, for me and him agree on a lot when it comes to the all-time rankings. But I just try to look at everything in era perspective, and then I try not to. I realize that the numbers for pace is different. I do realize that they did play at a high pace in the 70s as well as the 80s, but as well as the 60s. But it's still a different. Obviously they were not as good shooters. Therefore, Wilt have more rebounding opportunities. Again, Wilt still lapped his lead, and again they did it for Kareem as well, because they thought college they took away dunking and all that because he was so dominant. Then he had to come up with the sky hook. All of that's in perspective. So when I look at what I see, I just see a better basketball player in Wilt than Kareem. But I really wish that they had more battles that we could really see who was the better player. But one was in his prime, another one was a young horse. It's just so where it happened.
We'll play more years.
I mean, I understand that. Like that's the thing. This thing about Wilt Chamberlain, like nobody gonna he's already the most talented basketball player of all time. The man was like, it was like even like in
do everything but make a free throw. He can do everything but make
even in his later age, they were saying that he was physically able to still play in the NBA. He was used to being Rico Hines and shit, playing against Magic Johnson and shit like that. Like prime Magic Johnson.
That's why I brought that up. The whole thing, Larry Brown and Magic and Johnson can attest to it. They win the gym.
Right, but talent only can get you so far.
Of course.
Because if the game was all about talent and then statisticals dominant, then we always say Wilt Chamberlain. Man, this man has a picture with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Got big as arm, like the man he's a freak. Just all that being said, though, but the reason why Kareem is over him because of the tangibles, though. That's the thing. It's those are tangibles that listen. Well, he's God gifted, but you still got to work on certain things. Like you said, Wilt Chamberlain, he was dominant, but when it came to playoffs, his playoff numbers ain't garbage, but it's a big drop off. Granted, nobody expects it. Everybody numbers expect to drop to a certain degree in the playoffs, right? It's the playoffs, right? It's going to be harder. But like his numbers drop dramatically. You average 30 a game, which is a record. To you mentioned broad records, right? It's a record to this day.
Second only to Jordan, right? Yeah, 30.1. Jordan averaged 30.4.
Yeah, 30 game second, right?
But then he dropped 22 in the playoffs.
That's a big ass difference.
But see, I tried to explain this to Lamar. He wouldn't really let me get up. There is a context. Again, his longest playoff runs, again, because there were more teams, his longest playoff runs were at the later part of his career where he focused more on the facilitating. Now I get it. He did still drop off, but he only had like if you look at it, let me look at the stats right now. Because his shortest playoff runs when he was a scorer, his longest playoff runs when he was a facilitator. So therefore, the games.
That's also what I came over here to tell you too. Because I heard you say that, brother. That's not true. Actually.
Okay, I'm gonna prove it to you. It is, but go ahead. Tell me why.
The three most times that he played like more extensive once teams were like more the expansion started to occur was 18 and 69, 18 and 70. He then played 17 and 73 his last season in the NBA.
12,
he played
15 and 17. Yeah. So at that point, he's clearly the facilitator.
He was not. By the time you get to 67, he's still the primary scoring option for the 76ers.
Okay, so
Al Greer is one hell of a secondary scoring option, but Wood is still the guy you go through.
Yes, but again, he still made his role more. Okay, look. That 67 when he finally broke through, and again, this is the coach telling him, you see how Russell plays? Russell's not worried about his scoring. We need you to worry more about defense and facilitating. Again, he goes 21, 29, 22, 20. Before that, he was 28, 29, 34. I mean, the numbers are obscene. Now, there was a drop-off some years from regular season to playoffs. Like his rookie year, he goes 33 and 26. If the drop off is from whatever it was, I know the year he averaged 50, right? The year he averaged 50, he went from 50 and 28 to 35 and 26. Now that's a significant drop off, but it's 12 games. He played every minute, of course. I mean, again, you're talking about dropping off from 50 to 35, and if 35 is your drop off, that's crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Again, it's still the more. Again, he still played the majority of his games in the facilitating part of his career. So that, I mean, again, he dropped off, but he didn't drop off like for simple, like,
but that's
you know.
But
it's not just about him. Oh, I'm sorry, True. Go ahead.
My fault.
Averaging 30.1 points a game to averaging 22 and a half. That was a big drop off. And we understand. We understand. We ain't expect him to average 50 points. I ain't even talking about this year. He averaged 50. Like you average 30. Like nobody gonna kill you for that, right? But the team the runs when he won the NBA, he won the championship. He helped his team win a championship. Because regardless of nobody saying he didn't help his team, right? He still helped his team. His job of the team was being the main scoring option, and his scoring dropped off.
Yeah, because again, it was by design. It was by design. It wasn't like okay, regular season 67. He averaged 24 and 24. Playoffs 21 and 29, 22 and 29. Again, it's just what was needed. You understand what I'm saying? They won in dominant fashion.
That wasn't always the case though, because the year after he won the championship with Philadelphia, he then proceeded to go back into the series against Boston, the one that everyone gave him credit for the year prior for overcoming his demons. He then went back into that same area and failed to even shoot over 50% like he had been doing
free throws
the
terrible
entire regular season.
The free throws were awful. As I say, he do everything but make a free throw.
He was also shooting so horrible that in the final two, and I thought that you were talking about the stream that me and Ajani had did of the game with Wilt, but
no, I didn't see that.
We were looking at the game, literally dissecting Wilt, like actively disengaged from even trying to be aggressive because he knew it would potentially lead to him going to the free throw line.
Okay, yeah, you're right. And he was shot 38%. Awful. Again, awful.
Okay, so
and you got to give him fault for that, yeah, no doubt.
All I'm saying is those are things to take into account. I just want to say this before I go to bed. But I did not come in here to like I just want to make it clear. We are not getting on you for having this player over this player. It's how you get to this point. That's the question. And when you answer it, just be prepared for it to be added to each comparison throughout.
No doubt. Oh, trust me.
If I say LeBron over this person for this reason, the next person, those exact reasons why I put LeBron over this person is gonna go to the next person, and so on and so forth. So
no doubt.
So all I'm saying is, I would really advise you for your list to write down your criteria and test that shit out throughout your entire list to see how consistent it varies for everybody.
And again, like I said, I try to look at everything. It really isn't easy to do. And again, that's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna write because again, you gotta realize too, right? One player's strength is another player's weakness. So one player is strong at this, and again, one player, obviously Wilt, his Achilles heel, his kryptonite was that goddamn free throw line. Same as Shaq. It's the funny part is him and Shaq have a lot of similarities, right? Shaq was a guy that you probably couldn't even, as you said, he shied away from the free throw lines. The same thing with Shaq, but Shaq actually he found a way to start making some clutch free throws, but it still was an issue for most of his career as well. And it's just one of those things. And you look at these guys and you realize all of these guys are all-time greats. There are little separators, the separators, and again, it's just there's so many things that I'm looking at. Obviously, centers and a guy like Shaq, and first of all, he can't make free throws, but goddamn, you cannot guard him with one guy. Same thing with Will, and it's like, okay, that's the trade-off. You understand what I'm saying? These are just. Again, it's really like, for me, it's like splitting hairs, because I'm just gonna take the one thing I prefer, and I'm gonna take the one thing that's my standard thing. Like, obviously, free throw. I'll live with a guy that can get me 50 and 30. If he can't make a free throw, I'm gonna try to work my way around it, and which is what they had to do. And again, it's the same thing. That's why I started the whole thing with we started with the hypotheticals, and we started really explaining that Kobe. Especially when you just call him a sidekick, Kobe was the guy that bring the game home, because Shaq was the guy you couldn't run plays for and things like that. So it's so much. I think the main thing I wanted to do with this stream is really get into the fact that we talk too much about these hypotheticals, and what if a player didn't have another player, and what did he do without so-and-so? And I really go is, okay, you got the great team. Now you got to go. So when you got the great team, that means you're betting big. If you bet big, you win big. If you bet big and you lose, well, then you lose big. So it's one of those things. Like, I'm not going to, like, people do the stupid thing. Jordan, at the beginning of his career, he was on a team that was bad, because that's why they had the third pick. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it takes a couple of years for these teams to get put together. That's the way it goes. But, so yeah, this is a good stream, man. I'm glad y'all guys showed up. I really try to dig deep, and I know Lamont came, he tested a lot of my theories, right? I always look. Me and Lamont will agree with a lot of things, and I think he thinks, okay, well, now here you are being inconsistent. Well, guess what? That's human nature. Sometimes we are inconsistent. We do have the things what he might judge, what he might value, I might value something differently. You understand what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, again, this is all what we prefer. I can't get mad at your GOAT list, and what I can get mad is inconsistency. What I can get mad is, okay, like LeBron's fans say,
get mad is a bit of a stretch.
Well, what I can fight back against, because for a long time the narrative, LeBron never lost in the first round, right? Michael lost in the first round 3 times. Well, guess what? After this year, now they both lost in the first round 3 times. So you can't even use an argument you could use, which was a stupid argument anyway, because if you use context, you understand that Mike was on a 7 seed and an 8 seed playing a 1 seed. No one mind you didn't have 8 seed 2 years ago. 2 years prior, you only had the top 6 teams making the playoff. So they did this knowing that they would expand, and they expand the playoffs to make more money. Cool. But Jordan was the beneficiary and then the victim of being on early bad teams or early mediocre teams that had to play all-time great teams. And he took the L's. It's okay. But that's perspective. So
I've been at a bit.
Yeah, man. Y'all, thanks for showing up. This is a good stream, man. We're gonna end it here. All right, bro. Thanks for pulling up. Listen, we're gonna be on here Thursday. I'm gonna figure out what the thing is, but yeah, we try to get into good conversations over here. And this one was deep. A lot of people came on and didn't, it might have ruffled some feathers what we were talking about. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, I'm over here to put a lot of dumb narratives to bed. There's a lot of dumb narratives out there to bed. Again, we're so it's always competitive banter. The same way this is a competitive sport that we're on, where we're looking at. And we want to have competitive banter about the sport. And that's okay. There's never a wrong answer to somebody's GOAT list or whatever. I think we dwell on it too much. We take it too personally. And at the end of the day, it's just meant to have fun, like talking about the sports you do. We do this. We argue in lunch tables in the court, basketball gyms, and barbershops. What we do. It's okay. All right, fellas. Y'all have a good one. It's a great stream. Peace out. Hey, you around, T-Dub? Shit. See if I can end this shit myself. Sometimes it actually lets me do it. Crazy to hell. How to do it for stream, y'all. Well, man.